the administration, with the administration in the White House, who testified to the facts, which most constitutional experts believe, if believed, constituted an abuse of power. But again, I will say to the gentleman, the central reality is the president refused to appear. I yield.
Now, thank the gentleman for yielding. And the president, like any other person who was requested to provide information, did comply. When you look at the articles of impeachment at the beginning of all of this, of course, there was the Mueller investigation for 22 months, which alleged many things, and ultimately the results turned out that there were no crimes committed by the president, as we had looked into when we were in the majority and knew that years ago, but for whatever reason, others wanted to continue making assertions. Those assertions turned out to be false. And so instead of dropping it there, then you had the whistleblower complaint and the allegations of all of these things that happened on a phone call. Only problem is the president then released the transcript of the phone call. And not only did those things not get reflected in the transcript, but the two people who actually participated, who should be listened to the most, both said there was nothing wrong with the call. President Zelensky was asked, was there any pressure applied? He said no. He got the money. He got the money, and he also got the Javelin missiles. He thanked President Trump on the phone call for the aid that allowed him to push back Russia. And as I'll point out, President Trump sold 360 Javelin missiles to Ukraine so they could defend themselves pushing back against Russia. President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden sold 0 Javelin missiles to Ukraine to help them push back from Russia. So all of this assertion that one president's not allowing Ukraine to get the aid they need to stand up to Russia has turned out to be true. President Obama's the one who didn't allow Ukraine to have the tools they need, sold them 0. They asked, please sell us the Javelin missiles so we can defend ourselves against Russian aggression. And President Obama and Vice President Biden said no. Why? That's a good question. And maybe somebody wants to open an investigation into that. But in the meantime, President Trump said yes. He actually sold them 360 Javelins. President Zelensky on the call thanked him. Was there pressure applied? Actually, there were thanks involved. President Zelensky thanking President Trump for allowing him the tools to stand up to Russia. He said we may buy more, but he thanked him for the ones that he sold. No quid.
All right, everyone, as you can tell, the House Judiciary Committee about to reconvene. They switched the live picture on us, but that's A-okay, because that's why many of the 1,523 of you are here.
Committee will come to order. When we recessed, we were considering the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. We will continue that consideration now. And I now, for what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard continually from the other side this argument about obstruction of justice, obstruction of Congress, rather, I apologize. And I am baffled, and the more I think about it, the more I'm baffled. In Colorado, we have a different term for that. We call it a campaign promise. You see, when Congress has a 14% approval rating, it's somewhere between being as popular as shingles and an all-expense-paid trip to North Korea. We have a national deficit, a national debt of over $22 trillion. We have a deficit of over $1 trillion this year. We were sent here to obstruct this Congress. We were sent here to make sure that this power of the purse is actually exercised around this place. We were sent here to make sure that we didn't nationalize and ruin health care. We were sent here to secure the border and to do our very best to prohibit sanctuary cities in this country. We were sent here to stop this body from ignoring states' rights. Yesterday, we passed the NDAA bill. Somehow, someone slipped in a provision that every federal employee, every federal, not just Defense Department employees, but every federal employee will be given 3 months of paid family leave. Every federal employee. All those Americans sitting out there don't get that. It's exactly why we're here, to make sure that we hold Congress to a higher standard. And if you issue an article of impeachment for obstructing Congress, you're going to make this president more popular, not less popular. Congress is an embarrassment. And this president is holding his campaign promises, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, cutting taxes, cutting regulations, sustaining an amazing economy with low unemployment, job creation, bringing manufacturing jobs back, negotiating trade deals. I think that we should be talking about how we support this president, how we support this agenda, and not how we undermine the positive direction that we are going in this country. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
No.
Gentleman yielded back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Democrats' articles of impeachment claim that the president had corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit used to influence the 2020 United States presidential election. Well, they have absolutely no proof of that. Let's read the actual transcript of the phone call in question. And I want to remind you, for the people that read it, there's only one section in this entire transcript, and it's not till page 4 out of 5, that President Trump brings up Biden, which was well into the July 25th call. President Trump said to the Ukrainian president, and I quote, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great." Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. To anyone who hasn't seen the video of Joe Biden bragging that he got a prosecutor fired, I recommend you watch it. It's very telling. Biden brags about how he got the Ukrainian prosecutor fired who had been investigating Burisma. Burisma, to remind you, is the corrupt Ukrainian company that hired Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, to serve on their board at the very same time that Vice President Biden was the point man to Ukraine. Joe Biden says he told Ukraine he wouldn't give them $1 billion if they didn't fire the prosecutor. He said, and I quote, "If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money." Put yourself in President Trump's shoes. He has seen or heard about the video of Joe Biden bragging about how he got the prosecutor fired. The same prosecutor that had been investigating the same corrupt company where Biden's son got a cushy spot on the board getting paid at least $50,000 a month at the same time that Joe Biden, while serving as vice president, was the point man to Ukraine. My Democratic colleagues seem convinced that the president was targeting Biden to influence the 2020 election. That is their main premise of these articles of impeachment. But it is just as likely, and I would say more likely, that President Trump wanted to get to the bottom of possible corruption with the Bidens, Burisma, and Ukraine. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. And I just want to say the central issue of this impeachment is the corruption of our institutions that safeguard democracy by this president. Those are two basic protections we have for our democracy: free and fair elections, and the president, in Article 1, is charged with trying to subvert the free and fair elections by extorting a foreign power into interfering in that elections to give him help in his campaign. We cannot tolerate a president subverting the fairness and integrity of our elections. The second major safeguard of our liberties, designed by the framers of the Constitution, is the separation of powers. That power is not united in one dictator, but is spread out through the executive, represented by the president, the Congress, and the judiciary. The second article of impeachment charges that the president sought and seeks to destroy the power of Congress. Congress may be unpopular, and maybe we should be reelected, or maybe we shouldn't be reelected. That's a question for the voters. But the institutional power of Congress to safeguard our liberties by providing a check and a balance on the executive is absolutely crucial to the constitutional scheme to protect our liberties. Central to that is the ability to investigate the actions of the executive branch, to see what's going on, and to hold the executive, the president, or people working for him accountable. The second article of impeachment says that the president sought to destroy that by categorically withholding all information from an impeachment inquiry. Now, that is different from contesting some subpoenas on the basis of privilege. Some may be contestable, some may not be, but a categorical withholding of information. We will prohibit anybody in the executive branch from complying with any congressional subpoena, no matter how justified. We will make sure that nobody in the executive branch gives any document to Congress with respect to this inquiry. It is a subversion of the congressional power to keep the executive in check. So whether you think Congress is behaving well or badly, whether it's popular or unpopular, if you want a dictator, then you subvert the ability of Congress to hold the executive in check. What is central here is, do we want a dictator? No matter how popular he may be, no matter how good or bad the results of his policies may be, no president is supposed to be a dictator in the United States. When I hear colleagues of mine arguing that Congress is unpopular and therefore obstruction of Congress is a good thing, this shows terrible ignorance or lack of care for our institutions, for our democracy, for our form of government, for our liberties. I, for one, will protect our liberties, will do everything I can to protect our liberties, our democracy, our free and fair elections, and the separation of powers that says Congress and the President and the Judiciary check each other, and nobody can be a dictator. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Johnson. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would speak to the Gates Amendment, which is why we're here right now, but I wanted to address what you just said. I think that's a really beautiful argument. I think you should make it in court, because that's what you're supposed to do under our system. If you want to make that argument, you're supposed to go to a federal court, the third branch of government, to resolve a dispute between the executive and the legislative. That's what's always happened before, but you guys won't do it. You could go make that argument, but you're not going to do it. You know why? Because you guaranteed your base you'd get an impeachment by December, by Christmas. This is ridiculous. It's a travesty of justice and all due process, and that's why we're so concerned. Now, I do love the Gates Amendment, and to reset the table, because we just had a break, it's a really good one. I think the people back home aren't able to follow it because they don't have all the handouts, but this is all he wants to do. So on page 3, at lines 10 through 11, it currently reads that President Trump suggested an investigation of, quote, a political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., unquote. So Mr. Gates' amendment's real simple. It's just 3 lines. He wants to replace that with, quote, a well-known corrupt company, Burisma, and its corrupt hiring of Hunter Biden, unquote. Now, that's such a logical amendment because it comports with the facts and everything we've been saying here that a lot of people back home are probably scratching their heads right now and saying, well, I wonder why the Democrats would oppose that. Well, here's why. A constituent sent me a note during our break for the vote series, and he said this, quote, let me get this straight. President Trump's phone call amounts to an abuse of power, but Vice President Biden's actions do not? Let's review what we know. I pulled those facts. Let me go through them here real quick. First, in Biden's case, he personally withheld U.S. aid until the prosecutor he wanted fired was actually fired. Biden received a personal benefit for his official act, namely the ability of his son to continue to collect money from a corrupt Ukrainian company. Hunter and Joe Biden had a direct financial stake in avoiding an investigation of Burisma that might lead to the company's demise. Then his gravy train would stop. Of course, this is just obvious. Everybody can see it. There was an article in the New York Times that was published in May 1st, 2019, stated the following about the Ukrainian prosecutor's ouster, quote, among those who had a stake in the outcome was Hunter Biden, Mr. Biden's younger son, who at the time was on the board of an energy company owned by a Ukrainian oligarch who had been in the sights of the fired prosecutor general, unquote. And of course, Joe Biden had a personal interest in avoiding a political scandal involving his son. Clearly, a requested informational investigation into Biden's dealings was justified as an informational investigation into an abuse of power by the previous administration. But of course, if President Trump's requested informational investigation was justified, then no impeachment charge against him is justified. It can't be an abuse of power by President Trump to inquire about an abuse of power that's so painfully obvious by Vice President Biden. In other words, any theory of impeachment on these facts has to collapse on itself, and it ends up exonerating President Donald J. Trump. That's the reason they won't accept the amendment, but it's why every single one of us who is looking at these facts objectively really has an obligation to do it. Now, I have a minute and a half left. Let me correct something else here was in a record. We have a lot of facts to correct, and we may be here a while doing that. My good friend and trusted friend, Ms. Loughran, said before the break at some point that the Ukrainians knew about the hold on the aid. But the fact is that senior Ukrainian government officials did not know about the delay in funding until August 28th. Ukrainian embassy officials who contacted State Department and DOD officials were reportedly acting rogue with the then Ukraine ambassador to the U.S. and working to withhold information from Kiev to undermine the new Zelensky administration, the swamp drainer, the guy who was going to clean up the corruption that President Trump affirmed later. Andrei Yermak has publicly confirmed that the president's close advisors, President Zelensky's close advisors, had no knowledge of the hold until it was made public by the Politico article on August 28th. Look, that is the fact. Like everything else they're trying to obscure here, you can't take your eye off the ball. I know this is hard to follow back home from conscientious constituents of ours and citizens who are trying to do their duty, trying to be informed and engaged as an electorate. It's hard to follow, but what you have to know is that both the process and the substance of these arguments is completely empty. It's vapid. That's why we're wasting our time here. I'm out of time, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For our purposes, Mr. Stanton seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There's been some discussion today as to what is the reason why we are here. It's been suggested by some that we are here because we disagree with the president and his policies. A few moments ago, we heard a list of some policies where there actually might be some disagreement with the president of the United States. You know, we do have some policy disagreements with the president of the United States. We do disagree strongly about separating children from the parents at the southern border. We do disagree strongly with this president in his attempt to eliminate pre-existing condition protections under the Affordable Care Act. We disagree strongly with this president about his decision to remove us from the International Climate Change Accord. But none of those are the reasons we are here today, voting today on articles of impeachment. We are only here today voting on these 2 articles of impeachment because this president has chosen to put his personal interest ahead of the national interest. We are only here today because this president chose to attempt to withhold public resources in order to gain an unfair advantage in an election. That is the reason why we are here. That's the only reason why we are here. We are here voting on these 2 articles, but we're also here for the very important principle. Is any person above the law? That's what each member has to think about as they make this important decision. Not trying to divert attention from the core facts or try to make this important vote today about something other than it is. That's what we need to focus on, and I hope we will for the rest of this hearing. And at this point, I will yield to the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. There is much reference, has been much reference made to the transcript, and I use air quotes because it's not an official transcript. I want to remind everyone that this was a document provided to us by the White House with ellipses in the document, and we don't know exactly what was stated because it is not an official document. Much has been made also about this idea of the use of do us a favor, as though the United States of America and foreign policy experts and State Department experts were clamoring to get information on Burisma or information on Hunter Biden or Joe Biden. We heard from Mr. Goldman last week, and I asked him specifically if his committees had investigated that claim, that there was some legitimate concern by the government about corruption regarding Burisma. And he said they thoroughly investigated it and found absolutely no evidence. Mr. Trump is welcome to be here. He was welcome to be here. He was welcome to participate, his lawyers, so that if he has any information that would exonerate him about this, he could present it at any time. He's not. Now let's compare that to the fact that he has prohibited witnesses from coming before our committee and other committees. He has prevented documents from seeing the light of day. He has intimidated witnesses. So let's remember that he is doing absolutely everything possible to hide his wrongdoing. If he could prove otherwise, he would. Now compare that with the information that was created through the investigations. Over 300 pages in a report, over 17 witnesses, over 200 text messages. That's just what was able to make light of day. That's just what we were able to discover because of patriots willing to come forward. So again, I would say if there's any evidence that the American government or our foreign policy advisors or experts or the diplomats that dealt with Ukraine believed that this was about us, then the president can show the evidence. Thank you, Mr. Stanton. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? Mr. Deutsch seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our colleague from Louisiana is exactly right. It gets confusing. It does. There's a lot that we've been talking about, which is why it's so important to always return to the facts. And I just wanted to set a couple of facts straight. We heard that we were somehow sent here, members of Congress are somehow sent here to defend the president or to defend the president's policies or to defend an overturning of the status quo. I didn't really understand the suggestion because the fact is, and I think everyone on the dais, everyone in our committee, everyone in America knows and needs to be reminded, we're sent here to defend the Constitution. And the Constitution provides 3 co-equal branches of government. And when the President of the United States chooses to refuse to engage with the co-equal branch of government that is this body, when the President, through his lawyer, makes clear that he will not respect the Constitution, will silence anyone who might have information to provide to Congress, will instruct them to not turn over a single document, that is the obstruction of Congress we're talking about. And the suggestion that it's somehow standard operating procedure in the United States of America for a president to defy Congress completely, and then for our friends on the other side to throw up their hands and say, every president does it. The way that we resolve these issues is to go to court. We have 3 co-equal branches of government. If one branch says they're going to completely obstruct the business of the second, then we just go to court. That's the way it works in our country. Again, it's important to remind people of the facts and the Constitution. That's not how it works. It doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way. Never in the entire history of our country have we had a president of the United States simply defy a co-equal branch altogether. There's no example. My friends on the other side of the aisle cannot point to a single example where a president has said, I will not cooperate with you in any part of your work, period. This is not a legitimate effort. You are not a co-equal branch of government. And then simply says, but you can go to court because that's how things always work. Again, it's just important to remember the facts are clear. No president has ever, ever, ever obstructed Congress in the manner that we've seen from President Trump.
Will the gentleman yield?
In a moment. And so as we go forward, and we might, I don't know how much longer we'll be here, it's always important to make sure that the facts are clear and that we don't muddy the waters by suggesting that something that is so unprecedented, that we've never seen before in the history of our country, is somehow just part and parcel of the way things work around here. They don't. We know it. My friends on the other side of the aisle know it. The American people know it. But Mr. Johnson's right. Sometimes it's important to remind them of it. I yield to my...
Will the gentleman yield for a question? Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. I just want to add a little constitutional postscript to underscore the very important point that Mr. Deutsch is making here. The Article 1 of the Constitution gives the House of Representatives the sole power of impeachment. It gives the Senate the sole power of trial. In a Supreme Court decision called United States versus Nixon, the Supreme Court emphasized that the rules and the procedures developed, including the evidentiary rules, are completely within the power of the House and the Senate, and it cannot be second-guessed by the courts. And in terms of general congressional oversight, the gentleman is perfectly correct. The Supreme Court has emphasized that the fact-finding investigative power of Congress is essential to, integral to, and built into our legislative power. James Madison said that those who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. And where does Congress get the knowledge to legislate for the people? We get it through subpoenas, through the discovery process, and so on. No administration in history has ever attempted to do what this administration has done, which is to pull the curtain down over the executive branch and to deny us all of the investigative requests that we have. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
As do I.
I do. I mean, it's me.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Look, we're going to be here a long time tonight, and don't let anybody worry. There's plenty of balls we can go to, so if anybody thinks that might be in our mess, don't worry about it. Keep asking, because if we have to fact check y'all all night, we will, because this is all that's been happening right now. Let's go back to the transcript. The transcript, every witness testified that the transcript was fine, that the transcript was accurate, the transcript reflected the call. Everyone who testified to that. They were able to make additions, they were able to make a process. Talk about ellipses. You want to talk about ellipses? Look at, they should have put the ellipses in the articles of impeachment. The wide gaps here of fact and logic are amazing in this. So, I mean, this is, let's go back to the facts. Let's get back to what we're saying. I do appreciate the fact that my friend from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, said that we're muddying the waters. The way that we've tried to get these facts out today and what I've heard from my majority colleagues over the last 6 hours, if this was a muddying the waters, y'all are an EPA hazardous waste site at this point. This is muddying the waters because you don't have the facts to get to where you need to get to, and you just want to continue to say, well, it was. We just don't like him. Even the chairman. This is about an issue of when we go back that we're trying to get a dictator. I love how we throw these words in. We're trying to stop a dictator. We're trying to stop a dictator. That's not what you're trying to do. You're using inflammatory language because you want to make a better point because right now your facts are failing. And you put 2 articles of impeachment that you really don't want to defend. Because either you defend them passionately and you look sort of silly doing it, or you don't defend it and you look even worse for bringing them. So again, we can fact check this all night. We're here to do this. It is just amazing, though, that after 3.5 hours earlier, laying out everything that happened, looking at what went forward, these actually going forward are not what is happening here. So again, let's get it one thing clearly. For those who may have tuned back in after lunch, maybe after nap, the transcripts were accurate. You know how I know that? Because everybody testified that they were. Even Fiona Hill said the ellipses didn't mean that was not even an issue for them. The transcript was accurate. So let's quit perpetrating that discussion point out there, that talking point. Let's mark off our list. Let's discuss the fact of us is accuracy. It's actually called reading. You read the transcript as it is put in. It said us, not me. These are the kind of things that are simple as we go forward. With that, I yield to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. I just wanted to go back to something the gentlelady from Texas mentioned a few minutes ago. She questioned whether the transcript was complete. Remember what Colonel Vindman testified to. He said it was complete and accurate. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said that in his deposition, in the testimony in the hearing, complete and accurate transcript. So to suggest that it's not is just not consistent with the testimony we received from your witnesses. Remember, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's the same guy who wouldn't tell us all the folks he talked to about the call. Wouldn't tell us. He said he shared the call with 5 people, but would only tell us 4 of those individuals. But that's the guy who told us that the transcript was complete and accurate. I yield back to the ranking member.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to my colleague over here, Mr. Raskin. He was a constitutional law professor. I was a constitutional law litigator for 20 years. We could debate this all day long, but you just misstated U.S. v. Nixon, okay? And I don't want to get too deep in the weeds for the folks back home, but this is really important. In that case, in 1974, the Supreme Court recognized the existence of executive privilege, which is a protection that requires a balance of interests between the legislative and executive branches by the judicial branch. But here's the important thing. They said in that case there's not an absolute unqualified presidential privilege of immunity from judicial process under all circumstances. That's the quote from the court. But the other side of that is true as well. Congress doesn't have an absolute unqualified authority to demand evidence from the president either. That's the whole reason that you have to go to the 3rd branch of the judiciary. This is a legitimate claim of privilege. It is a legitimate issue that the courts could decide. It is a case of first impression, as my colleague knows, because this specific set of facts has not been addressed yet, and it should be resolved by the courts. Professor Turley addressed this in his testimony to this committee, and he said, quote, he wrote in his submission, the answer is obvious. A president cannot substitute his judgment for Congress on what they're entitled to see, and likewise, Congress cannot substitute its judgment as to what the president can withhold. The balance of those interests is performed by the 3rd branch that is constitutionally invested with the authority to review and resolve such disputes.
Would my friend yield?
Wait a minute, that's the answer. So if we're going to cite Supreme Court cases, let's put it in the appropriate context and let's acknowledge,
my friend,
that this is an issue. I'll yield 20 seconds.
Thank you. We're citing different cases. I'm talking about the 1993 Judge Walter Nixon case, which went.
Well, as I'll remind the gentleman from the Constitutional Scholars on both sides of this argument, it's my time, not yours.
I'm sorry. Yield back. Fair enough.
We had 2 different Nixon cases.
No, Mr. Raskin, we're done with this. I yield back my time.
All right.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let's go back. As has been stated today, the Constitution devotes only a few sentences to impeachment. So I'm going to read one. It's Article 1, Section 2, the very last sentence. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. As Professor Raskin just told us, properly, the Constitution uses the word sole only twice. Sole, not shared. Not shared with the judiciary, not shared with the executive. This means that we have the sole opportunity and obligation, frankly, to determine what evidence is necessary for impeachment. Sole, not shared with the executive. Think back. Judiciary Chairman Peter Rodino warned President Nixon about his failure to comply with subpoenas issued in the Watergate impeachment inquiry. Under the Constitution, it is not within the power of the President to conduct an inquiry into his own impeachment to determine which evidence and what version or portion of that evidence is relevant and necessary to such an inquiry. These are matters which, under the Constitution, Rodino wrote, the House has the sole power to determine. Sole, not shared with the executive. Sole, not shared with the courts. It's a civics lesson. Don't let the other side, who have such talented constitutional attorneys over there, distract you. This is not an ordinary dispute, folks. This is a very rare, thankfully, very rare dispute. It is not an ordinary dispute where you go to the court. We don't need permission to use our constitutional rules. If President Trump is allowed to refuse to comply with requests for information, it would gut the House impeachment power and undermine our bedrock principle of separation of powers. Last night as we left here, I wanted to just tell you this. I went outside and there was a team of about 12 high school students from Ohio with their teacher. And they said, would you mind stopping for a minute? Could we just talk to you for a minute? It was so interesting to watch and to listen and to hear what was going on at this important historic time. We loved learning about our Constitution and how much you prize this Constitution. Thank you for protecting it for us. And you know what they said to me? We didn't understand this before, but I do now. It's your job. It is the House's job to determine what evidence comes in. We do not need permission from the President. We do not need permission from the courts. In fact, we have an obligation to do our job under this simple, smart document. Today, December the 12th, marks the anniversary of Pennsylvania coming into the Union. I think about those framers in my city of Philadelphia, so wisely thinking through these words. Today marks 232 years since those wise men thought through how would we conceive of our government and how would we maintain self-government. Do not be confused by the lawyers on the other side who would teach the wrong civics lesson and distract you with the notion we need to go to court. We need permission of a president. We need permission of a court. We do not. With that, I yield. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
I thank the gentlelady and for her very forceful response. And might I just say to the obstruction of Congress, neither Mr. Nixon or Mr. Clinton obstructed Congress in the manner that this president is doing. The underlying amendment had to do with corruption, and I raised the point of the document that speaks about the July 25th call. Let me just quickly say that the language is, I would like you to do us a favor, though. And as the White House has distorted the interpretation, the us does not have any reference to the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of State. And clearly in this same document, he mentions the Vice President, he mentions CrowdStrike. All of those have been debunked. It is clear that the Vice President was operating as the Vice President of the United States at the time, and as he was operating on an official policy to deal with Ukraine. This is about the President seeking to have Ukraine investigate this political opponent for personal and private reasons. No one misinterpreted what was said, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman immediately went to the legal counsel in the White House that immediately went dark and never responded because he was so offended by this campaign effort. With that, I yield back. And thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my colleague and good friend from Texas.
I thank my dear friend from Pennsylvania. You don't have to be a constitutional scholar if you just had Coach Parker for civics in high school, as I did. This is unique, so we don't need to hear from the court. This, we're told, is uncharted territory because no president has just completely refused. Let me just touch on a little bit here on both of those issues. This is uncharted territory. Never in the history of this country have we had an impeachment proceeding begun by lies that got a warrant from a secret court that turned out and had been documented to be lies, and then kept getting warrants 3 after that based on lies, and not one person on the other side of the aisle is the least bit embarrassed that they went to a secret court and got warrants based on lies, first to investigate or spy on a campaign or surveil, electronically surveil, as Horowitz says. But this is uncharted territory. Nobody wants to apologize on the other side. Okay, I get that. It might be politically embarrassing. But to say we don't need to go to court, I mean, the Obama administration was just incredible at getting subpoenas, doing document dumps of stuff that we really weren't looking for, asking for, especially from Judiciary. But the other stuff that we demanded, we couldn't get it. And we tried to get Boehner to go to court. Let's get a court order requiring it so that we can hold him in contempt. That's the only way we'll ever get this done. And he wouldn't do it. And so those of us that understand the Constitution and that understand they're not just 2 articles, we understood we needed to get that court order to back us up so it wasn't us abusing the offices of Congress. We had, as Turley and Dershowitz and others pointed out, you have the court, you go. And another thing that's uncharted territory, we started this impeachment proceeding about the Russia hoax and the Russia collusion and demanding all these documents about the Russia collusion. And it kept changing. And then it went to bribery and extortion and emoluments and all these other things. Never in history has a president been accused of crimes with the target constantly changing. Now, when you subpoena documents, there has to be a reasonable basis for requesting information or subpoenaing witnesses. You got to have a reasonable basis. And when you keep changing the allegations against the party from whom you're demanding information, then they have the reasonable expectation to advise them of what the new charge is today, what the new evidence is today, but they couldn't get any of those, and I would have been very surprised if you would have. Now, you'd find some Obama appointees that might have upheld subpoenas, but not the Supreme Court, because this is so unreasonable. And to the earlier allegation that, gee, even though nobody in the Ukrainian government has said they were a victim, well, it's because the president had a gun to their head. Well, that's not the case. The reason that they are not saying that is because they knew this is the most helpful president they have had since the steel curtain fell. Because this is a president, unlike the Obama administration when they were being under attack and Ukrainians really were dying, we offered up blankets, some meals ready to eat for the military stuff, but this is a president that's really helping them defend themselves. This is a president that's really made a difference from Ukraine. So it wasn't a gun to their head. They see this as a helpful president. And another thing, if a victim does not admit to be a victim, anybody that's been a prosecutor surely knows this. You can go to court, force it to court, and the victim says, I wasn't a victim. You don't get a conviction, and if you do, that is not sustained because that's what courts and Congress call a no evidence point. You have a no evidence point. That's why you had to drop bribery, although it does apply to Vice President Biden. You smartly dropped the bribery, and now you have this elusive abuse of power. This is outrageous, and it needs to come to an end.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffries seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
The gentleman from Texas talked about reasonable basis. The reasonable basis here is that there's uncontroverted evidence that the president pressured a foreign government, Ukraine, to target an American citizen, Joe Biden, for political gain, and at the same time withheld, without explanation, $391 million in military aid that had been allocated on a bipartisan basis. Ambassador Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam War veteran, appointed by Reagan, Bush, Trump to the diplomatic corps, said the following about the withholding of that military aid. No legitimate public policy basis, no legitimate national security basis, no legitimate substantive basis. That's why Congress proceeded. We had more than 200 national security professionals, Democrats and Republicans, who expressed concern with the president's wrongdoing and said this undermines American national security. And that's a basis for the impeachment inquiry. But what the president has done is said, unlike the Madisonian vision of democracy, where there are checks and balances, separate and co-equal branches of government, I alone can determine what the representatives of the people see in connection with a legitimate investigation. And at the same time, this is a president that attacks everybody to distract, attacks everybody who won't bend the knee to Donald J. Trump. He's attacked John McCain, a war hero. He's attacked Mitt Romney, 2012 Republican nominee. He's attacked Bob Mueller, a Marine, a distinguished professional in law enforcement. He's attacked your former Speaker, Paul Ryan. He attacks Gold Star families. He even attacked today a 16-year-old teenage activist, Greta Thunberg. Are you here to defend that as well? And so what's happened is that instead of addressing the substance of the allegation, you want to attack Joe Biden and his family. Elijah Cummings is no longer with us. He's in heaven just like the prophet Elijah, but his spirit is with us. Teenage activist Greta Thunberg. Are you here to defend that as well? And so what's happened is that instead of addressing the substance of the allegation, you want to attack Joe Biden and his family. Elijah Cummings is no longer with us. He's in heaven just like the prophet Elijah, but his spirit is with us. And we are better than this. We're proceeding in a serious, solemn, and sober fashion because the allegations are deadly serious. Is it okay for the president to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election or not? Who should decide the outcome of our elections? Is it the Russians, the Chinese, the Ukrainians, or the American people? It should be the American people. And that's why we're here at this moment. And so let's have a serious discussion about it and stop attacking Americans who refuse to bend the knee to this president.
Would the gentleman yield?
Chairman, would you yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. One of the issues, big issues here, is Trump conditioning military aid on an investigation of the Bidens.
Joe Biden, period, his primary political opponent in his mind. The Republicans have said, no, it was about corruption. It wasn't about them. But listen to what they've talked about today. All they've talked about is the Bidens. Hunter Biden's automobile accident, Hunter Biden's this, Hunter Biden's that, Hunter Biden's salary. They haven't brought up the corruption of the past Ukrainian leaders or any Ukrainian business. It's all the Bidens. Their defense speaks to the truth of the allegations in this article that it was all about the Bidens. They're all about the Bidens, and that's what it's about.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Yeah, I did bring up.
Yield back to Mr. Jeffries.
Okay, I shouldn't have tried to correct you then, I guess.
Foreign interference in an American election solicited by the president is not okay. That is an abuse of power. It undermined our national security. The president should be held accountable because no one is above the law.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Nagu seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentleman from New York laid out in such an articulate way the basis and the justification for both Article 1 and Article 2 before us. But I just want to touch on the debate around obstruction of Congress and explain to my colleagues and to the American people why this instance is so unprecedented. I will first just say, with much respect to my colleague from Colorado, I want to assure the American people that obstruction of Congress to Coloradans means the same thing that it does to everyone else in this country. It means the defiance of lawfully issued subpoenas by the United States House of Representatives. It means impeding the ability of the United States House of Representatives to perform its constitutional duty. And unlike the obstruction of Congress that has taken place in the past, this president's obstruction of Congress has been total, has been absolute, and has been categorical. In 1999 and 98, when President Clinton was the subject of an impeachment inquiry, this committee propounded 81 interrogatories to his administration, and he responded. In 1974, during the Watergate investigation, Nixon's chief of staff testified. Nixon's counsel testified. In this instance, the president has taken steps to ensure that this committee does not receive, and the Intelligence Committee as well, key testimony from any host of officials in our government. And just to give you a historical context, I will read to you a quote. All members of the White House staff will appear voluntarily when requested by the committee. They will testify under oath, and they will answer fully all proper questions. That's from Richard Nixon's administration. So I hope, again, as we consider the gravity of the articles before us, that we can stay true to the facts and recognize that when we say that no president in the history of this republic has ever completely defied an impeachment inquiry as this one has, we mean it. And with that,
would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the distinguished gentlewoman from California.
I enjoyed listening to you. You're absolutely correct in your reporting of what occurred during both the Nixon and Clinton impeachment. But I wanted to address the issue from a slightly different point of view. Not only has President Trump refused to provide information that he should have provided, he didn't assert a privilege. He just said no. I actually have just reread the letter from Mr. Cipolliti, the president's lawyer, dated October 8th, 2019. It's page after page after page of complaining about how the House is proceeding, but the Constitution says Congress shall have the sole authority to impeach. We decide how to proceed, not the White House. And in the end, without asserting any privilege whatsoever, he just announces they're not going to cooperate, provide any information. This isn't something that needs to be adjudicated by the third branch, the judicial branch, because there's no privilege being asserted here. It's simply no. That's never happened before. Never happened before in the history of the United States. And I'll tell you, in addition to being improper, a valid Article 2 that we're of country that we have enjoyed for over 200 years, and it is not a piece of good news for freedom in the United States. And I yield back to Mr. Neguse with thanks for recognizing me.
And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have to offer a different perspective on this. The doctrine of executive privilege actually began with a subpoena that the House issued to President George Washington in 1796, demanding all the papers relating to the Jay Treaty. President Washington refused that subpoena because he said that the powers of the House did not extend to treaties. He ultimately only provided that information to the Senate as a function of its treaty approval process. So the doctrine that dates back to those days is derived from the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches. Congress can no more intrude into the policy discussions of the president than the president can intrude into our own policy discussions. That is essential to the separation of powers. Now, there is a natural tension between the branches. That's a byproduct of that separation of powers. And when that tension cannot be resolved, then we turn to the judiciary. That's the appropriate way to resolve this. Different interpretations of the boundaries between the Congress and the president, the appropriate response is judicial review, not impeachment. The president has every right to assert his constitutional rights, and he has every responsibility to defend the prerogatives of his office. His very oath of office compels him to do so. In matters like this, the courts have acted quickly to resolve such disputes. But the Democrats aren't willing to go to the courts. What Article 2 says is, we're not willing to go to court. We'll take the law into our own hands. These are the same people who tell us that no one is above the law, of course, except for themselves. What they're saying is Congress alone will decide the limits of our own power. This is the essence of despotism. The reason why we separate powers of government is so that one branch alone cannot unilaterally define its own power. And yet this is the power that the Democrats are now arrogating to themselves. It's true, we have the sole power of impeachment under the Constitution. But that power does not exceed the bounds that are established by that very Constitution. Those bounds include the grounds for impeachment, which this committee has ignored, and they include the separation of powers that protect one branch from intrusion of the other. I want you to think about the essence of the Democrats' claim and what it means to American jurisprudence. If you face an abusive prosecutor who's making false accusations, well, you have constitutional rights that you're guaranteed to use to protect yourself. You've got the right to confront your accuser. You've got the right to call witnesses in your defense. You have the right to be protected from unreasonable searches and seizures. But this article says, if you go to court to defend your rights, that's automatically an obstruction of justice, or in this case, an obstruction of Congress. And the very fact that you tried to defend your constitutional rights is evidence of guilt. These are the tools of tyrants. And we've already seen these tools used against college students in Title IX prosecutions, and they produced a frightening litany of injustices. Now these tools are being brought into this attempt to nullify the 2016 national election that the left has refused to accept. And that should scare the hell out of every person in this country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to do a little fact-checking, if I can, for my folks back in California and Orange County. I know some of my colleagues compared Vice President Biden's withholding of aid to President Trump's withholding of aid. And I just want to make sure that I have the facts correct here. It's my understanding that Vice President Biden held up the aid in order to have firing of Mr. Shokin, but this was in accordance with U.S. policy, express U.S. policy that was supported by Europe and a bipartisan Congress. Vice President Biden's withholding of aid to President Trump's withholding of aid. And I just want to make sure that I have the facts correct here. It's my understanding that Vice President Biden held up the aid in order to have firing of Mr. Shokin, but this was in accordance with U.S. policy, express U.S. policy that was supported by Europe and a bipartisan Congress. Yet you have President Trump, who held up almost $400 million of, again, bipartisan approved aid. And I know my colleagues are saying that he did this to root out corruption, and I think there are channels of pursuing help and investigations. On September 25th, there was a public press release put out by the DOJ saying that President Trump never asked them to investigate this matter. So I'm led to conclude that this must have been for the president's personal gain. President interjected his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who told us, and I quote, "This is not about foreign policy," close quote. Rudy Giuliani went on to say, "This information," open quote, "this information will be very, very helpful to my client," close quote. And again, he said, open quote, "I guarantee you Joe Biden will not get to Election Day without being investigated." Again, comparing and contrasting, holding up foreign aid to support U.S. public policy versus holding up foreign aid against U.S. stated policy. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Would the gentleman yield back? Yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, I know there's been an effort to try to suggest that the Trump administration or the president was interested in corruption, and that's why he held up the aid. The evidence is absolutely to the contrary. All of the evidence. And in fact, sometimes you have to go back to the source. If you look at the report completed by the Intelligence Committee, a 300-page report, 17 witnesses, over 100 hours of testimony, they make findings of fact. Now, there's fact and there's make-believe. The findings of fact, and I'm going to read right from the report. The president solicited the interference of a foreign government in Ukraine in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. In furtherance of this scheme, President Trump, directly and acting through his agents within and outside the U.S. government, sought to pressure and induce Ukraine's newly elected President Zelensky to publicly announce unfounded allegations that would benefit President Trump's personal political interests and re-election effort. As part of the scheme, President Trump, this again, findings of fact, personally and directly requested from the President of Ukraine that the government of Ukraine publicly announce the investigation into the Vice President and his son. President Trump ordered the suspension of $391 million in vital military assistance urgently needed by Ukraine to resist Russian aggression. And here's the important part. In directing and orchestrating this scheme to advance his personal political interests, President Trump did not implement, promote, or advance U.S. anti-corruption policies. In fact, the president sought to pressure and induce the government of Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations lacking legitimate prediction that the United States government otherwise discourages and opposes as a matter of policy in that country and around the world. In so doing, the president undermined U.S. policy supporting anti-corruption reform and rule of law in Ukraine and undermined U.S. national security. So the findings of fact that are detailed in the report completely refute that claim. And again, I return to the most important fact. The President of the United States abused the power of his office, the enormous power of the presidency, not to advance the public good, but to advance the political interests of Donald Trump. He used taxpayer funds, nearly $400 million, to leverage that, and in doing so, undermined the national security of the United States. He must be held accountable because no one in this country no one, including the President of the United States, is above the law, and the one body that is charged with making certain that we vindicate the power of the people to hold the President accountable is the Congress of the United States. If you're not up to the job, you don't belong in Congress. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the Gates Amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Roll call. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? No. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? No. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? No. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell? No. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby?
Aye.
Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 755,
I reserve
offered
a
by
point of
Mr.
order.
Biggs of Arizona.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Is she going to read the amendment, sir?
The clerk will read the amendment.
Page 4, strike line 8 and all that follows through line 13 and insert the following. 3, the aid was released within days of Ukrainian President Zelensky signing 2 major anti-corruption measures into law, convincing President Trump that the new Ukrainian administration was serious about reform measures and consistent with administration policy to ensure foreign aid is not used for corrupt purposes.
The gentleman will explain his amendment.
I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I draw my colleagues' attention to a letter sent yesterday from the Office of Management and Budget regarding the temporary pause on aid to Ukraine. The letter is addressed to Mr. Tom Armstrong, General Counsel of the GAO, and I ask unanimous consent that it be included in the record.
Object.
The entire reason we're here today is because Democrats have accused the President of conditioning aid to Ukraine on investigations into his political opponent. Today, Democrats have continued to claim President Trump withheld or froze foreign aid to Ukraine, but the OMB letter walks through the entire process behind this temporary delay. First, the money was paused, but DOD was permitted to engage in all of the activities short of obligation necessary to ensure that DOD would not be precluded from obligating the funds prior to the expiration. The money was paused according to the letter pending a policy decision. And what was the policy decision? Your 2 witnesses, Fiona Hill and David Hale, testified that there was an ongoing global review of foreign assistance generally to ensure any program receiving funds were actually worthy beneficiaries of our assistance, that the programs made sense, etc. Mr. Hale further testified that the President's skeptical views on foreign assistance guided the Foreign Affairs Review. In fact, the only direct evidence for the reasons for the pause comes from OMB official Mark Sandy, who testified that he learned in September that the pause was related to, quote, the President's concern about other countries contributing more to Ukraine, close quote. He explained how OMB received requests for information on what other countries were contributing to Ukraine, which OMB provided in the first week of September. The aid was released, of course, on September 11. So Democrats want to impeach the President for trying to ensure that taxpayer funds are spent efficiently and responsibly. Democrats have accused his President of a myriad of things, including violation of the Impoundment Control Act, which prohibits the executive from essentially pocket vetoing funds appropriated by Congress. This letter that I'm trying to introduce shows instead that the administration never intended or actually violated the law. In fact, it shows that they always intended to disperse the funds. That is why DOD was permitted to engage in all activities in preparation for the delivery of the aid. You've not made your case again. The OMB letter walks through at great length the history behind programmatic delays. I'm sure this would be boring to my friends on the other side, since it technocratically destroys their central theory for impeachment. In the letter, the OMB General Counsel said even with the temporary withholding, the Department of Defense was able to obligate about 84% of the $250 million before the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. In the last year, the Obama administration, it was only 79%. More recently, in 2018, it was 83%, in 2017, 91%. Let's get back to it. The specific language of the Appropriations Authority says, for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, it's hereby, $250 million is hereby appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2019. That's point one, to remain available until September 30th, 2019. When we authorize funds, we give the administration a deadline. The administration complied with that deadline. The administration acted completely and totally within the bounds of the law. Secondly, the OMB's letter now definitively destroys the insinuation that the President chose to delay for malicious or corrupt purposes. The bottom line is the aid was lawfully delayed and lawfully delivered. And that means that this entire process has been a sham. And with that, I'm going to address a couple of issues that I heard. I heard one of my colleagues on the other side say not too long ago that the President should come in and prove his own innocence. Think about what that does. Come in and prove your own innocence. First of all, that is antithetical to the Anglo-American judicial process. It's antithetical to the constitutional, and the Constitution, particularly the Bill of Rights. It's antithetical to what we do here. Someone said that Vindman said that was complaining about the transcript, but has been gone over today. The transcript was complete and accurate, according to Mr. Vindman. Someone said, and I would ask this of my colleagues, under the standard that was given earlier by one of my colleagues, if the President exercised executive privilege and requested a declaratory judgment from a court, if the privilege was upheld, would you undertake then to impeach the judge? I mean, think about that. Your standard giving absolute process authority to the House would impel you to impeach a judge who sustained a lawful exercise of the privilege of the executive. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you've overgone your bounds, and when we get back to this, my amendment, it basically covers and sets forth clearly what the holding or the pause of the Ukrainian aid was about, and they got their money and they got it on time.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the material previously submitted by Mr. Cohen, Mr. Swalwell, and Mr. Biggs will be admitted into the record. And now, for what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it interesting that the story certainly seems to be changing. You mentioned the information from OMB, but when the acting chief of staff gave his press conference, he said very clearly that the aid was being withheld because of the need to investigate the 2016 election. Now you are talking about corruption. I think that the notion that President Zelensky did not feel pressure and was just fine with military assistance being withheld, first of all, they did know that the military assistance was being withheld, and there was no reason for the administration to hold back because of corruption, considering that the Department of Defense had already said that there was no problem and that the aid could be released. The aid was released after the administration was busted, after there was pressure from Congress for the aid to be released, after word leaked out and the whistleblower came forward, then the aid was released. I think it's very important to remember that. President Zelensky not feeling pressure and he was just fine, he was essentially being held hostage. He was a newly elected president, his nation was at war, and part of his country was seized by the Russians. So what on earth was he supposed to say? Was he supposed to publicly complain and criticize President Trump when the whole world knows how the president doesn't respond to anything except for praise? What hostage would come forward and complain publicly against their captors, especially if they knew that the aid could be withheld or they could be compromised at any point in time? Last week, President Zelensky had his first meeting with President Putin, and unfortunately, we were not there. He had that meeting alone. We absolutely compromised his ability to defend his nation. Several times it's been said that no lives were lost, but I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Newsweek talking about the fact that 13 Ukrainian soldiers were killed.
That objection?
President Zelensky agreed to publicly announce the investigations in an interview on CNN, but the Ukraine canceled that interview days after the president's scheme was exposed and the military aid was released, which further underscores the pressure that the Ukrainians felt when the aid was withheld. The president knew this when President Zelensky asked for a, quote, favor. As Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified, this was not a friendly request, it was a demand. For weeks, the Ukrainian officials pushed back on the demand of the president and his agents, advising U.S. officials that they did not want to be an instrument in Washington's domestic re-election politics. This was not just business as usual. This was not the president just being concerned about corruption. But as the president's pressure campaign increased and the president began withholding critical assistance from Ukraine, something that the Ukrainians learned about no later than July 25th, the Ukrainians became desperate, so desperate, in fact, that as Ambassador Sondland told the president, President Zelensky was willing to do anything. And although the aid has been released, the power disparities between the two countries has not changed. Ukraine continues to depend on the United States for military aid, and President Zelensky needs the support of America and its leader as he strives to bring an end to the war with Russia. It is no surprise, therefore, that President Zelensky expressed that he didn't feel pressure, but the evidence reveals a different picture. The evidence is clear that President Trump took advantage of Ukraine's vulnerability and abused the powers of his office to pressure Ukraine to help his re-election campaign. This is the highest of high crimes, and President Trump must be held accountable. You know, in addition to compromising Ukraine, this compromised our standing in the world, because what does it say to our allies? What does it say to vulnerable new democracies? When they need the assistance of the United States, they better be prepared to help the president's re-election. It compromises our standing in the world, and why would allies trust us anymore if this is the way that they are treated? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Chabot seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got 3 points that I'd like to make here. First of all, as well as being on this committee, the Judiciary Committee, I'm also a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, have been for the last 23 years. And one thing that's really been concerning to me is about this phone call that the gentleman mentions in the amendment, and I appreciate him offering this amendment. But relative to that phone call that our president, President Trump, had with the president of Ukraine, the number of people that were listening in on this phone call, and is that in the national interest of our country? it's incredible how many people, you think our president's talking to their president, you got all these people listening in, and if they are listening in, shut up about it. You know, the president is talking frankly with another president. You know, he's going to make comments. In that call, he made some disparaging comments relative to another important ally of ours, Germany, and Angela Merkel. It's not particularly helpful to have them hear our president saying something like, well, they'll give you lip service about coming to your defense and giving you aid, but they really won't be there for you. We will be here, you know, talking about how important the United States is and an ally. Our presidents do that, but you know, you think you're doing that in confidence with the other country, not having everybody else listening in. So our State Department, the executive branch, and many others need to tighten up these phone calls for our national security interests, and that goes whether we have a Republican administration, as we do right now, or a Democratic administration, as we have maybe decades down the road. Secondly, relative to obstruction of Congress, which is one of the two charges, there weren't any, no crimes alleged, essentially, but obstruction of Congress. We have three branches of government, and of course, it's alleged that, Congress, the legislative branch, said, we want you to bring witnesses and evidence, et cetera, from the other branch, executive branch, and since they didn't do it, rather than go to court, which they could have done, the legislative branch, this branch, basically the Democrats, because they're in control here in the House, they could have filed a lawsuit. They could have had the courts decide. That's what happened some years ago back in the Nixon impeachment. He wouldn't turn over the tapes, so they went to the court. The Supreme Court ultimately said, it may have taken some months, but they said, you got to turn those tapes over. And he did, and he resigned because there was bad stuff in those tapes, the smoking gun, so to speak. And that's what they could have done here. But instead of go to the court, which is what you're supposed to do, they're kind of the referee between the legislative branch and the executive branch. They said, no, we're not going to go to courts. We're just going to impeach this guy, which they've wanted to do since he got inaugurated. One member of Congress on their side who said they had to impeach him or otherwise he was going to get reelected. So there's so much politics in there, and there really shouldn't be. And the third point I wanted to make is that I think the Democrats, unfortunately, are really lowering the bar on impeachment in our country. For about, and I happen to be a history major from the second oldest college in the country, the College of William and Mary. 200 years, our nation's history, we had one impeachment, Andrew Johnson, for 200 years. And now in less than 50 years, we're on our third, which is really unfortunate, I believe. I think they're lowering the bar. They're making this too routine. And I think that's very dangerous because when you have, I think in the near future, when you have a president and you have a House of different parties, we're going to see this more and more often. And this is very divisive for our country. We're not together enough on so many things. And I think this is going to further divide us. And I think that's really unfortunate. We saw, for example, years and years ago, it reminds me a little bit of when Bork was nominated to the Supreme Court. Some of the press here are probably old enough to remember that, and maybe some members of the institution in general. But when the Democrats went after Bork, then we saw tit for tat down the road, and I'm afraid you're going to see that here relative to impeachment of our presidents, too. So I think both sides ought to step back and consider what we're doing here, because impeachment can be very divisive. And I've been through one of these before. I was one of the House managers in Bill Clinton's about 20 years ago, and they're ugly. So I have a lot of sympathy for the House managers that are going to be picked, probably some from this committee in the near future, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Richmond seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a lot of conversation today, and I'd just like to break it down into a simple term that everyone at home can understand, especially my home district, where we speak a lot of Spanish, we speak a lot of French. We don't go around speaking a lot of Latin. And so here's why we're here today. Some people say quid pro quo, some people translate into the American definition of a this for a that. And the question is, what was the this? The this was a Oval Office visit and much-needed military aid for the that. And the that was an investigation into Joe Biden, the primary political opponent. And look, when you describe a crime, you want to make sure that you tell the jury and the people listening about motive. The motive was that he was afraid, President Trump was afraid that Joe Biden was beating him in the polls and would defeat him for his reelection. How do we know that very quickly? Because we've introduced articles where he said it. He gave out the aid in 2016. He gave in 2017. He gave out the aid in 2018. 2019, the polls come out, he withholds the aid, and he asks for an investigation. But that's just motive. But let's go to sworn witness testimony, because that's the part I want us to focus on. And the other side talked about the credibility of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and they accepted some of the things that he said as fact. Well, if you're going to accept some of the things he said as fact, let's accept them all as fact. It was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman that said under oath, Ambassador Sondland began to review what the deliverable would be in order to get the meeting. The deliverable, that was the that for the meeting. And he said specifically it was an investigation into the Bidens. Let's go to John Bolton, who said he described this for that deal as a drug deal. So if we look at all of the testimony of people under oath, they clearly say that this was a swap of an Oval Office visit or military aid for an investigation into the Bidens. Now, the whistleblower comes forward, the Trump administration panics, and then they develop everything that we have now, and that's called the excuse or the defense. First excuse, well, they didn't know the money was being held. Not true. There's an email, 2 emails where they express concerns about it. Then you have Ms. Croft, who testified that 2 individuals from the Ukrainian embassy asked about an OMB hold on the security assistance, roughly a week apart, and she recalled that that occurred before it was publicly announced. So that's one. Second, their defense or excuse is that President Trump wanted to investigate corruption. Now that's just laughable on its face. If President Trump wanted to investigate corruption, he could start at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, look in the mirror, or he could look around the cast of criminals that have been indicted from his circle. You have his lawyer. You have his national security advisor. You have Michael Flynn, Rick Gates, Paul Manafort. The circle goes on. He's surrounded by criminals. Then we hear, well, can't be obstruction of Congress. You all could have just went to court. Well, we're in December. We have an ongoing crime. We have a crime in progress. That is what the 911 call would say from a police officer. We have a crime in progress. And they're saying, with a crime in progress, why didn't you just schedule an appointment to call the police? We have an emergency to our national election going on right now. Our oath to the Constitution requires us to take this drastic, solemn, and regrettable step, but it is necessary because if we don't protect Americans' precious right to vote, it is clear that the other side won't. And so I talked about the courage of Esther yesterday. Today I'm reminded of Judas. Because Judas, for 30 pieces of silver, betrayed Jesus. For 30 positive tweets for an easy re-election, the other side is willing to betray the American people, their precious right to vote, and the future of our great country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm really intrigued. First, we're told that the offense is withholding aid, even though it was provided, and in fact provided tremendously more helpful in both substance and in amount than the prior administration that just let people die over there. But I thought the acknowledgement had been the aid was provided, but now we're told this is an ongoing crime. So those two statements don't seem to work together well. But, you know, the double standards, they serve one party well. When it comes to the obstruction of Congress, the position of the majority is a tyrannical position. When we ask for something, you either give it or we're throwing you out of office. Never mind, we don't know what we're going to charge you with. We figure if we keep requesting enough documents, kind of like Chairman Schiff getting phone records and releasing them, maybe we can intimidate people by getting their records and releasing them enough that they'll do what we say. That's tyrannical. And in fact, when we look at obstruction of Congress, violation of the rules, the majority could have gone ahead and passed a tyrannical rule and said, we're not going to allow the minority to have a minority witness day, even though it's in the rules, because we're tyrants and we don't care. But they didn't pass that rule. It's still part of the rules. So once this thing is rushed through, probably tonight, whenever, through the Rules Committee, they'll probably come out with a rule, as ranking member mentioned earlier, and say, gee, all such points of order are waived. You know, all of the times that the majority violated the rules, we're going to waive those, and nobody can raise them to stop this impeachment. That really is abuse of power. It certainly is. But, and I had a document prepared to offer as an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which would just change the president's name to that of Chairman Schiff and Chairman Nadler regarding abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, because there are plenty of bases for that, but it would not have been rule germane, so I wasn't going to waste time. But obstruction of Congress, when there is no referee, there is no adjudication, there's nothing but a majority that says, you give us what we want until we find a crime, or we're going to throw you out of office. That is so unreasonable, especially given the history of the last 3 years. When the charges came and the charges went, the president was, I think it was a huge mistake for him ever to allow Don McGahn to testify for 30 hours when it was a bogus charge to begin with. They're setting perjury traps. Thank God Don McGahn didn't fall into one. But this is even more outrageous. Give us what we demand or we're going to throw you out of office. We can't, you know, there's another thing that could have been done besides going to court. Could have passed a bill requiring the president to do certain things, turn over certain things, and gotten the Senate to agree, president vetoes it, you override the veto, then you, which is kind of what happened to Andrew Johnson, then you could really have a legitimate obstruction of Congress. It's not just obstruction of a majority in one half of the Congress. But that wasn't done either. And even if that had been done, either the president or the Congress would end up having to go to the Supreme Court to say, to get the courts to say this was a lawful act. But in the case of Congress and Andrew Johnson, it was an unconstitutional act to say he couldn't fire the Secretary of State. So either way, you got to end up in court at some point before it can be an obstruction of Congress. But the majority was in a hurry, and when the majority, this majority is in a hurry, then justice is undone, and so is our future. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
As I understand it, the amendment before us is based on a letter that has just been issued by the White House months after the whole issue of the propriety of this July call was raised. So, you know, I think it takes us back to basics again, and the basics being if it looks like a duck and it swims like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And I'm afraid that the July 25th call is a duck. You know, we have the president's own words. I want you to do us a favor, though. And then he goes on to talk about the favors that he wants involving election assistance for him to clarify what happened in the 2016 election and then start attacking his opponent in the 2020 election. Immediately upon hearing this, national security professionals around the world say, whoa, this is wrong, okay? This quacks like a duck, okay? The president is going against all of our carefully thought out national security policy to ask for what one witness called a domestic political favor, okay? So right out of the bat, it makes no sense to the professionals here. Then we start hearing this thing that, oh, well, he's really talking about corruption. Well, no, the Department of Defense had said it was okay to release the aid here because they'd already certified that corruption wasn't an issue. The people on the ground, the ambassadors, the national security professionals who'd been appointed by this president said, no, that is not an excuse. We then hear that OMB officials, Office of Management and budget officials are saying, whoa, who's holding up the aid? We don't have a problem with the aid. Oh, it's the president. The president is holding up the aid. Then we hear from the Department of Justice, whoa, we didn't have anything to do with any inquiries into our American citizens. That's not the DOJ's interest. So the only person who had an interest in this was the president, and it was his personal interest. The unanimous opinion of all of our agencies in the U.S. government was this was against our national security and our national interests. So it's now, only now, after the president has refused to allow us to inquire from anyone else who was in the room and was on the call, and after denying all of this evidence, only now, after articles of impeachment have been filed, only now does the White House come up with an explanation. It's way too little, it's way too late, and it smells like a duck. So with that, I'd yield back to the chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Before I make my point, during the break, a Reuters photographer, Josh Roberts, approached the dais and took pictures of the notes of the desks of several of my Democratic colleagues. We noticed that, announced it to staff, and that photographer has been removed. And I would just say no member, Republican or Democrat, should be subject to that. We ought to have the opportunity to take our notes, participate in debate, and have a fair discussion. Substantively, though, President Trump did nothing wrong. As we've sat here today, each and every action of the president has been explained. We have offered the basis, the understanding. We've gained an appreciation for why a president would have reasonable concern about Ukraine, why a president would have specific concern about this Biden-Burisma nexus. Here's what you haven't heard today. You haven't heard any defense of Burisma from them. You haven't heard them say, oh, well, this was all bogus. The president should not have been asking this question, because we have put into the record, we have cited in the record the testimony of people like George Kent, who said that there were deep, legitimate concerns, even the testimony of Ambassador Yovanovitch about having to expressly prepare for that. Then they say, well, this aid's been withheld. The withholding of this aid is this bad presidential conduct. But the Biggs Amendment that I encourage my colleagues to support ripens the fact that there was a very understandable reason for why the aid was released when it was. And it had nothing to do with the election or anything like that. It had to do with the fact that the Ukraine took substantive steps to ensure that our aid would be appropriately used for the cause that is now apparently the cause celeb of the left, and that is defending the Ukraine against Russia. Then they say, oh, well, the president's next bad act is this great obstruction of Congress. They have subjected President Trump to more presidential harassment than at any other time in American history, attacking his family, not allowing his administration to continue to do its work on behalf of the people. And amazingly, despite all this distraction, despite all of the obstruction of the president that the Democrats have engaged in, jobs are rising, wages are rising, our economy is restored and renewed. There are a few things my colleague said. The colleague from Rhode Island read, well, these are the findings of fact. Let me tell you what the factual findings are. I just want America to know he was reading from the Adam Schiff report. The same Adam Schiff report that Adam Schiff himself would not sit there and explain. They lacked so much confidence in that report that when it was presented to the Judiciary Committee, they had some of their donors asking questions of other of their donors and then doing this weird switcheroo that was very unexplainable. I don't know how my very smart colleagues, like the gentleman from New York, can say there is uncontradicted evidence of pressure. Uncontradicted evidence of pressure. What do they think Zelensky's statements are? When Zelensky says there is no pressure, that is, at a bare minimum, evidence. When Mr. Yermak says there is no pressure, that is evidence. There is no evidence of a quid pro quo. There's no evidence of conditionality. And the reason you know they lack that evidentiary basis is because they have to keep changing their language. When their pollsters and pundits told them to call it bribery, oh, that was the message of the week. Bribery was on every one of their lips. But then when we asked the witnesses, did you see any bribery? Were you a part of any bribery? The answer was no, and so they have to keep evolving the claims because there is no factual predicate. I also heard my colleague from New Orleans say that this hearing would be informed by our understanding of regret. There would be this deep sense of regret. Well, my friend is from a deep blue district, so he probably won't be the one regretting it the most. The folks that will be regretting what they're doing are the Democrats in swing districts who probably aren't coming back. I'd tell them for the upcoming year, rent, don't buy here in Washington, D.C. And so today, the only question that we are left with when we conclude this hearing is whether or not, as we move impeachment to the floor of the House of Representatives, which will occur more rapidly? Will they lose votes or will they lose the majority? Because if these folks who promised to come here and work with us on health care and infrastructure vote for this impeachment, they won't be back. We'll be holding the gavels, and we'll remember not just how you treated us, not just how you treated the president. We'll remember how you treated the American people. And we're going to come and restore a sense of honor and integrity in the next election. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mrs. Cicilline seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I first want to respond to the gentleman from Ohio's reference that people who are listening on the call should just shut up. I couldn't disagree more passionately. The extraordinary, courageous patriots who love our country spoke up when they saw something that was wrong, that violated the law, violated the Constitution, and undermined the national security interests of the United States. And thank God they did. Otherwise, the President of the United States would have gotten away with this scheme of dragging foreign interference into our elections to help him cheat in 2020. So I salute the extraordinary men and women in the Foreign Service and our intelligence community for the courage they've shown in coming forward and reporting what they've seen. I wish we could find more of it on this committee. But I want to say, facts are a stubborn thing. This amendment, unfortunately, is just not true, because what we know is this scheme, called a drug deal by the president's own Mr. Bolton, called a domestic political errand by another Trump appointee for which there is no explanation. My Republican colleagues are trying to find an answer, and so they say, oh, but it was because he was fighting corruption. The idea that Donald Trump was leading an anti-corruption effort is like Kim Jong-un leading a human rights effort. It's just not credible. It's just not credible. And we have facts that will demonstrate that. So, for example, at the very time you claim he's interested in ferreting out corruption in Ukraine, you know what he proposed? Cutting him by more than 50% anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. And here's an article. Trump administration sought billions of dollars in cuts to programs aimed at fighting corruption in Ukraine and elsewhere. We restored the money. Congress restored the money. He proposed deep cuts. That's not evidence of a serious commitment to fighting corruption. In addition to that, In a letter to the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Secretary of Defense says, on behalf of the Secretary of Defense, this is dated May 23rd, 2019, long before the July call. On behalf of the Secretary of Defense and in coordination with the Secretary of State, I have certified that the government of Ukraine has taken substantial actions to make defense institutional reforms for the purpose of decreasing corruption, increasing accountability, and sustaining improvements of combating capability enabled by U.S. assistance. There's a certification. And so there's only one explanation for why it was finally released. There was a report of a whistleblower report being filed. The president got caught. And so this notion that somehow this president was concerned about corruption is defied by all the evidence collected. I know you want to believe it. It's just not supported by the evidence. And so this amendment is silly, it's inaccurate, it mischaracterizes the overwhelming body of evidence that was collected in this investigation. The President of the United States attempted to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt the 2020 election, to cheat, undermined our national security, betrayed the national interest of this country, and he must be held accountable.
Move the gentleman.
The balance of my time to Mr. Swalwell from California.
I thank the gentleman, and I just want to have a reset of the facts here because my colleagues claim that so many of these facts are in dispute, but I want to hear someone dispute the fact that Rudy Giuliani was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that when Rudy was hired, the anti-corruption ambassador, Marie Yovanovitch, was fired. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that Donald Trump told Vice President Pence to not go to President Zelensky's inauguration. I want to hear someone dispute the fact that President Trump ignored the talking points about anti-corruption in his both April 21 and July 25 calls with President Zelensky.
Well, gentlemen,
I want to hear someone dispute the facts that President Trump invoked his political rival's name 4 times on that July 25 call. I want to hear someone dispute the facts that the President's Chief of Staff said, we are withholding the military aid because the Ukrainians need to investigate 2016. Not I, we. We, as in Mick Mulvaney and Donald Trump. I want to hear someone dispute the facts that Ambassador Sondland said that a White House meeting absolutely, quid pro quo, conditioned on the investigations. I also listened to your witness, Professor Turley, and he said President Trump's call was anything but perfect. That was your witness who said it was anything but perfect. I want to see a show of hands on your side. Does anyone agree with the one witness that you were able to bring that that call was anything but perfect? That is sad, and you will regret that you have sanctioned this. And I yield back.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman.
it's Mr. Cicilline's time.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson, for what purpose is Mr. Johnson seeking recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to speak in favor of the Biggs amendment. I'll ignore Mr. Swalwell's rhetorical question. It's kind of a silly one. I do want to refute what Ms. Cicilline has said and what some of the others have said here, that there's just no evidence in the record that the president was concerned about corruption. I mean, of course that's absurd. Everybody at home knows this. The president's been talking about foreign governments and foreign corruption and the misuse of American taxpayers' treasure since before he ran for president. He tweets about it all the time. I mean, everybody knows this. This is one of these things in the law that's just well understood. We would call it res ipsa loquitur. But look, every witness in the record, every witness testified that President Trump was concerned about corruption with foreign governments. That includes Ukraine. And the White House released a transcript of the remarks between President Trump and President Zelensky before the bilateral meeting in New York, September 25th. This is after the funds are released, of course, but he's explaining that he became convinced that the new Ukrainian administration was serious about reform measures. Let me read you a couple of excerpts from that. President Trump says, "Hi, I'm here with the President of Ukraine. He's very, very strongly looking into all sorts of corruption and some of the problems they'd had over the years. I think it's one of the primary reasons he got elected," the president says. "His reputation is absolutely sterling. It's an honor to be with you." You go through the transcript. President Zelensky responds a few moments later. "Thank you for your support, especially now when you know we have two wars in Ukraine. The first one is with corruption, but we'll fight. No, we'll be the winner in this fight, I'm sure." A couple of pages later in the transcript, President Trump goes back, "And stop corruption in Ukraine, because that will really make you great. That will make you great personally," he's talking to Zelensky, And it'll also be so tremendous for your nation in terms of what you want to do and where you want to take it. Later, President Trump says, I want him to do whatever he can. This was not his fault. He wasn't there the previous years. He's been here recently, just recently. But whatever he can do in terms of corruption, because the corruption is massive. I know the president. I've read a lot about Ukraine. He wants to stop corruption. The president continues. He was elected, I think, #1 on the basis of stopping corruption, which unfortunately has plagued Ukraine. And if he could do that, he's doing really the whole world a big favor. I know, and I think he's going to be successful. It goes on and on through the transcript, and I'll ask unanimous consent to enter a clean copy of this into the record, Mr. Chairman. But I just want to say that, thank you, with this is just one additional piece, as with all the other pieces of evidence, the very thin, paper-thin record that we have here. One thing is very clear, that you can't even, I don't even think you can refute it with a straight face. Everybody knows the president is concerned about the misuse of American taxpayer dollars overseas. It's one of his primary driving forces. It's one of his main talking points. So for anybody to sit in here today and pretend like that isn't the case, that he wasn't, oh, Ukraine, the third most corrupt nation in the world, is the only one on the list that he wasn't concerned about? It just doesn't even, it doesn't hold water, it doesn't make sense, and nobody back home is buying this. No one. So let's stop with the games. Let's acknowledge this for what it is, and let's move on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yield's yielding. I yield the remainder of my time. I'm sorry, I had some left. I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Well, I just want to answer the statement that gentleman from Rhode Island made a little bit earlier. He said, pointing at Mr. Biggs' amendment, that his amendment was not true. His amendment's real clear. It says the Ukrainians under President Zelensky signed 2 major anti-corruption measures. That's exactly what they did. They enacted this high anti-corruption court when the parliament was first sworn in, and they got rid of absolute immunity for members of their parliament. 2 pretty darn important anti-corruption measures. In fact, Mr. Morrison, when he testified in front of this committee, told us, when he did his deposition, he told us that when they were there with Ambassador Bolton visiting with the Ukrainians, August 27th, he said the Ukrainians were tired because they'd been up all night preparing this legislation, putting it together. That's how focused they were on this. And then when it passed, when it was enacted, that's in fact when the aid was released. If I could, if the gentleman would, I'll yield back and you yield to the ranking.
No, I yield to the ranking member. No? Yield to Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think House Democrats would have you believe that somehow this impeachment effort is the outgrowth of organic activity from the president, when the reality is they have intended to impeach this president from the very beginning. And it was actually the chairman, when campaigning to be the head of the Judiciary Committee, who said that he'd be best on the impeachment issue. This is a New York Times article, December 18th, 2017. And it says, as our constitutional expert, and with his demonstrated leadership on impeachment in the 90s, Nadler is our strongest member to lead a potential impeachment. This is what Chairman Nadler wrote on his pocket-sized campaign literature to his fellow Democrats when he wanted the job. He was literally campaigning on impeachment before the president even made the phone call to President Zelensky. It's who they are, it's what they've wanted, and it's all because they cannot stand the fact that the America First movement is the most powerful movement in American political history. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this New York Times article from December 18th, 2017, outlining your ambition on impeachment.
Back home in my 2 seconds left, we call that a mic drop moment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to the facts, and I want to go back to this amendment. My colleague from Florida said that this amendment is putting forward a, quote, understandable reason for why the president withheld the aid and then suddenly released the aid. And my colleagues on the other side have also made the point that we don't know what the intent was of the president. This is the stated intent, that because he was waiting for the Ukrainian government to do some massive anti-corruption measures, that was the intent. But I just want to remind people again of what I said yesterday. The president is the smoking gun. After his call with President Zelensky, the president came out onto the lawn and he was asked by a reporter, what did you want to get out of that call with President Zelensky? And the president said, I wanted him to, and these aren't the exact words, but he basically said, I wanted him to open an investigation into the Bidens. It's that simple. So the president himself has told us what his intent is. But let's go on to say that if my Republican colleagues, as some just did, argue that the president, nobody can argue that the president is so interested in corruption. Of course, he's so interested in corruption. I would go back again to the facts that are on the table, which is that in 2017 and in 2018, the president released aid, not just to any country, but to Ukraine. Now, my colleagues have also said that the president knew that President Zelensky was an anti-corruption fighter, but they just wanted to see if maybe he was really going to follow through. So they're saying that the person before this president, before President Zelensky, the previous president of Ukraine, was a corrupt individual. They've said that through their remarks. Well, if that president was corrupt, why, if President Trump cared so much about corruption, why did he release the aid in 2017 and 2018 to Ukraine? Now, then I'd like to get to the question of this particular amendment. I looked at that OMB letter, and I would call that an after-the-fact cover-up. Why do I say that? I say that because if you look at the timeline, and some of my colleagues have laid out pieces of this, but let me lay out a few more. On June 18th, we already know about the May letter that the Department of Defense sent saying that Ukraine had passed all of its anti-corruption requirements. On June 18th, the Department of Defense publicly announced that it would release the military aid to Ukraine. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that by July 3rd, he was aware of the hold, and he was aware that the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, was making queries that were, quote, abnormal. He used that word abnormal. Fiona Hill testified that there was no explanation given for the hold. Undersecretary of State David Hale testified that he was frustrated because he was simply told that this was the president's wish. In August, several OMB divisions, wrote a joint memo recommending that military aid go to Ukraine as soon as possible. And they said in that memo that it was necessary, this military aid was necessary for supporting a stable and peaceful Europe. I would also note that just recently, just a few weeks ago, 2 OMB officials resigned. And they resigned because of deep concerns that they had about what they were being asked to do. One of those individuals worked in the legal department that issued this after-the-fact cover-up memo from OMB. Now, let me just ask the American people this. If the president was waiting, had deep concerns about corruption, and was waiting for Ukraine to take major steps on corruption, let me ask you what you think any president might do in that situation. Might they ask the Department of Defense to follow up on those major anti-corruption things that they were trying to get done? They didn't. He did not do that. Would that president inform top agencies who are about those concerns? No, he didn't do that either. In fact, they were all universally in agreement that the aid should be released. And might the president inform Congress that this was something that he was concerned about and he had to withhold the aid? He didn't do that either. After the fact cover-up memo. That's all this is, and we need to oppose this amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
It is amazing that this is an after-the-fact cover-up since it was asked for by a Democratic senator. A Democratic senator asked for this letter. So that's an after-the-fact cover-up when a Democratic senator asks for a letter explaining the process on how this happens, an after-the-fact cover-up. This is exactly what I thought would happen when we come back from lunch and come back from our break. All the things were over, their arguments were dead, everything was going, and they said, well, let's get back in there and tell the same things over and over again. Maybe the ones who were watching in the morning wasn't watching in the afternoon. That's got to be one of the best ones I've heard, though, an after-the-fact cover-up when it was asked for by a Democratic senator just a few weeks ago. How is that an after? I mean, I guess Trump's blamed for a Democratic senator thinking, ooh, be careful what you wish for. But there's other things that's coming out again. One of the things that really bugged me here is this lawful delay. This money was not due to be appropriated. It could have been by Congress if we'd have said do it on a certain day. We said by September 30th. So really and truly, if there was no ever interaction between the U.S. and Ukraine and the money was not listed until September 30th, there was nothing wrong here, and it's still nothing wrong here. It's been evidence to me that the evidence reveals that only the majority, again, this one is just mind-boggling. How was anybody in the press or anybody else let them get away with the continual belittling of Mr. Zelensky? They've called him a politician derogatorily. They've called him an actor. They've called him weak. They've called him everything else in the world. He's cowering. I mean, use the adjectives, and I'll go back to their adjective. You know, if they don't believe me here, if it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, walks like a duck, well, this is what they're doing. They're tearing him down in the eyes of the public, and they keep doing it over and over again to try and get at the president. This is crazy. You know why they do that, though? Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time because there seems to be a problem of reruns around here. The reason I keep repeating this is because they can't make their case. They keep putting this out there, and again, it is amazing to me. The next untruth that we're dealing with here today, and this one is very sensitive to many in the military, many who have been texting me who served overseas on our military and others, when they say, and put in an article, we agreed to put it in the record, 13 Ukrainian soldiers were killed during President Donald Trump's administration withholding aid from the country from mid-July to September. Guess what, my colleagues? There were Ukrainians killed when they had received their previous aid. There were Ukrainians who were killed in this battle before. This is the most despicable of drive-bys. To say that this money, you're saying Undersecretary Held has told you over and over, you talk about evidence, read the transcript. He said this was prospective money, not current money. But yet we keep putting it in the record because if you tell the story enough time, somebody out there is going to believe it. That's despicable for these 13s who lost their lives in Ukraine, and it's despicable for anyone who's actually fought in a battle for this country. Don't keep doing it, and if they do, call them out on it. We're going to call facts facts here. There's no crime. You know why? It's interesting. My friend from California just said, where are they on these different things? Where's the Democrats? My question is, where's your crimes? You talk about them. You want people to think they're there. You want people to come out and say, well, there's bribery, extortion, high-minded words. And you do it over and over and over again. The problem is if you had it, you would have put articles on it. You don't have it, so you didn't put articles on it. That's the stain on your articles. That's the stain on this committee. This committee couldn't make their case, so they came up with abuse of power. So they could put anything in it. And today we've heard that over and over and over again. Why? Because at the end of the day, the aid was delivered, nothing was held, but yet we're going to tell, because they were supposedly pressured that the two on the call said didn't exist, and the Ukrainian leader said did not exist over and over and over again. But our majority would rather misperk Mr. Zelensky and take him down because they can't make their case. My question is, who are they hurting now? They're trying to take down the American president, and they're trying to take down the Ukrainian president at the same time by making him look small in the middle of his own country, in the middle of a hot war. You can't have quid pro quo. You can't have pressure if the gentleman who is supposedly pressured says there is no pressure. You can't make excuses for him when he goes out over and over again and talks about it because he looks at it as it was in the call. But also to me, it is just amazing. Continuing this discussions to get people distracted. People died because money was held. That's not true. Quit saying it. And I don't care how many times you put in a Newsweek article, it's still not true. When you understand what's going on here, that at the end of the day, it's very simple. I'll make it very slow for you to copy. They can't make a crime. They hold back to the fact that we can impeach him for anything, and that's what they've done. I yield back.
Unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back.
Unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized for that.
Los Angeles Times story, October 16. Trump froze military aid as Ukrainian soldiers perished in battle.
Without objection.
I object. I'm not sure how many times that this is being perpetrated, but it was prospective money, not current money.
Gentleman does not have the time. Mr. Deutsch, for what purposes, Mr. Deutsch?
Coming from the Los Angeles Times.
First, unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the May 23rd letter from John Rood certifying that the government of Ukraine has taken action to make institutional reforms to decrease corruption.
Without objection.
And I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ranking member was right. It is important to repeat some of what's been said because most of America doesn't watch all day long. But for people who do, they need to understand that the reason we're here, the reason that we're moving forward on articles of impeachment is because the President of the United States abused his power by soliciting foreign interference in his own reelection, thereby cheating American voters. It's true that on May 23rd, the date that the Undersecretary of Defense certified that Ukraine had taken action to make institutional reforms to combat corruption, it's true that they had done that day. It's an important day because we've talked a lot about Ukraine needing the assistance, the security assistance as they were at war with Russia, and they did. They also needed the White House meeting. And also on May 23rd, it's just important for us to remember what the facts are. On May 23rd, a delegation returned from President Zelensky's inauguration. They met with the president, and the president told them, work with Rudy. Ambassador Sondland said, work with Giuliani or abandon the goal of a White House meeting. Let me say a word about Ambassador Sondland. My colleagues have challenged Ambassador Sondland's credibility, but it's important to pay attention to what he and others have testified to under oath. And if you think that $1 million donor to President Trump is not credible, then we should look at all of the testimony and the text messages and the emails to others and examine it closely. So they came back and they said, work with Rudy. And then on May 29th, the president invited President Zelensky to the White House. So President Zelensky expected that he would be coming. And Sondland then said that there was a prerequisite of investigations. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said that Sondland told the Ukrainians on July 10th to treat the investigation, that the investigation of the Bidens was a deliverable necessary to get the meeting. Then on July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emailed Robert Blair and Lisa Kennedy, Brian McCormick, and Chief of Staff Mulvaney, and Secretary Perry, and Secretary Pompeo, all of them, and said that Zelensky was prepared to receive POTUS's call and offer assurance on the investigation. And Volker had breakfast with Giuliani and texted Ambassador Sondland and said, most important is for Zelensky to say he will help with the investigation. And Volker texted the morning of the call. He texted Yermak and said, heard from the White House, assuming President Zelensky convinces Trump that he will investigate and get to the bottom of what happened, we will nail down a date for a visit to Washington. Those are the facts. That's what was provided in text messages and emails, and there's been all this focus on the call. This is an effort that started the moment that this delegation got back from the inauguration, and it continued through the end of May and June and July, and then there was a call, but it continued on through August and through September. This isn't one time with 8 lines. This is a concerted effort to make sure that Ukraine, who is at war with Russia, understood that they weren't going to get their security assistance and they weren't going to get their White House meeting until they announced an investigation of the president's principal political opponent. That is abuse of power. And multiple times, my colleagues over here have asked if anyone objects to the President of the United States abusing his power for political gain like that. But I would finish with this. Ambassador Taylor, when he came and testified under oath, he said, during our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, he asks that person to pay up before signing. I argued, he said, that made no sense. Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything. That's true. They owed him nothing to get the White House meeting. They owed him nothing to get their aid, and they owed nothing to him for his assistance in his campaign. And I yield back.
Chairman. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. It is amazing to me that, again, the things that will come out of this markup is not the simple fact that they're going to mark up this and they'll send it to the floor. It is what they will perpetrate to try to hide the weakness of their argument. I have now given the article that the gentleman from California wants admitted, again, perpetrating the falsehood that people were killed because of money. And in the own article, which is biased against the president, biased against the whole situation, it has this line: although there is no way to link Markup and the other dozen's death directly to the lack of aid. Yeah, let's keep putting stuff in here that proves your pathetic argument. The article itself, which is biased against the president, actually says there's no way to link it, but yet we're doing it every time in here. Keep giving them. I'll keep accepting them. Wonderful article. Great job. Because you're making my point. I guess I could hush and just let you make my point for me. But all you want to do is to smirk the dead and go after Mr. Zelensky as weak and powerless. That's what's going to come out of this. So I guess, I would draw my objection on this. It makes my point. Y'all have any more you want to put in? Keep going. But smirking the dead is not going to get you anywhere. I yield back.
Mr. Sensenbrenner's
I yield back, Mr. Sensenbrenner.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields back without objection. The material will be inserted in the record.
I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady recognized for unanimous consent request.
I would like to ask unanimous consent to put a roll call article into the record entitled Ukrainian Lives Hung in the Balance as Trump Held Up Aid, quoting a National War College official about the adverse impact on
Without objection. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in opposition to the Biggs amendment. My colleague from Georgia talks about how Democrats are trying to make President Zelensky look weak. Well, I tell you, that brings to mind the picture of President Trump and President Zelensky meeting in New York in September at the UN, and a big chair for President Trump, little chair for President Zelensky, big 6'4" President Trump, 5'11" Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, and they're standing there, and President Trump is holding court, and he says, "Oh, by the way, no pressure." And you saw President Zelensky shaking his head as if his daughter was downstairs in the basement, duct taped. I mean, there's an imbalance of power in that relationship. It always has been. And there's no way that the nation of Ukraine can stand up to the power of the United States of America. And President Trump used that unequal bargaining position. He leveraged his power in that relationship, not for the benefit of the United States of America, but for his own benefit. He, again, held President Zelensky over a barrel up there in New York, the same way he did on the telephone call on the 25th of July. And he told him, "Look, I know that you need those javelins, but I need you to do me a favor, or do us a favor." And who was us, by the way? Was it the American people, or was it the Trump campaign and all of those corrupt officials that he aligns himself with, half of whom are in jail or facing charges or facing sentencing? Who was he talking about? Us. It wasn't the American people. It was the Trump organization and the Trump campaign. And that's wrong. It's wrong for the United States president to use his position for himself. It's wrong. And that's what President Trump did, and that's what we're holding him accountable for today. And President Trump pretty much sold out our Constitution for his own personal benefit. We're called upon today with the question of whether or not we're going to sell out our positions, whether or not we're going to be sellouts. I mean, each and every one of us had a career before we came to Congress. I myself was a criminal defense lawyer, and I enjoy my job. I'm honored to represent the biggest client that I've ever represented, and that is the citizens of the 4th Congressional District of Georgia. But I would gladly, to protect the Constitution, give up my job that I love, and I'd go back to Georgia to do what I used to do if I had to pay a heavy price for doing what was right for the Constitution. And that's what my friends on the other side of the aisle are charged with now. I know that there's a lot of fear about them being in Zelensky's position, about them being in that little small chair with the president, with the bully pulpit, the right-wing media, Fox News, everything being on his side, and him levying and leveraging that power against them as they approach their primaries. They don't want to get primaried. I know that that is the desire, but let's not sell out the country for our own desire, which is exactly what we're charged with protecting our country from President Trump doing. Let's not do that. Let's make ourselves look good in the eyes of history. Let's do the right thing. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. McCarcel-Powell, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I want to respond to, I've been here all day listening to all the comments from my Republican colleagues, and the one thing that has continued to be mentioned is that there has been no crime committed. And I have been asked by some of the people that live in my district, live in my community, Americans that say, but what is the crime? And I have to say that there is no higher crime than for the president to use the power of his office to corrupt our elections. We are seeing behavior from this president that we have not seen in the history of our country, violating 3 of the most dangerous violations of the Constitution. 1, abuse of power through self-dealing. 2, betrayal of national security. 3, corruption of our elections. And I want to make something very clear. We are here today because the President of the United States of America has violated the law. The President's conduct meets all the elements of criminal bribery under 18 U.S.C. 201b2a. A public official demands or seeks anything of value personally in return for being influenced in the performance of any official act. Why are we here? How did we get here? The Inspector General of the intelligence community brought to Congress an urgent and credible threat to our national security, to our democracy. That is why we're here today. You have heard conspiracy theories. You have heard things that are not true to distract from the fact that this president abused the power of his office to extort a foreign government for his own private political gain, not for the interest of the United States of America. Now, you also hear about that we're trying to overturn our election. If you see, they have a poster over there saying that we're trying to overturn the election. That couldn't be anything farther from the truth. It is a ridiculous statement. Impeachment is a crucial part of the Constitution that ensures a democratic government. It was created by the founders as a check to prevent a president from becoming a king. And it is incredible to me to see some of my colleagues bend over backwards to cover up for this president. My sister is a yoga teacher. She doesn't contort the way some of my Republican colleagues distort the facts, all to protect this president. The founders knew that elections would come every 4 years, but included impeachment in the Constitution to protect the republic against a president who would be an imminent threat to our democracy. And that is why we are here today, because this president has shown us that he is welcoming foreign interference. He has asked Russia, he has asked Ukraine, he has asked China, asking them to investigate his political opponents. We've seen it. We have seen those videos. That is direct evidence. We have documentary evidence. We have a transcript of a call. We have text messages. We have emails from Ambassador Sondland. Everyone was in the loop. This is a scheme that began back in February, March. This was a complaint that was brought forth to Congress because it was an urgent and credible threat. The President of the United States has violated the law. He has abused his power. He is undermining our freedoms, our democracy. We must act. That is why we're here today. No one, no president in this country is above the law. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think that argument would have a lot more merit on the abuse of power charge if we don't take a look back and look at the whole destination and how we got here. And the reason I say that is because for 2 years we heard about Russian conspiracy, Russian collusion. How are we going to prove it? Chairman of the Intelligence Committee went on national TV and said he had direct evidence of Russian conspiracy. Well, the Mueller report came out. And actually, if you watch media, about a week before the Mueller report came out, we started switching to obstruction and obstruction of justice. And so we go through that. And the Mueller report comes out and shows there's absolutely no conspiracy, absolutely no collusion. So we're going to check that off the list. Now we go to 10 articles of obstruction of justice. And we walk through it, and we bring Bob Mueller into the Judiciary hearing, and I'm pretty certain there were people marking out statues next to the Washington Monument of gratitude and gravitas of Bob Mueller. Well, that hearing fell flat, and obstruction of justice was abandoned. So then we moved into a July 25th phone call, and we went to quid pro quo. And quid pro quo kept going and kept going, but then they decided that wasn't working really well. So we poll tested bribery. And bribery had a little bit of a problem because you cannot prove the elements of the crime. And I don't care how many different ways we say it, when the victim of the crime, alleged victim, continues to go on national TV, international press conferences every step of the way and deny that he was a victim and deny that there was a crime, we move on. So we move from things of campaign finance, which didn't even work in the Mueller report, and continue to moving forward. So instead of starting an investigation in a general way and moving towards a specific crime, we try and pick 17 different specific crimes, and when they never get there, instead of doing what any reasonable investigator would do and say there is no there, we take it all and we put it together, and then we say, well, because we can't prove any of it, we're going to use all of it. We're going to stop. I agree with my colleague from Ohio. It is never going to stop. And we will continue to move forward, but you cannot move through all of these specific crimes, use these words for weeks at a time, and the minute they fall apart, we just move on to the next thing. I think that's why you're losing the support of the American people. I think that's why you're losing support of your colleagues on your side of the aisle in Congress, and that's why we're here. So let's call it like it is and explain how we got here, why we're here, and where we continue to go. And
Well,
with that, Who?
Who
Yeah, I'll yield to ranking member.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold, you just brought up a great point. You know why we know what you just said is true? You know, again, we've dealt in a lot of non-truth here, and we just say it over and over enough so people believe. But what you just said is completely true, that this will never end. You know why we know that? Adam Schiff's own words and Al Green's own words. Adam Schiff, even the other day, giving in his one of his press conferences, which he loves dearly, he loves to testify in front of cameras, just not in front of members, where he has to actually answer questions. And he said, we're just going to keep, no matter what happens, we're going to keep investigating. We're going to start it off. I wish Mr. Ratcliffe, you're on the Intel Committee, and I know others on this. Well, it'd be nice if y'all get back to oversight of the intelligence community. That'd be nice. Shocking proposition for a committee that's supposed to be doing that. But then also Mr. Green said we can impeach him over and over and over again. This is what's happening. It's a farce. We can't come up with crimes, so we say crimes. We can't put them in the articles because we can't make it happen. But yet, just like you said, I just wanted to commend you for telling the truth. You told the truth. This is not going to end no matter what. Except, and the reason we know it is because we don't have to infer. We don't have to find articles to put in the record. We just listen to their own words. I yield back to Mr. Armstrong.
And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Demings seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, I rise today in opposition of this amendment. It is so obvious, it's so obvious, that it is a last-minute, after-the-fact, desperate scramble to cover up the president's wrongdoing. And I tell you what, we're not falling for it, and I really do believe the American people are not falling for it and probably are offended by it. You know, my Republican colleagues have talked about a lot of things today, and they're really working very hard to protect the president. It appears like at any and all costs. But I really wish that my colleagues on the other side would work as hard to protect voting rights for the American people, believing that everybody should have the right to vote, and that cheating in our elections by anyone at any time or any place is just not right. It just amazes me to suggest that abuse of power is somehow inadequate or inappropriate or not serious enough. Abuse of power by the highest position in the land, the leader of the free world. That abuse of power is not enough to impeach this president or any other president. But the framers were so desperately concerned about abuse of power by the president. They were terrified of the thought of an unprincipled man, a person finding their way into the White House. To suggest that abuse of power is not serious, it's not enough, is simply ridiculous to me. The president has a constitutional duty, and that really is the highest document in the land, to violate the Constitution. He has a constitutional duty to faithfully execute the law. Well, that's what it says, to faithfully execute the law. Is there anybody here, I don't care what comes out of your mouth today, is there anybody here who believes that this president has faithfully executed the law and faithfully executed the duties, the sacred trust that has been put in his hands and on his shoulder? He's supposed to faithfully execute the law, not ignore it, not abuse it, and not forget it. President is supposed to be motivated by public interest, the interest of the people. But rather than remembering that or caring about that, I'm not really sure he ever really did, the president chose to try to coerce a foreign power, a newly elected young president that we all were excited about, an anti-corruption president. President tried to coerce him into interfering in the 2020 elections. The things that I have heard today about Vice President's child, things I've heard about the Vice President's son, when we have millions of people in this country who are suffering from addiction, I just believe to protect this president at any cost is shameful. Article 2 in the Nixon impeachment said this: the article principally addressed President Nixon's use of power, including powers vested solely in the president to aid his political allies, harm his political opponents, and gain improper personal political advantages. In explaining this article of impeachment, the House Judiciary Committee then stated that President Nixon's conduct was undertaken for his personal political advantage and not in the furtherance of any valid national policy objective. The president abused his power. And to me, and at least the members on this side of the dais, that matters. And with that, I yield the remaining time to Mr. Richmond from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I just want to remind people that or the people watching, that when you look at the credibility of a testimony and weighing the evidence, you can look at other things. So I want to enter into the record unanimous consent, the Guardian article, Roger Stone, the Michael Cohen, the men in Trump's orbit implicated in crimes.
Without objection.
CNN Politics, 6 Trump associates have been convicted in Mueller-related investigation. In honor of my wise grandmother who said, birds of a feather flock together. And then also, President Trump has made 13,435 false or misleading claims over 993 days.
Without objection, and the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I wanted to speak first to the underlying amendment that calls for the acknowledgement that the aid was released in the article, first article, I believe. And article, first article, I believe. And I want to again recount not only the July 25th call, where previously I've indicated the President's language of would like you to do us a favor, though, that was not tied to the us representing the entity of a public representation, which would be the United States of America, established foreign policy by the Secretary of State, established foreign policy by the Secretary of Defense. And that is because, of course, the Secretary of Defense and State had already certified that Ukraine was working to graduate working to ensure the end of corruption that had met the standards that were required for funding. The other thing is that when Lieutenant Colonel Vindman thought that the words that he heard were appalling and seemed to him to be inappropriate for a call to the President as relates to a question tying the military aid to investigation of Biden and others, sons and others, not official policy, he immediately gave it to the NSC counsel, John Eisenberg. John Eisenberg took the information and then ultimately put it in a separate coded filing and asked that the lieutenant colonel not say anything about it. That is unusual because you would think that if it was normal business, if it had to do with standard U.S. foreign policy, it'd be okay to talk about that call. But they knew a major mistake had been made. They knew that the President had offered to give military aid if he got an investigation against his political rival, and his political rival happened to be Joe Biden, and he knew that was, in fact, conspicuously using public office and public money for public and private desires. Let me also say that our friends talk about the courts. We have not shied away from the courts. In fact, Judge Howell, regarding the 6E grand jury materials, specifically said, there is an impeachment inquiry. You can't stand in the way, Mr. President. Judge Jackson indicated in her decision that the president was not a king. And so we're here to talk about, not as a mother, someone's child who may have some concerns like every American's child may have, which I am saddened that those personal matters were raised. We're here to talk about the abuse of this president and the obstruction of Congress, another amendment that we voted against. Because in Rodino's statement during the Nixon proceedings, he made it very clear to President Nixon regarding his failure to comply with subpoenas issued pursuant to the Watergate impeachment inquiry. And the Constitution reinforces the fact that we have the sole power of impeachment. And the underlying decisions of the two court decisions I mentioned was that we were in an impeachment inquiry. And as a reminder to my colleagues, this committee ultimately approved an article of impeachment against Richard Nixon on the obstruction of Congress matter. I wanted to clean up and bring some more points on that. And it was clear that it was a case where the president could not dictate to the House impeachment inquiry what he was refusing to give or not. This is where my friends steer off the rails. They refuse to acknowledge the facts of the case. The president took public money with a public intent, with a private intent, to use those monies to deny Mr. Zelensky, who was going to go ahead and announce investigations on CNN, but was stopped in his tracks when the whistleblower's letter or statement was released. It was out the bag that the president had done this on the July 25th call. Let's be clear, this is about facts and the Constitution. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been sitting here all day.
Gentlelady, strike the last word.
Yes, excuse me. I moved to strike the last word. I've been anxiously sitting here all day long, and I just want to be able to say this to the American people before our day ends today. My colleagues and I have been explaining the evidence that we've heard. We've been talking about all the documents and heard from so many witnesses along the way. And as we have been upholding our constitutional obligation to defend the Constitution, some today have argued that we have not upheld our constitutional obligation to legislate, to solve problems, and that all we want to do is impeach the President of the United States. And I truly want to assure the American people and to give you hope that this is not true. I want to make sure that we set the record straight so that you know that we have been working on your behalf. And despite what many people in this country think, Congress can walk and chew gum at the same time. This Congress has been working very, very hard on behalf of the American people in spite of everything that's happening with this impeachment. This very day, we passed a bill that lowers the cost of prescription drugs for hundreds of millions of Americans, H.R. 3. It will save our taxpayers over $456 billion over the next decade and allow for the expansion of Medicare coverage, including hearing, dental, and vision benefits. Just this week, we achieved monumental changes to the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. Yes, we've been waiting a very long time for that. This agreement is huge. It's a huge win for our families, our workers, and business owners in every district across the United States. And we continue to work to make sure that we stay competitive in a global environment. Yesterday, we voted to support the NDAA, legislation that will keep our country safe and will give a raise to our service members and includes important reforms like paid parental leave for all federal employees and repealing the widow's tax. And even on this committee, we've worked together. This week, my Republican colleague, Congressman Rushenthaler, and I were among a bipartisan group of lawmakers who introduced legislation that would end online child exploitation. Since we've been sitting in this room today, a deal has been forged by our colleagues to fund our government and avoid another shutdown. Throughout this investigation, my colleagues and I have been fulfilling our duties as members of Congress. Do not be deceived. We have been working on the American public's behalf every single day, in spite of the tragedy that we're in now with this impeachment. This Congress, the House of Representatives, we have passed over 275 bills. 275 bills. And we are defending our democracy and delivering on the promises that we made to each and every one of our constituents. I want the American public to know this. We are truly disheartened by what is happening here with impeachment. But do know that we are working on your behalf each and every single day. We will continue to do what we swore an oath to do, and that is to protect and serve you. Even in this moment, in this tragedy, be rest assured we will do just that. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, in law school, I teach my students to try to take the best argument of their opponents and not the worst arguments. And so I'm going to ignore all of the frivolous process objections about the rooms and the temperature and all that kind of stuff we've heard about. And I'm going to try to make what I think is the best argument, or reconstruct the best argument that's come out today. And I understand that our colleagues face a difficult task because 70% of the American people believe that the president has done something wrong in these actions of trying to pressure a foreign government to get involved in our election. And so they've got a problem there, and they've got another problem, which is that there is an overwhelming and uncontradicted body of evidence that the president did that. The president withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in security assistance that we had voted for a besieged foreign ally resisting Russian aggression because he was trying to get the president of that country, Zelensky, to agree to conduct a press conference in which he would say he was investigating the Bidens. And he also wanted President Zelensky to validate Vladimir Putin's favorite disinformation conspiracy theory about the 2016 campaign, which is that it was Ukraine and not Russia that engaged in a sweeping and systematic campaign to interfere in our election. So what do you do with that? Well, we can understand why they've been talking about process for months, but I think they understand this is a serious investigation with rigorous methods and serious, inescapable conclusions, and the American people are focused on it. A majority not only support the investigation, a majority would like to see the president impeached, according to Fox News anyway, one poll I saw. But in any event, huge numbers of Americans are very disturbed by this. So what have they come up with? Well, they've not found an alibi. There's no fact alibi. He can't claim somebody else did it. But they've come up with a defense which to me looks like really a mitigating factor, a plea for mercy. The president did all of these things, but his motive is misunderstood. All of us think that he was doing it because he wanted to advance his own re-election prospects. And in some sense, he wanted to help, for whatever reason, his friend Vladimir Putin. And Putin's already been on TV bragging about the fact that everybody's focused on Ukraine in the 2016 election and not Russia. note to Mr. Putin, that's not right. We understand exactly what's going on here. But in any event, the new argument is that the president was not trying to advance his own political interests. What he was trying to do was to advance his passionately held and yet little-known campaign against corruption. And that's why so much of our discussion today has been about corruption, because they're trying to say he was waging this campaign about corruption. Now, we've noted a number of problems there, and I want to just try to catalog some of the other ones to try to put this into some order so people can understand the problem with their best argument. The first is that the president never raised the word corruption on the July 25th telephone call. Biden's name was mentioned several times. It wasn't corruption, corruption, corruption. It was Biden, Biden, Biden. And he never raised any other companies at all. It was all about Burisma, Hunter Biden's company. That's all that he mentioned. And as far as we know, he's never mentioned any other company in connection with corruption in Ukraine. In 2017 and 18, when Congress voted money for Ukraine, the president passed it along. He didn't raise corruption in Ukraine. He didn't even raise the Bidens at that point. It only became an issue in 2019. In 2019, why? Because Joe Biden had surpassed him in the public opinion polls, and now suddenly it was a big issue, and so he cared about it. Well, what's the other evidence here? The president's team, Rudy Giuliani, and Parnas and Fruman engaged in a smear campaign against the U.S. ambassador who was crusading against corruption in Ukraine, and the president got her out of the way. He pulled her back. So all the evidence shows they were promoting corruption and a corrupt scheme. They weren't trying to attack it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
And briefly, Mr. Chairman and members, Mr. Raskin, my colleague Mr. Raskin just said Biden's name was used multiple times. Well, I think that's a little misleading. Again, the only place in this whole telephone call where Biden is even brought up is in one little paragraph. And that was on page 4 of 5 pages of the transcript. I mean, most of this call was about congratulating President Zelensky and the new parliament, talking about how, a lot of these European countries aren't pitching in with the aid that was to Ukraine as much as the United States has, and, all kinds of things. It was a long phone call, and it's really disingenuous to say that the whole thing was about this, and Biden was mentioned several times. Let me read again. In fact, I know that the President Trump tweets this out. Read the transcript, and I wish people would, because everybody watches TV and they get all these comments. But I did this with my husband. I said, would you just please read the transcript? It's only 5 pages long, doesn't take that much time. And, after he read it, he's like, that's it? That's all they got? But here, this is the mention about Biden. Again, page 5. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. That's it, folks. That's all there is. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? No. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? No. Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? No. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
No.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein?
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Mr. Correa?
Mr. Correa votes no.
Anyone else who wishes to vote who hasn't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Reschenthaler has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H-Res 755, offered by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania.
The gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Page 5, beginning on line 6, strike Article 2.
I withdraw my point of order.
Strike Article 2. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike all of Article 2, which is the obstruction of Congress charge. The facts simply do not align with the Democrats' claim of obstruction. Our government has 3 branches for a reason. When there is a disagreement between the executive and the legislative branch, it is supposed to be resolved by the 3rd branch, the court. Republicans recognized this in 2011 when they investigated President Obama's Fast and Furious scandal. The Fast and Furious scandal allowed 2,000 firearms to fall into the hands of drug cartels and resulted in the death of an American Border Patrol agent. People actually died in President Obama's scandal. Throughout the Republicans' investigation of that scandal, they made numerous attempts to accommodate the Obama administration. Yet despite their efforts, President Obama invoked executive privilege and barred testimony and documents. So what did the Republicans do? The appropriate thing. They went to the courts. Compare those efforts with what we have seen from the Democrats during this impeachment sham. House Democrats could have worked with the administration to reach accommodations for their requests, but they didn't. House Democrats should have worked through the courts, but they didn't. And why is that? It's simple. Because they have a political expedient deadline to send this mess out of Congress into the Senate before Christmas. So despite what you hear from my colleagues, the administration has consistently cooperated with Democrats, even though they have been out to get this president since the very moment he was elected. Let's just go through the numbers. Over 25 administration officials have testified before the House Oversight Committee. Over 25. Over 20 administration officials have testified before this very committee. The administration has also handed over more than 100,000 pages of documents since the start of the sham impeachment inquiry. Now let's contrast that with the conduct from the Democrats. Democrats have threatened witnesses that, quote unquote, any failure to appear in response to a letter requesting their presence would constitute evidence of obstruction. Let me just go through that language. It's a letter would constitute evidence of obstruction. That's not a subpoena, that's a letter. Democrats have also told the State Department employees that if they insisted on using agency counsel to protect executive branch confidentiality interests, they would have their salaries withheld. That kind of sounds like abuse of power, but I digress a little bit. Democrats have not afforded this president basic procedure protections, such as the right to see all the evidence, the right to call witnesses, or the right to have counsel at hearings. But it's just not the Trump administration that's been railroaded by the Democrats. Judiciary Democrats voted down my own subpoena, my own motion to subpoena the whistleblower, even though I said that he or she could testify in executive session, which would be private, and yet they voted it down on party lines. Chairman Nadler also refused requests to have Chairman Schiff testify before this committee. House Democrats also have denied every Republican request for a fact witness. So I ask, who is really obstructing Congress? The Democrats have no case when it comes to obstruction. This obstruction charge is completely baseless and bogus. If they really wanted to charge someone with obstruction, how about they start with Adam Schiff? Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Bass seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like to begin by answering my colleague's question. He asked, who is really obstructing Congress? Who is obstructing Congress? President Donald Trump. The text of the Constitution devotes only a few sentences to a discussion of impeachment power. Yet among those few sentences is the clear statement that the House possesses the sole power of impeachment. And what that means is that within the sole discretion of the House to determine what evidence is necessary then for it to gather in order to exercise that power. So it's unnecessary for the House to go to the court to enforce subpoenas issued pursuant to an impeachment investigation. If it did, the House's sole power of impeachment would be beholden to the dictates of the judicial rather than the executive branch. Past presidents have disapproved of impeachments, criticized the House, doubted its motives, and insisted they did nothing wrong. But no president, however, including President Nixon, who was on the verge of being impeached for obstruction of Congress, had declared himself and the entire branch of government he oversees totally exempt from subpoenas issued by the House pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has made compliance with every demand a condition of even considering whether to honor subpoenas, and he has directed his senior officials to violate their own legal obligations to turn over subpoenas and provide testimony. Indeed, the House was only able to conduct its inquiry into the Ukraine matter because several witnesses, like the ambassadors, the Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, had the courage to defy the president's unlawful command. President Trump's conduct toward the current House impeachment inquiry is unprecedented. My colleagues talk about information that we should wait to get from the courts. We really wouldn't have to wait to get from the courts if the president would comply and provide documents. I remember when Ambassador Sondland was testifying, and he said that he was testifying from memory because he wasn't even allowed to have access to his own notes in the State Department. President Trump has abused his power and is a continued threat to our democracy and national security. He's put himself before the country, and no one is above the law. When I think of our elections and my concern for our election next year, our election should be decided by us. Our foreign policy and national security should be based on America's interests, not the president's personal and political interests. We've talked over and over again about the real reason for all of this was his concern about corruption. But as one of my colleagues said earlier today, if he was concerned about corruption, he would be concerned about what is going on in the White House and all of the people who he has been affiliated with who are either awaiting sentences, sent to prison, serving time, or awaiting court. So it's noteworthy that members of the minority never actually defend President Trump's misconduct by disputing the facts of the case, but instead try to deflect and distract with irrelevant issues. So I just want to end. Someone asked this earlier, but I don't believe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle ever answered. Forget President Trump. Is it ever okay for a president to invite foreign interference in our election? And with that, I yield to my colleague from California.
Thank you for yielding. I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record the letter from the President's counsel, Pat Cipollone, dated October 8th, 2019.
Without objection.
I just, reflecting on the comments made by my colleague from California, certainly we had a right to receive information. We have a right to make a judgment on the information that we have been able to obtain because impeachment is solely in the province of the Congress. But just on the narrow issue of the assertion of privilege, I think it's important to note that no privilege was asserted in this letter by the counsel. He doesn't say it's executive privilege. He doesn't say anything that you could take to court. He just says he doesn't like what we're doing, and they're not going to give us anything. No, not a piece of paper, not a witness, just no. And that is an absurd situation. It is not acceptable, and it is really obstruction of Congress. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding and yield back to her.
I think my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Listening to my two colleagues from California, this seems to be the greatest amount of circular reasoning that we've heard in the last couple of days. There's been a lot of it, but this is one that I think grabs the blue ribbon. Because what I hear is that an impeachment inquiry, if the White House does not give the House of Representatives in this committee everything we ask for, then that's obstruction of Congress and an impeachable offense. And that's not what the law said, and it's not what the law should be. There are certain privileges and immunities that the President has, irrespective of whether we're doing oversight or whether we're using our Article 2 power, the sole power of impeachment. And he ought to be able to present those, in a court of law. This is not a court of law. I don't blame White House counsel Cipollone for not saying that there were any privileges involved, because we know what the answer is going to be, and that is we're going to blow any claim of privilege away. We're going to blow any type of executive immunity away. We are going to simply say, we want it, and you got to give it to us, no matter whether it's private information or doing some legitimate oversight. Now, we know that the rejection of the argument that we shouldn't have to go to court for that is bogus, because the House of Representatives has gone to court to try to get enforcement of subpoenas that are as a result of this impeachment inquiry. The enforcement against Don McGahn, has gotten as far as the D.C. Circuit. There are others that are pending a little bit further backwards in the judicial system. But what I would like to ask my friends on the majority side is, okay, say we're done with this impeachment inquiry next week. The House passes both articles of impeachment and it goes to the Senate for trial. Does that mean that the whole nexus of why you are attempting to enforce those subpoenas is gone? Are you going to go to court and say it's gone? Are you going to move to dismiss those actions to support enforcement of the subpoenas? If you are following the argument that I've just heard, you got to do it. But I doubt it. I yield back.
Oh, I would have taken
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. The actions of the White House, of the President in this case, are different in kind from all previous actions of executives, of presidents. It is not a question of asserting privileges. It is not a question of adjudicating rights given in court. Rather, the counsel wrote, given that your inquiry lacks any legitimate constitutional foundation, the executive branch cannot be expected to participate in it. It is not up to the President to decide whether an impeachment inquiry by the Congress is legitimate or not. That's our function. That sentence shows right there a usurpation by the President of congressional power, number one. Number two, if the White House had simply asserted privileges for a number of witnesses, that could be adjudicated. And maybe, it may very well be, that had we chosen to oppose that as a reason for an impeachment, that would be invalid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the President saying he does not recognize our impeachment and he will not participate in it. He will not grant anything. That is an obstruction of Congress. It's a usurpation of Congress's role to decide whether to have an impeachment inquiry, and it's a decision to completely try to frustrate that inquiry by denying all participation, by denying all documents and all witnesses without asserting any privileges. There's nothing to do with privileges. Privileges may be adjudicated in court. An assertion by the executive that the impeachment power cannot be exercised by Congress is an obstruction of Congress, and if allowed to get away with it, eliminates the power of impeachment as a check on the power of the presidency, and is a large step toward dictatorship, because the threat of impeachment is the only threat, the only enforcement mechanism that Congress has on a president who would usurp powers and destroy the separation of powers, especially given the Department of Justice's policy that a sitting president cannot be indicted, and the administration's assertion that he cannot even be investigated criminally. That leaves only impeachment as a remedy and as a check on presidential power. And if you don't want a dictatorship, you have to allow Congress to exercise the power of impeachment. And the Congress has a sole power, the House has a sole power of impeachment, which means we have the right to get the documents we demand, may be subject to certain privileges, but that's not at issue here because no privileges have been asserted. Instead, what has been asserted is that the executive has the right to determine that the impeachment inquiry is invalid. They usurp the role of the House. This is an assertion of tyrannical power. That's why we must impeach the president on this article to go along with this amendment and get rid of Article 2 and say it is, in effect, it is permissible for the president to deny the impeachment power of the House is a long step away from constitutional government, a long step away from any control over the power of a president, and a long step toward tyranny. And I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
who seeks recognition?
I just wanted to ask if you would yield for 1 minute, one quick question on that.
I will yield. I yielded back, but I'll yield.
I just wanted to ask, you said it's the only, or to paraphrase, it's the only remedy. Why is court not an appropriate remedy in this case?
Court would be an
I think your microphone's off.
Sorry. Court might be an appropriate remedy if a privilege were asserted. I'm not willing to say that you couldn't mount an impeachment based on overbroad assertions of privilege. But no privileges have been asserted. There's nothing for a court to review. All that the president has said is there will be no, he has directed everyone in the executive branch, do not provide a piece of paper, do not testify. There's nothing for the court to review. He has simply asserted that the Constitution, that he doesn't recognize the constitutional power of Congress to impeach. He won't recognize it. He thinks it's invalid, and that's not his function to do. It's our function to determine whether an impeachment inquiry is valid or not. It's a valid inquiry.
Isn't the next step then to hold a witness in contempt for either not producing documents or not appearing?
If and a privilege were asserted, yes, but it's gone beyond that. We could certainly do that, but it's not a sufficient remedy. The only remedy for a president who says the House does not have the power to determine to have an impeachment inquiry is to say that's an obstruction of Congress. My time has expired. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman offering his amendment to strike the second article, which I think, unfortunately, is as ridiculous as the first article in this case. An obstruction charge requires a concerted effort to interfere with or impede a congressional election. What the president did, asserting executive privilege, is not in any way, shape, or form obstruction. Executive privilege is a time-honored, constitutionally protected right of each and every administration, and it's been asserted time and time again by administration after administration, both Republican and Democratic. When Congress disagrees with a particular assertion of executive privilege, the remedy is not impeachment. The remedy is to go to court and let the third branch of government, as I mentioned a little while ago, decide who is correct. That's why we have checks and balances in this country. We've got three branches of government. They're all supposed to keep an eye on each other. And in this case, the remedy is to go to the courts and let the courts decide if the president and this Congress disagree. And except that the House Democrats have decided that they don't want to wait for the courts to decide, not when they can instead just impeach the president and maybe damage him politically, although apparently that's not happening, but I think that was their goal. You want to talk about abuse of power. What the House Democrats are doing here is a clear case, in my view, of abusing their office for political gain. The majority really should hold themselves in contempt for conducting this one-sided, biased impeachment investigation and then attacking the White House for refusing to participate in such a patently unfair process. And I think if you look at the record of this president thus far, and he's only been in office 3 years at this point, the accomplishments are quite considerable. Impeaching a president that's accomplished these types of things is just patently absurd. Look at the economy right now. And why is the economy doing so well? I think it's principally two things. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that this president pushed and was passed when the previous Congress was in control. It was Republicans, both the House and the Senate at that time. The Democrats kept screaming, oh, these are tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. About 85% of the American people had their taxes reduced. Yes, wealthy people got their taxes cut, but so did virtually everybody else in this economy. That's one of the principal reasons that we're seeing the economy continue to grow. That's one of the reasons that unemployment in this country is so low right now. It's at historic lows, about 50 years. And it's not just wealthy people doing well. A lot of people are doing well, and it's because of the tax cuts. About, as I mentioned, 85% of the people got their tax cuts. Unemployment in this country among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans is at all-time low. Unemployment all-time low among those groups because of this president's policies in conjunction with Congress back when Republicans were in the majority. I happen to be the ranking member, the lead Republican on the House Small Business Committee. I was the chairman of that committee for the last 2 years. Small businesses all across America are doing very well right now. Their confidence is at all-time highs. Why is it so important that small businesses do well? Well, about 70% of the new jobs created in the American economy are created by small business folks all across this country. They're the backbone of the American economy. And the other reason I think, other than taxes being reduced, why you're seeing the economy grow so well, is because he has reduced the red tape, the bureaucracy, the regulations that come out of Washington. Because when he was running as a candidate, he said his goal was to get rid of 2 existing regulations right now, red tape, 2 existing regulations for every new regulation coming out of Washington. That was a tough goal, but we've even exceeded that. So those 2 things together, I think, are one of the principal reasons this economy is growing so well. There's so many things that you could talk about the successes, but one that's actually going to happen soon is improving NAFTA, the USMCA. And again, Hopefully, the Democrats are going to pass this. They're in control here in the House now, and they face the challenge because if they passed it, then the president's obviously going to get some credit because he's been pushing this. They don't really want the president necessarily to get any credit, but they also are trying to get rid of the label of being a do-nothing Congress since they've been in control now. So they're going to apparently impeach the president and at the same time pass the USMCA. It's unfortunate it takes impeaching a president to pass it, but I'm really happy that we're impeaching it because, that we are passing USMCA because that's really good for the country. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back before he gets into too much trouble.
It takes impeaching a president to pass it, but I'm really happy that we're impeaching it because, that we are passing USMCA because that's really good for the country. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back before he gets into too much trouble. I recognize, for what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm really uncomfortable with the suggestion that's been made several times today that the U.S. Constitution is for sale. You know, there's no exception in the Constitution that allows a president to cheat in an election just because the economy is going well. My oath to protect and defend the Constitution isn't for sale. Look, if President Trump's obstruction, abuse of power, and obstruction of Congress are not impeachable, nothing is. Article 1 charges Trump with the abuse of power for attempting to undermine our elections. The primary check on a president becoming a king is elections. This president abused his powers to undermine our elections. That's Article 1. Article 2, which my colleague has suggested we should abandon, charges President Trump with obstruction of Congress for blocking the production of all documents and witnesses subpoenaed by Congress in the impeachment investigation. Congress's power to investigate and impeach the president is the backstop to elections to protect our government from being overrun by the executive. The president has undermined our Constitution by obstructing Congress's impeachment power without a legal basis. For our Constitution to operate properly, it depends upon people acting in a reasonable manner. We're not dealing with an executive at this point who is acting in a reasonable manner. You know, often people ask lawyers, oh, can I sue? And it's an old lawyer joke that, of course you can sue. The question is, can you win? President Trump has made a career out of suing, knowing that he had no chance to win. He has clogged up our courts for decades, and he usually loses because he hasn't a legal leg to stand on. That's the situation we're in now. He has defied congressional subpoenas without a legal leg to stand on. He hasn't claimed executive privilege, which is something that could go to the courts. He's made up something called absolute immunity. Never before in the history of our country have we had a president who said, you can't talk to anyone in my administration, you can't see any documents. When we had Hope Hicks come before this, his communications secretary, come before this committee several months ago, she was subject to a claim of absolute immunity. She wasn't allowed to testify to anything that had happened, that she'd seen, that had been done from the moment she walked into the White House until she left. She wasn't allowed to tell us where her office was. I mean, this is the kind of absolute, tempted to say, iron curtain that this president has tried to place between his administration and the American people. There is no way in hell I will vote to remove obstruction of Congress from these articles, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. What purpose does, what?
Oh.
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support the gentleman from Pennsylvania, his amendment. He said in his remarks, he said the real obstruction came from Chairman Schiff. So true. And you know who the first victim was? This committee. This committee, unless you were on the Intel Committee, the Oversight Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, you couldn't set in for the 17 fact witnesses. You couldn't be a part of those depositions. Now, some people tried. My good friend from Florida tried to get in as a member of the committee that's now marking up the articles of impeachment, but he wasn't allowed. So the first victim of the real obstruction to get to all the information was this committee. The committee charged with writing up the articles of impeachment, marking them up as we speak, wasn't allowed to be in there for the 17 fact witnesses that we all deposed. But the Democrat rules were even worse. No subpoena power for Republicans. Depositions, as I said, done in secret in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol. In those depositions, remember, these witnesses were subpoenaed. They're supposed to answer our questions, but only the Democrats got all their questions answered. There were questions that Republicans asked that the chairman of the Intel Committee prevented the witnesses from answering. Democrats denied Republicans witnesses for the open hearings. We weren't allowed to call the witnesses we want. We had to submit a list. We put a couple people on the list from the 17 people that Adam Schiff subpoenaed just so we could have some people that we thought might help make the real case and present the facts, but we weren't allowed to call our witnesses. And of course, the one witness that we really wanted to call, even though Adam Schiff initially said that we'd get a chance to hear from him, we weren't allowed to, and that's the whistleblower. Remember when this all happened in September? Adam Schiff told us we were going to get to hear from the whistleblower. The whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge, who was biased against the president, who worked with Joe Biden. He said we're going to get to hear from him, but then changed his mind. And what changed the chairman's mind? Well, remember, the day after the call, the whistleblower writes this memo. Says the call was describes it as crazy, frightening, but he waits 18 days to file his complaint. But what happens in that 18-day time frame? Whistleblower goes off and sees Adam Schiff, gets some marching orders from Adam Schiff's staff, and everything changes. We don't get to hear from him. We don't get to hear from the person. And because we don't get to hear from the whistleblower, remember the complaint that gets filed on August 12th? Very first point the whistleblower makes in that complaint, he says this: over the past 4 months, more than half a dozen U.S. officials informed me about this effort. We have no idea. The committee marking up articles of impeachment, we have no idea who those half a dozen U.S. officials are. We don't know if we talked to them. We don't know if they came and testified. We don't know if they're the people. My guess is Colonel Vindman was one of them, but who knows? We don't know, because we never got to talk to the individual who started it all with the complaint that the chairman of the Intel Committee told us when it all started, we're going to get to hear from him, but then when it's discovered that his staff had communicated with the whistleblower, nope, we're not going to get to. So the real victim of the obstruction here is this committee. We've not had any fact witness. We've had 4 Democrat witnesses in front of us. 3 law professors that the majority called in, and 1 Democrat law professor that the Republicans called in. That's all we've heard from. Those are the 4 witnesses, and then a bunch of staff. None of the 17 witnesses. So I support the gentleman from Pennsylvania's amendment, and he's exactly right. The obstruction came from the chairman of the Intel Committee. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Okay, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, so we're charged with the responsibility of taking the facts that have been established in this investigation, applying them to the Constitution that we over 100 hours of testimony, 260 text messages, the transcript of the president's own words, emails between high-ranking officials of the Trump administration, and what we know, what the direct evidence is the President of the United States hired Rudy Giuliani to lead this effort. The President engaged in a smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch and then fired her because she was an anti-corruption fighter. The President put a hold on military aid to Ukraine. The President and others acting on his behalf demanded that President Zelensky publicly announce an investigation of the President's chief political rival. The President put the 3 amigos, Ambassador Sondland, Perry, and Volker, in charge of Ukraine. The President refused to have a meeting or release aid until the public announcement of the investigation of his political opponent. The President told the Vice President Pence, not to attend the new President of Ukraine's inauguration. And the President spoke to Ambassador Sondland about what Ambassador Sondland described as a quid pro quo. Just to name a few highlights of the evidence. But what we know also, if you drill down a little more, and I want to speak specifically about Trump administration officials who were in the middle of this activity. On July 21st, 2019, there was a text from Ambassador Taylor to Ambassador Sondland, and I quote, "President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics." David Holmes testified, "I was surprised that the requirement was so specific and concrete. This was a demand that President Zelensky personally commit to a specific investigation of President Trump's political rival on a cable news channel." Mr. Holmes also testified in response to a question during counsel's examination. "You're acknowledging, I think, Mr. Holmes, are you not, that Ukraine very much felt pressured to undertake these investigations that the President, Rudy Giuliani, and Ambassador Sondland and others were demanding?" Answer from Mr. Holmes, "Yes, sir." Ambassador Taylor has a call on September 8th with Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Taylor says this is a career diplomat, a Vietnam War hero, and Ambassador Taylor says, "During our call, Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman, and when a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asked that a person to pay up before signing the check." Ambassador Volker made the same argument. I argued to both of them that explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything, and holding up security assistance for domestic political gain was crazy. And finally, on September 9th, Ambassador Taylor, in a text exchange with Ambassador Sondland, again says, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign," end quote. So the record is filled with evidence that, in fact, the President of the United States abused the enormous power of his office in an effort to cheat in the 2020 election, to drag foreign interference into the 2020 election, and to corrupt an American presidential election. And he used the power of his office with the help of taxpayer funds to leverage his effort to drag foreign powers into our elections. And when I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say, who's the victim is American democracy. The victim is the people we represent, who expect us to honor our oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Are my Republican colleagues really saying that it is okay for a president to invite or drag or persuade or coerce foreign powers to distort an American presidential election? We have men and women who have given their lives to protect our democracy. We owe it to them to be sure that, you know who gets to decide who's going to be the American president? The American people, not some foreign power. That's a sacred right of citizens of this country. And if we allow this president to get away with this, we will have lost our democracy, and we have conveyed that right to foreign powers, and we will no longer have a democracy. So I urge my colleagues to support these articles of impeachment so we can again vindicate the right of the American people to determine their own future and to elect their own leaders. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does this gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to urge support for this amendment striking Article 2. There's been a lot said today, as everybody's acknowledged, and I'm just struck by the hyperbolic language that is being used on the other side and this breathless charge that we hear over and over about Article 2, that this is the first time in the history of the Republic that any president has evoked this kind of privilege or evoked this kind of immunity over subpoenas from Congress. And of course, it's just simply not. And this breathless charge that we hear over and over about Article 2, that this is the first time in the history of the Republic that any president has evoked this kind of privilege or evoked this kind of immunity over subpoenas from Congress. And of course, it's just simply not true. I mean, a cursory review of the history, even a review of the witness testimony that was presented in this very committee a week ago, would show you that that's just simply a baseless charge. The truth is, in the history of this republic, there's never been a single-party fraudulent impeachment process deployed against a president like the one that's being used against Donald Trump. That's what's unprecedented here. It's not the claim that a president doesn't want to turn over witnesses or documents. That, as we've said many times today, is actually quite common. And by the way, let's remember, it needs to be noted again, that President Trump has consistently cooperated with this Congress in fulfilling its oversight and investigation responsibilities. I noted the statistics this morning when we started. Over 25 administration officials have testified before the House Oversight Committee this year. Over 20 have testified before the House Judiciary Committee. At the start of the impeachment inquiry this year, the House the White House produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the Oversight Committee. In spite of their allegation, the Democrats know that President Trump has a lawful cause to challenge these subpoenas because they involve direct communications between high-ranking advisors and a president. That's very sensitive stuff. It's always recognized to be privileged. There's a special legal protection that applies there, and we need the courts to sort through the nuances of that. And most of these individuals, by the way, that they subpoenaed are not related to the Ukraine matter at hand. Any objective observer would regard this as a mere fishing expedition. Some would even call it presidential harassment because the administration is being used by these Democrat committee chairs to advance their political agenda. This agenda does not allow them time to proceed to a court to do this the right way, to go through the process that is historic. It comports with our custom and practice and our tradition and the Constitution. Professor Turley was our only witness, the only one we've been allowed in the Judiciary Committee on our side, and in the very, I think, exceptional testimony that he submitted to us in writing, he said this. I want to read you this excerpt because it's right on point. Quote, this is page 42 of his document. If this committee elects to seek impeachment on the president's failure to yield to congressional demands in an oversight or impeachment investigation, listen, it will have to distinguish a long line of cases where prior presidents sought the very same review while withholding witnesses and documents. Take the Obama administration position, for instance, on the investigation of Fast and Furious, which was mentioned earlier. Congress justifiably began an oversight investigation into that scandal. Some members called for impeachment proceedings, but President Obama invoked executive privilege and barred essential testimony and documents. President Obama did that. This is not unprecedented, okay? This is custom and practice. Now, Professor Turley continues, the position of the Obama administration was regarded as extreme there, and some even said absurd. But here's the important point. President Obama had every right to seek judicial review in the matter, and many members of this very committee supported that position. Basing impeachment, Professor Turley continues, on this obstruction theory would itself be an abuse of power by Congress. It would be extremely dangerous precedent to set for the future presidents and Congresses in making an appeal to the judicial branch into a high crime and misdemeanor. Unquote. Here's the deal. Impeachment was never intended to be a remedy for political disagreements. It wasn't intended to be a remedy even for legal disagreements between the legislative branch and the executive branch. That's why there's a third branch of government. That's why we have the judiciary. This is a very dangerous road indeed, as Professor Turley noted. And I hope and pray that future Congresses can and will exercise greater restraint than has what's been shown by Chairman Schiff and Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Nadler and the rest. The stability of our republic is going to depend on that in the future. And I pray that we can put this genie back in the bottle. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. It is the basis of our government. By the people, for the people. We have requested hundreds of documents and have been provided with absolutely not one document. The president has actually instructed the State Department to not give us the information that we've asked. He has told witnesses, people that we have subpoenaed to come in front of Congress to testify, to not come and testify. Talk about a dangerous precedent. I think that the people deserve to know how he's using the office of the presidency to advance his own interests above those of the people whom he was elected to serve. The president has abused his office and is now using that power of the office to hide the extent of that abuse from the people. That is abuse of power. That is an impeachable offense. And I just want to end by saying that it is also appalling that throughout this process, the president and the Republican Party have continuously attacked foreign service officers, the men and women of the military, our intelligence community, those who protect us every day undermining our national security. They are patriots, and they should be treated as such. After all, we are all Americans. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gohmert seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment.
Does the gentleman strike the last word?
Yep. Yes, I do.
The gentleman is recognized.
You know, this is so surreal. You know, it seems that we've come to a time when right is wrong, wrong is right, bullies are the victims, and the victims are called bullies. For 3 years, this president has been harassed. He's been so surreal. You know, it seems that we've come to a time when right is wrong, wrong is right, bullies are the victims, and the victims are called bullies. For 3 years, this president has been harassed. He's been electronically surveilled, spied upon, as normal people would call it. Allegations have never ceased. They continue, and they're continuing today. At some point, you would think that someone would look at the abuses by Congress, by the Justice Department, friends of our Democrats, by the FBI, friends of our Democrats who hated the president when he was nothing but a candidate. At some point, somebody would go, this is out of control. We need to step back and say, wait, this train is off the tracks. It's time to get, and here's the word, reasonable. What's gone on the last 3 years is not reasonable. There's a doctrine, those who are attorneys know, you're going to try to pursue some remedy, you need to have clean hands. The majority has been so abusive. Sure, this administration has produced tons of witnesses after subpoenas, some without, sometimes it's just negotiated. But normally what happens is subpoena is received, and it means you're not going to be able to use an agency attorney, even though, and an agency attorney will not be allowed in, even though the only way that the witness can appear and have executive privileges properly claimed is to have an agency or department attorney with them. And that's when things get negotiated and get worked out. But some of our friends know that if they're abusive enough with subpoenas and with lawfare, just not warfare, but using the law as a weapon, you can run people out of office. They successfully did that, continually suing Sarah Palin, Ryan Zinke. He couldn't afford to keep hiring individual lawyers when agency lawyers couldn't come. This is the kind of stuff that's been going on. And so this will end up, since our friends are not being reasonable, we're not willing to negotiate with the administration so agency lawyers could come claim executive privilege, even though the target kept changing. They didn't know what they were going to come testify about. They were being accused of all kinds of different things. That kept changing, and it's changed even in the last 48 hours, total 24 hours. It's changed. How do you defend yourself when the charge keeps changing? I mean, this is like a Stalin-esque type court system. You know, you don't get to meet and cross-examine your witnesses. And in fact, we'll just have some law professor that's paid by our friends come in and explain what the witnesses probably said, did say, what it is. That's all you need to hear. If you're going to vote on guilt or innocence, impeachment or not, you don't need to hear the witnesses. We don't need no stinking witnesses. Just bring us the chance to vote, and we will vote. It is an outrage. There is nothing reasonable about what's gone on, and especially it is so ironic. This is the same week when the corruption of the Department of Justice has been shown And there is no sorrow, no apology, no remorse whatsoever by this incredible abusive system. So the obstruction of Congress is by people in Congress. The administration has not been unreasonable. They've seen what has happened when this abusive Justice Department gets people in a perjury trap. They got nothing to go on, but if we can get you in and get you to testify, then we can prosecute you if you make a mistake while you're testifying. It was very, very reasonable not to come answer the subpoenas when you couldn't have an agency lawyer and there's no negotiation with the other side. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Dean seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Throughout the course of this investigation, we've seen a stark contrast between the patriots who stood up to tell the truth and those who have turned a blind eye to the truth. And so tonight, to those patriots, I want to lift you up. I want to tell you thank you.
Vietnam War
I
veteran,
am in awe of
Marie
you.
Yovanovitch,
Extraordinary former ambassador to Ukraine who joined the Foreign Service during the Reagan administration. Dr. Fiona Hill, former Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director of Europe and Russia on the National Security Council, and so many others. More than a dozen other witnesses in this administration who confirmed the details of the wrongdoing of a president. They described a president who reflexively and repeatedly abused his power for personal gain, jeopardizing our security and our own democracy. These patriots had the courage to live up to their oath. Their words mattered. Patriots, my family knows something about the sacrifice of service. 2 of my brothers served in the Navy during the Vietnam War. My brother Bob serving 2 tours in Vietnam. And I'm lucky to serve with those who have served on my own staff. First Lieutenant Colin Milon, who was recently called to service to active duty, and staffers Tim Mack and Dave Corrigan, proud Marines. Now, as members of Congress, it is our turn to stand up. Dr. King once said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience. It's where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This is a time of great challenge. And some of my colleagues do not want to face the realities of a president's wrongdoings. And so I ask my colleagues tonight, what are you afraid of? This country was built by those who were brave enough to stand up against King George. We are called to stand up against Donald J. Trump. What are you afraid of? Look to our framers. Look to our patriots for courage, because this is about courage. The courage to honor our oath, my oath, your oath. Mr. Chairman, I will, with somberness of purpose, yet with confidence in our Constitution, be voting no on this amendment and be voting yes on these articles of impeachment. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks? Mr. Chairman. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Who strike last word?
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Rushenthaler amendment, and I offer this to you. Charging the President with obstruction of Congress is frankly unprecedented, and in itself, it threatens our system of government. The principles of separation of powers and checks and balances demand that a president be permitted to resist demands that the president finds overly broad, burdensome, harassing, or otherwise violative of his constitutional privileges. It is an absurdity to claim that the granting to Congress of the sole power of impeachment implies duties to the president to cooperate in any and all Rushenthaler amendment, and I offer this to you. Charging the President with obstruction of Congress is frankly unprecedented, and in itself, it threatens our system of government. The principles of separation of powers and checks and balances demand that a president be permitted to resist demands that the president finds overly broad, burdensome, harassing, or otherwise violative of his constitutional privileges. It is an absurdity to claim that the granting to Congress of the sole power of impeachment implies duties to the president to cooperate in any and all congressional requests, no matter their merit. Disputes between the branches are actually a feature. They're a feature of our system. They're not a bug in the system. The branches are required to engage in a process of accommodation to reach an agreement that takes into account the relative equities of both sides. But both branches have rights and interests to protect. We do, the executive does. If those disputes cannot be resolved, the courts are to step in. Anything less threatens the separation of powers that is a very foundation of this Constitution. This majority has taken the position, quite frankly, the dubious position, that despite clear precedent to the contrary, that a vote of the full House is not required to an open impeachment proceeding. Think of the implication of that. Any rogue committee chairman can, on his or her own, commence an impeachment proceeding against a president. That chairman can then submit whatever subpoenas and document requests they wish. Under the theory of these articles, the president has no choice but to comply with a single rogue committee chairman because his failure to do so would be have defied congressional subpoenas, including President Obama on many occasions, as my colleague from Louisiana just pointed out a moment ago. Many presidents have outright refused to cooperate with congressional investigations as well. And I'm going to give you 3 historical cases that are not artifacts, but are actual cases where, for instance, President Jackson said in 1837, he called a House subpoena illegal and unconstitutional, stating that he would repel all such attempts as an invasion of the principles of justice, as well as of the Constitution, and he shall esteem it his sacred duty to the people of the United States to resist them as he would the establishment of a Spanish Inquisition. That's from Andrew Jackson. Later, President Coolidge said in a New York Times article from April 24 that he sent a message in that op-ed piece to the Senate saying that he would cease to participate in their unwarranted intrusion and questioning the legitimacy of their investigation. And in 1948, for instance, President Truman published an executive order in the Federal Register ordering executive departments to respectfully decline any subpoena pertaining to congressional investigation into an executive branch personnel. And then we have the recent Obama example. So if you had a problem, you don't necessarily, the chairman said that, well, that he didn't exert privilege. Well, actually, he claimed executive privilege in a very broad way. Y'all were very disgusted about it when he initially did it. But typically what would happen is I'd issue a subpoena, have it served. The person doesn't show up. Guess what we do? We go into court and we prove the provenance of our subpoena. The court then issues an additional order. Maybe it's a warrant for arrest, maybe it's a fine, maybe it's a contempt citation, but we avail ourselves of the process. You haven't done that. And you haven't done it because Mr. Schiff said so just last week because he didn't want to take the time to avail himself of the process that you claim you're defending. And that is precisely why Professor Turley and all who look at this with objective eyes say, you are the ones abusing the process. You are abusing Congress and you're abusing the president and the executive branch. But I'm afraid what happens is we actually denigrate our body and we denigrate the very process that we claim to be protecting today. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Ms. Escobar seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard our colleagues argue that obstruction of Congress has not happened. One of our colleagues called the charge ridiculous. Another colleague said, quote, "The president has consistently cooperated with Democrats." A stunning statement. You know, I've had the incredible privilege of serving on the House Judiciary Committee now for almost a year. The freshmen were sworn in January 3rd, and we've had many, many, many hearings. And there's a thread that runs through all those hearings, especially those hearings where we are trying to provide proper oversight over the President of the United States. And that thread is that my colleagues complain bitterly about our efforts to be a check, our efforts to perform our obligation under the Constitution, and our efforts to provide oversight. We hear it time and time again. And this idea that the President has cooperated, that is the claim that is actually absurd. The President has refused to honor subpoenas during impeachment. So if you can imagine, this President has achieved a new low and lowered the bar significantly. If it were not for the patriots, and I associate myself with the statement by Representative Dean who thanked them, they are heroes. They put their reputations, their names, their safety and their security at risk so that they could defend this country and defend the Constitution and uphold the oath of office, the oath that they took as public servants. But let's find out just how cooperative this President has been during this investigation. And I'd like to ask Representative Swalwell, my colleague who serves on intelligence, Representative Swalwell, how many documents did you all request during this investigation?
71. Gentlelady yields to Mr. Swalwell.
On pages 30 and 31 of the Intelligence Committee findings, it was 71 documents to the White House.
And how many witnesses?
12 witnesses we asked to show up, who the President directed to not show up.
How many, so that the American public understands, so you requested 72 documents, 12 witnesses. How many documents and how many witnesses did the President provide?
12 were asked to show up, and he directed them not to show up. 0 of the 71 documents were provided.
Thank you so much, Representative Swalwell. I want to ask the American people, what is the President trying to hide from you? Why is he trying to keep you in the dark? If he has nothing to hide, then let him come forward with those documents and those witnesses. I want to conclude by just touching a little bit on something I mentioned last night. Unfortunately, we've come to expect this kind of behavior from the President. And this really is a very, very tragic moment in American history, a very dark moment in American history. But it's made even more tragic by enablers who seek to make sure that they protect one man at any cost. One man who is not for America, one man who is for himself. This is a reckoning for us, and this is a moment when we should be standing with the patriots. I am very proud, as dark as this moment is, I am very proud to stand with the patriots here on this committee, and I will continue to stand with the patriots who defend this country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jayapal, I'm sorry, for what purpose does Mr. Klein seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already talked today about the lack of evidence in support of the first article of impeachment, the abuse of power article. They can't prove bribery, they can't prove extortion, they can't even prove a campaign finance violation. Since they don't have the elements to prove any crime, they created one and said that there was, quote, no higher crime. There are higher crimes, there are actual crimes, but since the President didn't commit one, here we are. It's laughable if it weren't so sad. We do know a few things, though, the same 4 facts that have been repeated throughout. We've already talked today about the lack of evidence in support of the first article of impeachment, the abuse of power article. They can't prove bribery, they can't prove extortion, they can't even prove a campaign finance violation. Since they don't have the elements to prove any crime, they created one and said that there was, quote, no higher crime. There are higher crimes, there are actual crimes, but since the President didn't commit one, here we are. It's laughable if it weren't so sad. We do know a few things, though, the same 4 facts that have been repeated throughout. Both President Trump and President Zelensky have said there were no pressure on the call. There was no conditionality of aid in the call transcript. The Ukrainians were not aware that the aid was withheld when the president spoke. And we have the Time magazine article involving Andrew Yarmak, which hasn't been pursued by this committee. And fourth, Ukraine didn't open an investigation but still received the aid and a meeting with President Trump. You know, my colleague said earlier, we can't prove any of it, so we're going to accuse him of all of it and call it abuse of power. That's it to a point. So now we have a second article charging obstruction of Congress. The Democrats have alleged that the president directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives. But the facts don't match up with these claims. The president has legitimate constitutional privileges, and the courts can and should determine the boundaries of these privileges. The White House released 2 call transcripts to the public for review during this process. Ambassador Sondland said the president told him, "Go tell the truth," when the ambassador told the president he was asked to testify before Congress. In addition, these claims of obstruction ignore the appropriate role of the third branch of government to review conflicts between the executive and Congress. The majority, by seeking to impeach the president for failing to yield to their demands in an oversight or impeachment investigation, fails to distinguish instances where prior presidents sought the very same review while withholding testimony and documents. They also ignore instances where the 2 branches negotiated in good faith over the return of documents. But after the failure of the majority to negotiate in good faith over the rules for this very impeachment proceeding, why would we think that there would be an effort by the president to acknowledge and work in good faith to resolve said dispute? Better that in their minds to wait for the courts to resolve it, which is their right. President Obama, during the Fast and Furious investigation, invoked executive privilege and barred essential testimony and documents. During its litigation, the Obama administration argued the courts had no authority over its denial of such witnesses and evidence to Congress, but the federal court and Committee on Oversight and Government Reform versus Holder disagreed. Professor Turley, in his testimony to this committee, testified that he thinks the Democrats' impeachment process is an abuse of power. He said, quote, "What I'm saying is that if you want a well-based, a legitimate impeachment case to set this abbreviated schedule, demand documents, and then impeach because they haven't been turned over when they go to a court, when the president goes to a court, I think that is an abuse of power. If you make a high crime and misdemeanor out of going to the courts, it is an abuse of power. It's your abuse of power." I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Republican colleagues have been putting forward a lot of excuses today, and so I want to go through the ones that we've heard the most. First, they've said that the president's behavior was all about his supposedly legitimate concern about corruption. But what we know is that all of President Trump's agencies, all of his advisors, everyone unanimously told him that Ukraine had passed all the anti-corruption benchmarks. What we know is that the Department of Defense said no further review on Ukraine corruption was necessary. What we know is that President Trump's budget cut aid for Ukraine designed to fight Ukraine corruption. And what we know is that President Trump, before both the calls with President Zelensky in April and July, was given official talking points on corruption in Ukraine, and yet he never used those talking points. In fact, he never mentioned the word corruption on either call. The only 2 names that President Trump mentioned were Joe and Hunter Biden on July 25th. Second excuse the Republicans put forward. They suggest that this was all about the president's desire to get the European Union to share more of the burden of foreign assistance. Well, let's look at that. Mr. Holmes told us that Europe provides 4 times as much assistance, more aid to Ukraine than we do. And actually, the United States aid largely gets paid back. On top of that, Ambassador Sondland, President Trump's ambassador to the European Union, testified clearly that nobody ever told him to go to the European Union and actually ask for more military aid to be provided. That simply wasn't the case. The only thing that President Trump told Ambassador Sondland to communicate to Ukraine, what was that? He told us that resumption of aid would likely not occur unless President Zelensky announced the investigations. And Ambassador Sondland made clear, and this is a quote, "Unless Zelensky went to the mic and announced these investigations, there would be a stalemate over the aid." So what were these investigations? 2016 election interference and Burisma, meaning the Bidens. So finally, left with no other defenses, my Republican colleagues say that President Trump had a legitimate reason to investigate Vice President Biden. But once again, let's look at the facts. That makes no sense whatsoever. The minority's own report states that the allegations against the Bidens were from 2015. 2015. But President Trump readily gave military aid to Ukraine in 2017 and then again in 2018. President Trump's own aides told him that there was no merit to these investigations. So what changed? What led to the sudden push to hold up congressionally approved, desperately needed military aid without telling anybody the reason? Vice President Biden began beating President Trump in the polls. The evidence is clear. When President Trump said, "Do us a favor," though, who was the us? We know who the us was because he said it. President Trump told President Zelensky that his personal attorney, his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, quote, "very much knows what's going on." President Trump could have gone through official channels if he wanted. He could have asked for the Attorney General to conduct an investigation. He could have conducted all sorts of legitimate investigations, but he didn't. And we know that too because the Department of Justice said that President Trump never asked them to do any investigations or even talk to Ukraine. Instead, President Trump asked his personal attorney because us was not about America. The president was not putting America first. This wasn't official policy. This wasn't what was right for our country. Every witness told us that too. This was personal. It was all for President Trump's personal political gain to benefit his own campaign and his reelection, and that's why he used his personal attorney to do that. He abused his power, he abused the power entrusted to him by we the people, and he placed our safety, millions of dollars of taxpayer money, on the table. That is an abuse of power. We must impeach Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Talk about obstruction of Congress and subpoenas, and I'd like to talk about subpoenas for a little bit and the Democratic majority's abuse of subpoenas and how it started. And it started in this committee with a subpoena to the Attorney General, Bill Barr. That compliance with that subpoena would have required him to violate the law. So like a reasonable, rational, deliberative body, what did we do? We held him in contempt. We held the Attorney General of the United States in contempt of Congress for not violating the law. But it gets better, because after that, we held a hearing in Judiciary about whether or not we should have held him in contempt. Oversight Democrats subpoenaed documents from Commerce, legal documents, relating directly to a case that was pending in front of the Supreme Court. And as I stated earlier, those same Democrats on oversight subpoenaed the personal emails of President Trump's children. Democrats on Ways and Means have subpoenaed President Trump's tax returns for purely political purposes. Speaking of politics, Adam Schiff used the subpoena power of the Intelligence Committee to obtain phone records. He then released the phone records of a member of the press and the ranking member and his political opponent. But you cannot weaponize the subpoena power of Congress in order to harass the executive branch and then not expect the executive branch to use every legal remedy at their disposal to oppose those subpoenas. You can continue with an impeachment proceeding. It's a political proceeding, but what you cannot do is charge obstruction because you're going to continue faster than allowing the courts to decide it. And before I finish, I'd just like to point out a couple things. You know who we haven't subpoenaed? Ambassador Bolton. And he basically begged to have one issued to him. We haven't subpoenaed the whistleblower. We haven't subpoenaed Adam Schiff. We haven't subpoenaed Adam Schiff's staff member who talked with the whistleblower. We haven't subpoenaed all the people that the whistleblower mentioned he talked to in relation to this phone call. So if we want to talk about abuse and obstruction and why these things are going on, I think, as another comment my Professor Turley said in a different hearing, we've met the enemy and he is us. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Deutsch seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word. All aspects of the constitutional impeachment process. October 26th, the president argued that Congress should not even be allowed to impeach him under the Constitution. And then on October 8th, the White House counsel, acting on behalf of the president, wrote a letter to the House and said that President Trump cannot permit his administration to participate. Well, this is not a fishing expedition. This is a matter of grave importance, and we've talked about at length the abuse of power that the president has exhibited. But why did the president refuse to produce? Well, we've heard about the dozen officials that he's blocked. But what about all of the documents that we've asked for? What about the witnesses who did come forward, who told us about the briefing materials for President Trump's call with President Zelensky that were prepared by Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and the National Security Council staff summaries of conclusions from meetings relating to Ukraine, including military assistance? And what about the memorandum of conversation from President Trump's meeting in New York with President Zelensky on September 25th? And what of all of the additional documents from the vice president, the notes taken by Jennifer Williams during the call between President Trump and President Zelensky, the briefing materials prepared for the vice president's meeting with President Zelensky? And on November 24th, a news report revealed the White House conducted an internal records review and turned up hundreds of documents that reveal extensive efforts to generate after-the-fact justification for the decision. That's what we're talking about. Obstruction of Congress matters because we know what we're looking for. We know how important it is. The president has stood in the way of this House of Representatives doing its important work. The president should have allowed these officials to speak, should have allowed these documents to speak. My colleagues on the other side understand that this is not a fishing expedition. They know that these documents are there, and if they were to help the president, they would be urging the president to work with us rather than obstruct us. We have to proceed with this obstruction of Congress in article of impeachment, and I oppose this amendment. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Tonight, we are called upon to protect the nation's core values, and I'm going to tell you, money and the economy are not our core values. Cutting regulations are not our core values. Tax cuts for the top 1%, not our core values. Withholding desperately needed security assistance from an ally desperately in need is not a core value. Coercing a foreign power to interfere in a presidential election is not our core value. Giving Congress the finger as it seeks to exercise its authority as a co-equal branch of government is not a core value. I'll tell you what a core value is: fair and free elections, and respect for the Constitution, and to take care that your duties are faithfully executed as president. That is our core value. The faithful execution of the office of the president, the upholding of the oath of office are our core values. To the best of your ability, preserving, protecting, and defending our Constitution That is the nation's core values. When a president commits a grave abuse of the public trust by running roughshod over the high office of president, then Congress is left with no choice but to do its duty to protect the public and the republic from clear and present danger. We must impeach this president. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Donald Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain, and at the same time withheld $391 million in military aid from a vulnerable Ukraine without justification as part of a scheme to solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. The July 25th rough transcript is a smoking gun, and Donald Trump's words pulled the trigger. 5 words: do us a favor, though. And the central question for us to resolve on this committee is whether the president sought a political favor, or is he, as my Republican colleagues suggest, an anti-corruption crusader? That notion is laughable. But let's just check the record to see what it says. Donald Trump spoke to the Ukrainian president twice. Once on April 21st, he did not use the word corruption once. He had a second call with the president of Ukraine on July 25th. He did not use the word corruption once. Donald Trump's own Department of Defense wrote a letter to the Congress on May 23rd and said that the new Ukrainian government had satisfied all necessary preconditions to receive the aid, including the implementation of anti-corruption protocols. That was Donald Trump's Department of Defense saying there are no corruption concerns that should justify the withholding of the aid. That's why so many Trump-appointed witnesses came forward and were troubled. And I just want to enter into the record 3. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who was on the call, reported his concern because, quote, they had significant national security implications for the country. And Lieutenant Colonel Vindman said, it is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen for a political opponent. That was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, 20 years of active duty. Gordon Sondland, ambassador, appointed by Donald Trump. What did he say? Everybody was in the loop. It was no secret. Was there a quid pro quo? The answer is yes. Is Sondland a never-Trumper? He was appointed by Donald Trump. He gave $1 million to Trump's inauguration. And then, of course, there's Bill Taylor, West Point graduate. What did he say? To withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with a political campaign made no sense. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy. That is the record evidence that has been established. Donald Trump did not care about alleged corruption in Ukraine. He sought a political favor. And at the same time that Donald Trump was allegedly concerned with corruption in Ukraine, he authorized $8 billion in weapons sales to the corrupt kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. $8 billion in April he authorized. He was supposedly concerned about corruption. This is a regime that butchered a Washington Post journalist with a bone saw and then lied about it. And at the same time he was withholding money from Ukraine, he authorized $8 billion in weapon sales over the objection of Congress. President pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain. He solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election. The record is clear. He abused his power. He must be held accountable because in America, no one is above the law. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, it is, I've listened to this and, you know, this idea of the process I fully support this amendment. Supported all of it because, frankly, we're in a position right here where we don't need to be. But it's also been very interesting just to listen all day today to the trying to build a case out of nothing. And like I said, I've already went through the fact that the majority has already disparaged beyond belief Mr. Zelensky. I'm not sure why they chose to indulge in character assassination, but they did, and they still are. I'm not sure why they choose to continue to put out articles saying that members of the Ukraine military died because of aid that was withheld. It's just a lie. And even their own articles to prove it says, well, we can't actually say that that's true. But keep sending it out there. Believe me, the American people are watching this farce. But it is amazing to me to listen to my colleagues now talk about how we do proper process and subpoenas. Let me just take you on a little wonderland trip back through this committee this year, in which we issued more subpoenas and we did more things that were just amazingly outrageous than I could ever imagine. In fact, we've learned some stuff this year. And no offense to my chairman, he's been doing as best he could to satisfy the many demands of being the chairman who has to go over to get impeachment over. But we've learned this year that subpoenas were, you know, they just helped you look better in court. We learned that subpoenas are a conversation starter. I'm not sure what that is about, but I know in court that they're not a conversation starter, they're compelling information. They're actually wanting us to move forward. And so when you really look at this and you start talking about how the Democrats have been denied process and denied this, you know, it's really interesting to me that, again, 70-something days. The other day, I think the gentlelady from California said that tried to make a comparison. It was not fast, that the Ken Starr investigation was set. But that was after almost 3.5 years of investigation. In this one, we've had since September till now. The majority, frankly, is acting like petulant children who are not getting their way quick enough because Santa Claus hadn't come yet. Believe me, they're getting ready to vote for their Christmas present. I think the American people next November will remember this Christmas present. But it goes back even further. I remember in a time, and if we want to talk about the sanctity of subpoenas, then why did the majority withdraw from the Copperman suit? Why did they withdraw from that? They wanted to continue. They could have done this. They could have had this charade and still stayed in court. No, it's just a waste of time. We're not going to do it. So don't hand me these high and mighty arguments about process. This is not about obstructing Congress, which right now, it's about Congress just being petulant and saying we don't want what we don't want because we wanted it now. And I can take back to February of this year, Acting Attorney General Whitaker. You remember this? I'll remind some of the folks because many of you are here who wrote about this. They were trying to get Acting Attorney General Whitaker here because they were trying to make political points before as the year got started because there was nothing rolling yet. Mueller hadn't happened, so they couldn't talk about it except in broad, generic terms. Bill Barr wasn't sworn in yet. And 1 week before Bill Barr was sworn in, we brought in Mr. Whitaker. Now, we threatened him with a subpoena and made public declaration about a subpoena until we found out the night before they sent him a letter saying, if you show up, we won't do that subpoena. No, we won't do that. I mean, we found it all right here. We talked about it. So it's a little bit hard for me to hear how this Congress, this committee, and then we're not even going to get started on Mr. Schiff, who, again, loves a camera, loves a microphone, loves his own gavel, but doesn't like to actually have to answer his own questions about his own work and what he's actually done. He doesn't like to have to answer questions, and him and Mr. Goldman last week, when Mr. Goldman was here, on who actually ordered the matching of that so that they could unmask ranking member and journalists, when they could have just as easily put in if it had been proper, member one, congressperson one, individual, anyway, it doesn't matter, they could use whatever they wanted to, but no, they did it for drive-by purposes. So tonight, as we hear the angst and we hear the just plain out, just flat out hypocrisy, remember that this is a majority that had one thing in mind. And I will not deny that they have not passed bills, but I'll also deny that they've not passed bills enough that actually can get any bipartisanship in the Senate, which is known for that. We've done that before in this committee. We've passed bills that actually get signed into law. Instead, we want to talk about subpoenas that we don't enforce, processes we don't follow. Why? Because you can't make the argument. You don't have abuse of power, and you definitely don't have obstruction of Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. One of my colleagues said a minute ago that we're using the law as a weapon. Well, the law is a weapon against people who violate it, don't respect it, don't obey it. My Republican colleagues have claimed that there is not enough here to impeach a president. I have heard them previously say that this is merely about 8 lines from one phone call. Well, perhaps they forgot that the pressure against Ukraine lasted for months. Perhaps they forgot that trying to limit this to merely 8 lines on one phone call underestimates the risk to our national security and our national interests. For you see, Ukraine's ability to protect themselves against Russian aggression is directly tied to our ability to protect ourselves from Russian aggression. But that's right, this president only cares about, and I quote, the big stuff. Big stuff, big things that are directly tied to his personal agenda. But my colleagues also seem to ignore the pattern of behavior, the pattern of misconduct, and certainly the abuse of power. First, the president welcomed interference in the 2016 election. His campaign had multiple contacts with Russia, and he himself publicly invited Russia to interfere. Remember this? Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. Then, after the special counsel was assigned to investigate the president's conduct, the president tried to cover it up by obstructing the investigation and refusing to cooperate. Then, this one really, as someone used to say, takes the cake. Just one day after the special counsel testified before Congress, the president was at it again. Apparently undeterred and emboldened, he demanded interference into the 2020 elections, telling a vulnerable ally, "I would like you to do us a favor, though," and conditioned official acts on the announcement of a sham investigation into the president's chief political rival. And true to form, after the president's scheme was exposed, after he was caught and Congress launched an investigation, the president tried to cover it up by trying to undertake a complete blockade of Congress's investigation. The president's misconduct is a part of a pattern. First, the president invites foreign powers to interfere in our elections, and then he obstructs lawful inquiries into his behavior, whether by Congress or by law enforcement. And then he does it again, because remember, he believes he is above the law, and he certainly has the full support of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Most recently, the president suggested publicly that China, why don't you come on in? The water's warm. China should interfere in our elections by investigating former Vice President Joe Biden. The president has taken no accountability for his misconduct. He has shown no remorse, no surprises there. Rather, he has doubled down and made clear that he will continue to solicit interference in our election for his own personal gain, not the gain of the American people. He will continue to disregard a co-equal branch of government that were designed to keep the executive branch in check. In other words, unless he is stopped, the president will continue to erode our democracy and the values on which our country was founded. We cannot and we will not allow that to happen. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield to Mr. Reschenthaler.
I thank the gentleman from Texas. You know, there's a saying, and it's that facts don't care about your feelings. So let's go through some facts. Let's talk about the Trump administration and how much they actually have cooperated with Congress. In the report, the Schiff report, Chairman Schiff argued that President Trump has obstructed the impeachment inquiry. In letters sent to request deposition witnesses, Chairman Schiff wrote, and I quote, "Any failure to appear for a scheduled deposition shall constitute evidence of obstruction of the House's impeachment inquiry," end quote. However, there's ample evidence of the administration complying with the congressional oversight and investigations during 2017 and 2018, even with congressional probes that the administration did not find legitimate. For example, over 25 administration officials testified before the House Oversight Committee. Over 20 administration officials have testified before the House Judiciary Committee. Additionally, as of the start of the Democrats' impeachment inquiry, the administration has produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the House Oversight Committee. That's over 100,000 pages of documents. And I must say, they produced them in a timely manner. They didn't dump them within 48 hours of a hearing. But again, I digress. The administration also engaged in investigations that they disagreed with. For example, the House Oversight Democrats initiated a sweeping investigation into the White House security clearances practices, despite the president's broad authority to grant security clearances to whomever the administration wishes. In that investigation, the administration provided the current White House chief security officer to brief both members and staff of the White House security clearance process. The administration has also provided committee staff with in-camera reviews of over 500 pages of White House documents and policies related to the security clearance process. The FBI has also allowed committee staff to review in-camera hundreds of documents pertaining to the role the White House security clearance has played, and has briefed both members of the committee staff on their role in the White House security clearance process, and provided committee staff with multiple follow-up briefings regarding their own internal security clearance process. We've heard Democrats talk this evening about the border. So let's just talk about the border, the administration's willingness to open themselves up to review in that regard too. The administration has produced more than 9,600 documents in response to the committee's subpoenas related to child separation at the border. Again, that's over 9,600 documents. Additionally, in August and September of 2019, the administration accommodated 9 separate multi-day surprise congressional visits to ICE and DHS facilities across the country. The administration has worked with the committee staff to observe 11 CPB holding facilities, 13 ICE detention facilities, and 6 state-licensed privately run facilities that contract with HHS. So contrary to the assertions from the Democrats, the Trump administration has cooperated substantially in matters related to the border and elsewhere. But let's just contrast that with the Democrats' combative posture. In letters to the State Department employees, the committee threatened witnesses that, and I quote, any failure to appear in response to a mere letter requesting their presence for a deposition shall, and I quote, constitute evidence of obstruction. This is just letters, not subpoenas. In letters the State Department employees, in letters to the State Department employees, the committee threatened witnesses that if they insist on having agency counsel present to protect the executive branch in their confidentiality interests, or if they make any effort to protect confidentiality interests at all, these officials will have their salaries withheld. Withholding of salaries. The committees have not afforded the president basic protections such as the right to seal evidence, the right to present evidence, the right to call witnesses, the right to have counsel present at hearings, the right to cross-examine all witnesses, the right to make objections relating to examination of witnesses, or the admissibility of testimony and evidence, and did not afford the president the right to respond to evidence and testimony presented. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
To move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
My colleagues, the urgency of this moment is the grave risk that the president will again abuse his power of the presidency to try and secure his re-election. We have reason to be concerned. The presidency gives him great powers to cause others to interfere in our elections. And the only protection we have is to act now. Because the president is cheating right now. And to any of my colleagues who ask why move on this right now, it's a crime spree in progress. And as Chairman Schiff said earlier this week, what are we supposed to do? Just let him cheat one more time? Expect him to eventually do the right thing? And here's what my colleagues' logic amounts to if we wait. It amounts to this: allow the building to burn, collapse, fall to the ground, and then you should call the fire department. This president has set our democracy on fire, and we must act to save it. And there's an urgency to act. And this president is not only being impeached because of what he has done, it's because of what he continues to do. We know what he's done, not really disputed. Abused his power, asked a foreign government to help him cheat, jeopardizing our national security, integrity of our elections for his own personal gain. But this was not a one-off. We've come to learn, as Ms. Demings just explained, this is what he does. And this is what he will keep doing. In 2016, as he said, Russia, if you're listening, hack my opponent's emails, you'll be rewarded. Turns out, Russia was listening. Turns out, Russia hacked his opponent's emails. That day, they sought to hack his opponent's emails. In that investigation, he went to great lengths to obstruct it. So why is it so urgent that we act right now? The president's lawyer was just in Ukraine. The president's lawyer said in May, I'm not meddling in an election. We, not I, we, Donald Trump and I, are meddling in an investigation. And that meddling continues today. But the president's own words tell us about his current intent. On October 2nd, the president said, and you know we've been investigating on a personal basis through Rudy and others corruption in the 2016 election. I think that, if we're honest about it, they should start a major investigation into the Bidens. That's simple. On October 3rd, the president stood on the White House lawn and confirmed that he wanted Ukraine to investigate the Bidens. But then he added a country, because that's what he does, Russia, Ukraine. He said China should also investigate the Bidens. My colleagues, we should not have to hope or pray that China wasn't listening when he said that. But fortunately, people on this committee are listening. Americans are listening. People who know right from wrong, our children, are listening. Are you listening? And what we hear deeply concerns us about what the president will do next. And we're not helpless. And in fact, we know that the courage to act is the only thing that has stopped this president. That's not a leap of faith. You see, it was the courage of Dr. Fiona Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman to, quote, go to the lawyers when they heard that the president was conditioning a White House visit for investigations. It was the courage of the whistleblower to come forward. That's what got Ukraine the aid. The president got caught. Then Ukraine got the aid. If those people were not courageous and acted, Ukraine would not have the aid today. So we must follow their pattern conduct and act. We have pattern evidence that not only Donald Trump acts corruptly, but that when you show courage and act against him, you can stop him. It's actually the only way to extinguish his corrupt ways. If unchecked, my colleagues, Donald Trump does not get better. He gets worse. He gets more corrupt. And we can't wait till the next election to hold him accountable, not when he is trying to rig the next election. So we must act to protect our national security, the integrity of our elections, and honor our oath to the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have someone asking for time.
I didn't see a request.
I see it right
The
here. I'm
question-
talking about it. You stopped. You've now recognized it. You've now recognized it. You've now
I'll recognize
recognized it.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, they're right. They can't wait to the next election, but it's not the reason they say. The reason they can't wait to the next election is because they've taken a look at their candidate field and they have fundamentally changed every standard that they've set for themselves for impeachment for the American people. Whether you like President Trump or don't like President Trump, it would at least be worth acknowledging the Democrats have moved the goalposts on what it would require to bring us to this point and to harm our nation and to distract us so much from the critical needs of American people who probably wonder why we're not focused on them right now. First, they told us this has to be bipartisan. Now, I get folks watching at home might think that I'm somebody who really likes the president. I would probably be a hard vote for him to get for impeachment. But it's not just that they can't convince the president's supporters not to abandon him. They can't even convince the president's critics to abandon him. I mean, Jeff Van Drew, Colin Peterson, two members of Congress, two Democrats, they're not fans of the president, they're critics of the president. And yet they didn't vote with Democrats, they voted with Republicans. We've even got some Republicans. My colleague Will Hurd from Texas, he doesn't mind being a critic of the president, and he was honest with Democrats. He told them, this is not impeachable conduct. They told us that the process would be fair. And yet, when even members of this committee sought the opportunity not to read a transcript or see someone's second performance of their testimony, but to see their firsthand account, how they reacted, how they were breathing, did they fidget when they responded? We wanted to see those things, and we were excluded by the Intelligence Committee. Democrats said that to put our country through this, it would require compelling and overwhelming evidence. And each and every time they try to cast doubt on the president's conduct, we are able to show a legitimate concern the president had in corruption. We are able to cite the transcript that demonstrates no conditionality. And time and again, Democrats say, well, there's just no factual debate about what the president did. The factual debate comes from President Zelensky. It's President Zelensky who said, I wasn't pressured. And they said, oh, well, Zelensky might not have known, but Yermak, he knew. Sondland talked to Yermak and conveyed this shakedown. And the very day they introduced articles of impeachment, Yermak gives an interview and says, we never really perceived this as an exchange of military aid for any one thing. Time and again, they let us down in their claims. But one thing we know for certain is that this was a sad inevitability. I had someone ask me recently, do you feel some sense of history, some sense of moment that you're about to vote on impeachment? And sadly, I knew this time was coming since the Democrats took control of the House of Representatives, because they didn't lay out a plan to appropriate for the budget, work with us on critical generational issues. They set out a plan for impeachment. How do we know that? When the chairman himself campaigned for the lead Democrat role on the Judiciary Committee, he didn't say, pick me because I'm a great legislator around some particular issue set. He said, pick me because I will be the person that can best lead our caucus through a potential impeachment. They've had a bloodlust for impeachment. It has been their obsession, and it's deeply saddening to us. We take absolutely no joy in the fact that it is so consuming. But here we stand on the verge of it, and my expectation is that this new standard in this second article with just the notion of obstruction of Congress is their excuse for not being able to prove obstruction of justice. Public reporting has been out saying the chairman went to the Democratic caucus and sought support to bring an article for obstruction of justice and couldn't get their support. So now here we are with obstruction of Congress, sort of the low-energy version of the obstruction of justice claim that they wanted. They hoped they were going to be able to convict and accuse and evidence some claim on bribery. That's what their pollsters and pundits told them would be best, as they solemnly tell us this is sad to them. They were out polling what lexicon, what word choice would help them make the case to the American public. And so they settle on bribery. You all in the media heard it. You heard them on every show talk about, oh, this is the new standard, Speaker Pelosi speaking in this new language. And then we asked the witnesses, were you a part of bribery? Did you see bribery? And the evidence wasn't there. And so instead of bribery, instead of treason, extortion, you have abuse of power, the low-energy version. I'm disappointed in my colleagues, but probably even those who don't support the president would share that disappointment in this very moment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I recognize Mr. Reschenthaler for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter the letter I referenced, which is a letter from Chairman Engel to John Sullivan, in which Chairman Engel says that officials who insist on counsel will have their salaries
Without objection.
withheld. Thank you.
The question now occurs on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? No. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? No. Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell?
No.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner?
Aye.
Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Has every member voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek
I have
recognition?
an amendment at the desk.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H-Res 755, offered by Mr. Jordan of Ohio. Page 4, strike line 23 and all that follows through page 5, line 5. Page 8, strike lines 10 through 17.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Yeah,
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This simply strikes the last 8 lines in Article 1 and then the last 8 lines in Article 2. Look, you have a rigged and rushed process when you don't have the facts on your side. We've been through these facts many times. Ukraine didn't know aid was held up at the time of the call, but the Democrats assert that President Trump was pressuring Zelensky on the call to investigate the Bidens in order to get the aid that he didn't even know was on hold. That's their argument. And oh, by the way, down the road, President Zelensky says there was no pressure on the call, no pushing, no linkage whatsoever. But you have a rigged and rushed process when you don't have the facts. You have a rigged and rushed process when you can't accept the will of the American people. Speaker of the House Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi, called the president an imposter just 3 weeks ago. The Democrats have never accepted the will of the American people, and that's why they've been out to get this president since even before he was elected. And of course, you have a rigged and rushed process when you're afraid that you can't beat the president at the ballot box. When you're nervous about next fall's election, you have this kind of process, a rigged and rushed process. This is not about the concern. This is not really about the concern Mr. Swalwell talked about earlier, concern that somehow the president was going to do something wrong and try to influence the election. No. This is about their concern that they can't win next year based on what the president has accomplished in the past 3 years. I mean, it's an amazing record. In spite of the Democrats being completely against the president, in spite of the mainstream press being against the president, frankly, in spite of a few Republicans being against the president, it's amazing what's been accomplished. Taxes have been cut, regulations reduced, the economy growing at an unbelievable rate, lowest unemployment in 50 years, 266,000 jobs added last month alone, 54,000 in the manufacturing sector. Mr. Gorsuch, Mr. Kavanaugh on the court, a lot of other federal judges confirmed. Out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea, new NAFTA agreement going to be voted on next week. Yeah, you guys are, it's a rigged rush process because you're nervous about next November. Mr. Green says we have to impeach him because he's going to win the election. We know what this is about. I think about this president. Think about this is why the American people like him so much, is because he is doing what he said he would do. In every presidential election I've been able to participate in, both candidates, Republican and Democrat candidate, when they campaign for the job, they tell the country, if you elect me, I'm going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. Republicans, Democrats, they all campaign on it. And then they get elected, and they come up with a million reasons why they can't do what they said they were going to do. More importantly, what the American people elected them to do, and they never get it done. But this president said, nope, I'm going to do it, even though the same people, the same interagency consensus that we've heard so much about over the last 3 months in this impeachment inquiry, even though that same interagency consensus was probably against him on that move, this president said, I'm going to do it. And it's been a good thing. And that's what the American people appreciate. And that's why we got this rigged and rushed process, because it's really about next November. They're all afraid. Some of their colleagues have said it straight up. They're all afraid that they can't beat him at the ballot box, so they're going to do this rigged, rushed, and wrong impeachment process. So I would urge a yes vote on the amendment. I would yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman.
Well, I just wanted to ask the gentleman from Ohio a question. Based on the standards the Democrats are asserting here, if somebody is in the House or Senate running for president and they support or push impeachment of the president, would they be subject to being expelled for abusing their position? Just curious.
Well, I think I'll let my colleague answer that question, but what I do know is I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are, as I said, nervous about their prospects next November against President Trump based on his amazing record of leadership in the last 3 years. With that, I would yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself to speak in opposition to the amendment. I think that the facts amply demonstrate the charges in these 2 articles of impeachment, namely that the President put his own interests in front of the interests of the country, that he sought to use the power of the presidency to withhold aid, military aid from an ally, and to extort that ally into making an announcement of a bogus investigation of a political opponent of his for his own personal benefit, and that he obstructed Congress by refusing all cooperation and instructing the executive branch not to cooperate with Congress and the executive in the impeachment inquiry. This amendment, this amendment simply takes the last two paragraphs out of each article. It takes the paragraph that says, wherefore the president should be impeached. It renders the two articles simply a catalog of various bad acts by the president, but takes the force and effect of the articles entirely away. It is silly. If you believe that the president is guilty of what the articles charge him with, you should vote for the articles of impeachment. If you believe he is not, you should vote against the articles of impeachment. But to try to have this amendment that simply renders the articles catalogs of bad acts and takes out the effective sentences is silly. So I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I will then urge, of course, that we adopt the articles of impeachment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Collins seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think it's really interesting that how you just described this, because really this is what we've seen this entire time. The facts here is really all that you have. You keep throwing around these. You don't like, and that this simply takes away the punishment, if you would, or what the actual end result will be. It should not surprise anyone here, though, because this is what the Democratic Party and majority have done all year. In fact, they did it one time on the floor of the House when the Speaker of the House broke the rules of the House on the floor, and instead of owning up to breaking the rules of decorum on the floor, she had everybody come back down on the majority side and vote to restore her right to speak, even though she blatantly broke the rules. So don't give me this high and mighty, oh, we're taking away the rules and just having a list of ideas here. That's what we've been doing all year. I told the audience just the other day, I told the group just the other day, that you can always judge many things by what you spend time on and what you spend money on. Spend time on, spend money on. I've said already that this is a impeachment of clocking calendar, and I believe that to be true because we're seeing it tonight. We're seeing it in this whole process. Two hearings and a markup. That's all we're doing here. The rubber stamp in this committee is out. So it's a time issue because they've been told, and I understand this is, the leadership wants this to happen. This is why it's happening. They've got no choice. I feel for the chairman in that regard because he doesn't have a choice in this. The Speaker and others have told him this is what's going to happen, and we see how it's playing out. But he goes back to even further at the first of the year. This is a time and money issue. This is a calendar and clock issue because the committees, the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee decided early on to spend money to bring outside help in to prepare for tonight. They didn't know exactly it was going to be like this in January or November and December when they did hire that extra help to come in, but they knew they were going to get to it somehow. They just didn't know how. And they kept waiting and they kept waiting, so they hired extra outside counsel. They did it on the Intelligence Committee, and they wanted it because all they were going to do was investigate the president. And they did. The only thing I can say on that part is congratulations, they finally made it to what they've always wanted to do. And that's what we're seeing right here. But to describe this tonight and describe it as it was just described is simply taking away the punishment and just listing a lot of bad acts. I could do that about this majority all year in these committees and these investigations. We have had more hearings in which they got to basically scream at administration witnesses, but yet offer no solutions. It is mind-boggling. It's dehumanizing, as one of my colleagues said, and I called them about when we're talking about immigration. Now today, to again come before this committee, to take all of this and never have a fact witness. I think it was really interesting what my friend from Florida said. It's actually, there is a purpose to see people witness, even if they've testified before, to see how they would actually answer questions. And in this committee, that would have been a good thing. But we don't have that. But to say with a straight face, and I appreciate this, to say, well, at the end of the day, all we're doing here is taking away the punishment because you have a list of bad actors, when the majority have done that all year, and especially the classic case of the Speaker on the floor of the House breaking the law of the rules of the floor, and then having the majority come down and restore her rights just simply because they didn't like the fact that she had broke the rules. You see, this is where we're at. It's a money and time issue. It would be nice if it was high and noble. If it would have been nice if it was, except for all the crimes that they've talked about, extortion, bribery, honest service fraud. It would have been nice if they could have found actual facts enough to put that into an article. They couldn't. They won't. Why? Because they can't. Maybe it's because also they're having trouble explaining those because they couldn't. Poll testing wasn't good enough. And also they got members who need to go back to their districts and say, oh my, I was forced to do this, but really the president's a bad guy and this was an abuse of power. Again, say it long enough, somebody might believe it. But this is where we're at. And it's really interesting, again, from obstruction of Congress to watch this Congress, this majority work is just truly, truly amazing. And to say this, when no facts put together, abuse of power, obstruction of Congress, this is all they've got, all they have to make this excuse? Good luck. That dog ain't hunting anymore. Nobody is. Just ain't working. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr.
Anyone
Chair.
else seek recognition?
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's an appropriate time, or I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's an appropriate time to remind you again of your own words that were stated just a few months ago last year. During an interview on MSNBC's Morning Joe on November 26, 2018, Chairman Nadler outlined a three-pronged test that he said would allow for a legitimate impeachment proceeding. And now I quote Chairman Nadler's remarks. There really are three questions, I think. First, has the president committed impeachable offenses? Second, do those offenses rise to the gravity that's worth putting the country through the drama of impeachment? And number three, because you don't want to tear the country apart, you don't want half of the country to say to the other half, for the next 30 years, we won the election, you stole it from us. You have to be able to think at the beginning of the impeachment process that the evidence is so clear of offenses so grave that once you've laid out all the evidence, a good fraction of the opposition voters will reluctantly admit to themselves they had to do it. Otherwise, you have a partisan impeachment, which will tear the country apart. If you meet these three tests, then I think you do the impeachment. Now, let's see if Chairman Nadler's three-pronged test has been met. First, has the president committed an impeachable offense? No. There has been no witness, no Democrat witness, fact witness, that can prove that fact. Second, do those offenses rise to the gravity that's worth putting the country through the drama of impeachment? Absolutely not. And third, have the Democrats laid out a case so clear that even the opposition has to agree? No. You and House Democrat leadership are tearing the country apart. You said the evidence needs to be clear. It is not. You said offenses need to be grave. They are not. You said that once the evidence is laid out, that the opposition will admit they had to do it. Well, that hasn't happened. In fact, polling and the fact that not one single Republican voted on the impeachment inquiry resolution or the Schiff report, and I doubt that one single Republican will vote on these articles of impeachment tonight or on the floor of the House of Representatives, reveals that the opposite is in fact true. In fact, what you and your Democratic colleagues have done is the opposite of what you said had to be done. This is a partisan impeachment, and it is tearing the country apart. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek
Chairman.
recognition?
Seek recognition.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just rising to speak in support of this amendment for Mr. Jordan, and I think it's really appropriate. I don't think we're asking for anything extraordinary here, because I'm reading this resolution as it's drafted, and the language just jumps off the page. I mean, this is really personal. The lines that he is seeking to strike with this amendment should be struck. I mean, the vitriol, the hatred just drips from the pleading here. I mean, it sounds like it came right out of the Peter Strzok, Lisa Page exchanges, the vitriol, the hatred for Donald Trump. Listen to what it says right here. This is right here on the page, the lines that we want to strike. It says, in part, President Trump warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor or trust or profit under the United States. I mean, look, they don't just want to remove him from the Oval Office, okay? They want to crush him. They want to destroy Donald Trump. They want to banish him from the marketplace. I mean, it's just so over the top. It's so over the top. Professor Turley is, again, the only witness, remind everybody, this is the only witness that we've been allowed in the Judiciary Committee, the committee that has appropriate jurisdiction over this issue. We got one witness in the process. And he was not a Donald Trump supporter. He came in famously and said, I didn't vote for him, don't support him. But I came to give objective analysis because my allegiance is to the Constitution. That's what Professor Turley said. You know what he got for that objective analysis that he delivered to this committee? So well, so articulately. He got death threats. He had to publish an op-ed a few days later explaining that there was this outcry, call for him to be removed from his teaching position at his university, his law school. Death threats, because he gave an objective view of the Constitution. The vitriol, the DEFCON level, the political DEFCON scale is at 1 right now, and it's so crazy, and it's because of language like this in the resolution that is pushing this. I'm going to tell you what Professor Turley said, a couple of excerpts in his summary of all this. He said, quote, as I have stressed, this is in his written report that he submitted to us, as I have stressed, it is possible to establish a case for impeachment based on non-criminal allegation of abuse of power. Right. But although criminality is not required in such a case, clarity is necessary. That comes from a complete and comprehensive record that eliminates exculpatory motivations or explanations. The problem is that this is an exceptionally narrow impeachment resting on the thinnest possible evidentiary record. Even under the most flexible English impeachment model, there remained an expectation that impeachments couldn't be based on presumption or speculation on key elements. If the underlying allegation could be non-criminal, the early English impeachments followed a format similar to a criminal trial, including calling of witnesses and all the rest. He said the history of American presidential impeachment shows restraint even when there are substantive complaints against the conduct of presidents. Indeed, some of our greatest presidents could have been impeached for acts in direct violation of their constitutional oaths of office, but it didn't happen because cooler heads prevailed in the Congress. This misuse, Professor Turley continues, this misuse of impeachment has been plain during the Trump administration. Members have called for removal based on a myriad of objections against this president. Representative Al Green of Texas filed a resolution in the House for impeachment after Trump called for players kneeling during the national anthem to be fired. I mean, come on. You don't like his political positions, great, but you can't impeach a president because you don't like him. That's not how this system works. We're in a constitutional republic. There are rules here. There are standards. You don't get to make that decision. The voters in this country do. And we have an election coming up in about 11 months. Let the people decide. Don't put yourselves in their place. You don't have the right to do it. You're not following the proper procedure. You're not doing this the right way. It's a rarely used constitutional device in our history. It's supposed to be. Professor Turley ended this way, and I will too. He said, quote, despite my disagreement with many of President Trump's policies and statements, impeachment was never intended to be used as a midterm corrective option for a divisive or unpopular leader, unquote. Look, we get it. You don't like him. That doesn't mean you can banish him from the marketplace. You can't send him out of his businesses and say he can't hold a position of honor or trust. You don't get the right to do that. The people of this country do. We live in a republic. I'm just sick of this. I yield back. I don't yield back. I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Jordan. You want the time? I got 30 seconds.
30 seconds, thank you. Look, in 2016, the Democrats had the insurance policy. Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, that was their deal in 2016, the FBI. 2020, it's impeachment. 2020, they're going to use impeachment. Insurance policy didn't work in 2016. Impeachment's not going to work in 2020 because the American people appreciate what this president is getting done on their behalf. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Chairman.
Anyone else seek recognition?
Chairman.
Mr., for what purpose does
Move to
Mr.
strike
Gomer
the
seek
last
recognition?
words.
As strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Which one?
Thank you. It truly is amazing. We've heard over and over that this was all about the Bidens, all about getting information on the presidential candidate, the Bidens. But if you look at what the president said, he's talking about, you know, we've been through, this country, our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say crowd strike. It's news to me, but my Democrat friends will know better. I didn't know Biden was involved with crime, with crowd strike. I didn't know he was involved with the DNC server being hacked. I didn't know that was all part of his thing, but that's what the president's asking about, because there had been information that there were some people in Ukraine that knew something about that. And that's what he's asking about. So I appreciate the revelation from our friends across the aisle. Biden was in the middle of all that. And then he said, I guess you have one of your wealthy people. The server, they say Ukraine has it. Again, I didn't know Biden was all in up to his eyeballs in that. But there are a lot of things that went on, the whole situation. And I think you're surrounding yourself with some of the same people. I would like to have the Attorney General call you and your people. I'd like to get to the bottom of it. So that was the whole thing about the 2015, 2016 election. But according to our friends, Biden was in the middle of all of this mess. So anyway, it's interesting. But my friend from Ohio has a brilliant amendment. They say it's not personal, that this isn't just about an election, that this is trying to undo the unfairness of the prior election, even though it turns out there was no Russia collusion, and it sounds like that there was, despite what the media is saying, that we know the Ukrainian ambassador came out lambasting Trump. It was clearly that would not have been done without official okay. They were all in for Hillary Clinton. That's why it was reported that they were figuring after the election that Trump won, maybe we better try to warm up to Trump. But there's been so much made of the fact that President Trump did not ask the former corrupt administration for help in rooting out corruption. That is just almost unfathomable that that point would continue to be made all day today. In 2019, you had the election of a man in Ukraine, Zelensky, that said he was going to fight corruption. And President Trump heard from our own people, we think he's sincere. We really think he's going to try to fight corruption. So, of course, this is the first time that he talks to a Ukrainian leader, because he knew he couldn't trust the other ones. They were supporting Hillary Clinton. They were corrupt. Why would he talk to them about helping root out the corruption? So to say this was all about Biden, for heaven's sake, that's ridiculous. But my friend from Ohio's amendment puts our friends to the test. Is it really about trying to correct what you say was an unfair election, which we know now from the Horowitz report, it was unfair, but it was from the Democrat side, from the Trump hater side. So if that's really the case, then let's just strike the part that says he can't ever run for office again or be reelected again. Right? Wouldn't that help some of your vulnerable Democrats if you made it more reasonable like that? Or do you want to continue to persist in making it so personal that it's walk off the plank time for anybody that wants to try to be reasonable about what's going on here? So we will see, but it's a good amendment. I would encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Help some of your vulnerable people out. Vote for Mr. Jordan's amendment. You'll be better off. The country will be better off because I feel sure he'll be reelected. And the scary part for me, though, is that bar has been set so low. I am really afraid no matter what party is in the White House. If there's an opposing party in Congress, they're going to use this tactic to try to take them down. One silver lining, though, it's been hard to know who all the deep state people were, especially in the State Department. By our friends going through this, we now know who the people are that don't want the swamp drained, and we can deal with that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself. Mr. Chairman. You recognize my... Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize, for what purposes Mr. Swell will seek recognition?
I yield to the chairman.
Thank you. Impeachment was put into the Constitution because the framers recognized that a president might arise who posed such a threat to the country, to our democratic system, to our free elections, that we couldn't wait till the next election to cure it. That's why impeachment was put into the Constitution. And let's look at now, we've heard a lot of very distracting facts about what Hunter Biden may or may not have done, about all kinds of things, about what our members may have said 3-4 years ago. All of that is irrelevant. What's relevant is that there are ample facts demonstrate that President Trump put his personal interests above the interests of the country, its citizens, and the Constitution. This is the highest of constitutional crimes, an abuse of power. An abuse of power is the preeminent crime which the framers, even in the Federalist Papers, talked about as high crimes and misdemeanors for the purpose of impeachment. In President Trump's abuse of power, he did it in two ways. Number one, he endangered our free elections by inviting foreign powers to interfere, to influence our elections twice. He invited the Russians in 2016. Remember, if you're listening, please find the emails. That was a direct solicitation, and in fact, they tried to hack into the emails of the Democrats that very night. And then he tried to cover it up. And then, for 2020, he invited in he asked the Ukrainians to announce a bogus investigation of the person he perceived as his major political opponent in the 2020 election. And, it's basically admitted, Mick Mulvaney said, we did it. The president is on, the transcript shows very clearly that he did it. The circumstances of the withheld aid shows very clearly it was a quid pro quo. Yes, we know that eventually the aid was released, that the president said there was no quid pro quo. Both of those things happened after he was caught, and it was public. Obviously, the bank robber caught in the act afterwards says, I didn't mean to rob the bank, but he was, in fact, caught in the act. He tried to cover it up again. He obstructed Congress by directing the entire administration, everybody in the executive branch, do not answer any questions, do not testify, do not give any documents. Fundamentally different from what other presidents have done on occasion, which is to oppose certain subpoenas on grounds of privilege. He didn't assert any privilege. He just said nobody should cooperate. I will decide whether it's a valid impeachment inquiry. I will take the function of Congress to myself because I don't recognize Congress as right. That is a threat to the separation of powers and a threat to our liberty. It's noteworthy that members of the minority speak about every other subject, but hardly bother to dispute the facts of the case, which are clear. That's why we've heard so much of today with distracting and irrelevant issues. I would say other things. It is clear that it is an abuse of power for the president, or any member of Congress for that matter, to condition official actions on their own personal gain. And I was startled. I was startled to hear Mr. Ratcliffe say, I was impressed by his honesty, but I was startled to hear him say that it is okay for a president to invite foreign interference in our elections. It is okay for a president to cheat and try to rig the election. The urgency of this impeachment, the reason why we cannot wait for the next election, is that the president has tried to rig these two last election and this one too, and he's repeating it. He goes out on the White House lawn, he says, China, why don't you come in and try to rig the election? He had Mr. Giuliani in the Ukraine this past week trying to enlist assistance to rig the election. So the president must be impeached to safeguard the security of our elections and to safeguard the separation of powers, both of which are essential to safeguard our liberties. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield my time back to him.
Mr. Chairman, since I've been referenced, may I respond?
It's Mr.
I do not yield my
Swalwell's
time.
It's Mr. Swalwell's time.
I do not yield, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
You don't want to correct the false statement?
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Sensenbrenner. For what purpose does Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I
Sensenbrenner
move
seek
to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate my colleague yielding to correct the record where the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee just made a false statement. Said that I said that it was okay to solicit foreign interference in an election. I never used the word interference.
Okay.
I said as an example for that, the Obama administration. It was just a few hours ago, you may not remember. I can't believe we're sitting here at the end of this, an impeachment inquiry in the House of Representatives, and I look at how all of this started. Started with a phone call, a congratulatory phone call between two presidents. And the very next day, someone contacted someone, and a week later, someone walked into the office of Chairman Schiff. And that person walked out a week later, a whistleblower, went to the Inspector General and filed a complaint where they falsely claimed that President Trump had made a demand of President Zelensky. They made a false statement in writing, and then they made a false statement verbally in the course of what should have been an investigation. We sit here today about to vote on impeaching a president where neither the House Judiciary Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, or any House committee where the Democrats are in charge has asked a single question of a single witness about how this started. Because you go back to that phone call, and the two people that were on it, the only two people that know not just what they said, but what they meant when they said it. And they both said it was a great call. So first, let me say I'm sorry. Let me say I'm sorry to the president of Ukraine. I'm sorry that as a result of all of this, you've been labeled a pathological liar by my Democratic colleagues. And I'm sorry that they pretend to care about the Ukraine, but they've just made it incredibly hard and more difficult for your country ever to get military assistance. I'm also sorry to the other person that was on that call who knew what he said when he meant it, President Trump. I'm sorry, President Trump, that you've tried to keep every promise. You've given us a great economy, and you did it against incredible headwinds where you were falsely accused of treason. You were accused of being a Russian agent by the folks in this room. And when that failed, we sit here today because now they're framing you because you said, I'd like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. My last apology is to the American people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've had to view this spectacle. I'm sorry to the 63 million of you that are so deplorable that as a result of this, you're being told your votes don't count. I yield back.
I yield back as well.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
To strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been here a while, and I do want it to be noted that I do have several other amendments for tonight. But speaking on this amendment, I'm speaking in support of my colleague Jim Jordan's amendment. But I think that we are getting way too caught up in the weeds in particular. So we got to just zoom out and think about why we're here. We're here because the Democrats, again, are terrified that the president is going to win re-election. Let's just go through a list of his accomplishments. Donald Trump signed the largest scale criminal justice reform legislation in decades, And I should add, if it weren't for this waste of time with impeachment, we could be working on more bipartisan criminal justice reform. Particularly, I have a criminal justice bill called Clean Slate that would expunge non-violent felony offenses for hundreds of thousands of individuals. Lisa Blunt Rochester is working with me on that. She's a Democrat, as you know. But anyhow, I digress again. Donald Trump is also ensuring our warfighters can be warfighters. I was a defense attorney in the Navy. I actually defended a Navy SEAL who's falsely accused of covering up abuse on a well-known terrorist. And I can tell you that when our warfighters are dragged into the court-martial process, they have to constantly then second-guess themselves on the battlefield. And finally, we have a president that is recognizing that warfighters should be warfighters and they should be focused on capturing and killing targets, not worrying about wrongful prosecutions back at home. Additionally, the president has placed 2 conservative justices on the Supreme Court who will uphold the Constitution. Additionally, under this administration, we are seeing a natural gas renaissance. Just come to Western Pennsylvania and just see how the economy is roaring, because we're finally taking advantage of the natural resources we have. And we can use this natural gas for energy, we can use it for manufacturing, we can use it for petrochemicals. It is fantastic that we're finally taking advantage of the natural resources we have. Additionally, this president has done a lot for manufacturing, particularly the steel industry, which is coming back. And again, just come to Western Pennsylvania, where steel manufacturing is coming back. Donald Trump is also investing and focused in our border security and building a wall. Under this president's leadership, we are enhancing our national security and going after terrorists and others who wish to do us harm. But again, we're here because the Democrats don't want to talk about the red-hot Trump economy. They don't want to talk about the lowest unemployment rates in 50 years. We're here because Democrats don't want to talk about how President Trump has finally held China accountable for currency manipulation, for dumping steel and aluminum in American markets. Someone is finally holding China accountable for IP theft and forced IP transfers. That's President Trump who's doing that. President Trump has also renegotiated trade deals to benefit American workers and farmers. We should have passed USMCA months ago, but again, we haven't done it because we're dealing with impeachment. The president has also worked on free trade agreements with Japan. He's worked on free trade agreements across South America. President Trump has also reduced regulations. You know, there's only one way to increase revenue, and that's to increase GDP. There's only 2 ways to increase GDP. You either cut taxes or you reduce regulations. You can do both, but this president supports both. That's why you have such a strong economy. But again, the Democrats don't want to talk about this, so instead we're talking about impeachment because it distracts from their real agenda, which includes such ludicrous ideas as banning airplanes, giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care, abolishing or defunding ICE, banning fracking, banning fossil fuels. Good luck making a cell phone without petrochemicals. They also don't want to talk about taking private health care away from American citizens. So again, that's really why we're here. This whole process is a distraction. It's an attempt to hide a radical far-left agenda. And it's also an attempt to hide the facts. Again, the facts indicate that there was no quid pro and there was no obstruction of Congress. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
It seems important to remind my Republican colleagues why we are here. While, of course, we have policy disagreements with the president, this is not about a policy disagreement. This is about an obligation we have to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We all began our term of office by raising our right hand and promising to protect and defend the Constitution. And we're here because the President of the United States engaged in a scheme to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt our elections for his own personal benefit, and he used hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to attempt to achieve that objective. And think about this. There is nothing more sacred than protecting the right to free and fair elections in this country. It's the heart and soul of our democracy. And the President of the United States reached out to a foreign power in an attempt to drag them into corrupting our elections to help him cheat and win in the election in 2020. And so when my Republican colleagues say people are worried about the election, we are worried. But the person who's really worried about the outcome is clearly President Trump, because he's reaching out to a foreign power, asking them to help him cheat in the 2020 election. And we have a solemn responsibility to stand up and to protect our democracy and prevent this president or any president from attempting to corrupt our elections. And so if we don't do that, if we allow President Trump to get away with trying to cheat in 2020, particularly in light of what he did in 2016, we won't have a democracy. We'll have a king or a monarch. The American people will lose their voice and their right to self-determination and to elect their own leaders. And so, you know, my Republican colleagues should remember that Trump administration officials, many of them, saw this scheme and became very alarmed. The president's own ambassador, Ambassador Bolton, called it a drug deal. Dr. Fiona Hill, another Trump administration official, called it a domestic political errand. The investigation began by the Intelligence Committee. 17 witnesses, 100 hours of testimony, 260 text messages examined, transcripts of the president's own words on the call, emails exchanged between high-level Trump officials, and we know the direct evidence. The president put the three amigos, Ambassador Sondland, Perry, and Volker, in charge of this. The president refused to have a meeting or to release the funds that were put on hold until a public announcement of a bogus investigation against his chief political rival. He told the vice president, don't go to the inauguration. He spoke to Ambassador Sondland. And Ambassador Sondland testified it was a quid pro quo. The president hired his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to lead this effort. He smeared Ambassador Yovanovitch and then fired her because she stood in the way. She was an anti-corruption champion, and she stood in the way of the president's scheme. And the president and those acting on his behalf demanded that President Zelensky publicly announce an investigation of his chief political rival. And it should be remembered, the American people should know that President Zelensky, the evidence is filled with examples of Trump administration officials who say things like President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely as an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics. That Ambassador Taylor has a call with Ambassador Sondland saying, during our call, Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check, and that I argued to both Ambassador Volker and Ambassador Taylor that Donald Trump isn't owed anything by the Ukrainians. And I quote, and holding up security assistance for domestic political gain is crazy. And so there's tremendous evidence in the record that the President of the United States attempted to leverage foreign military assistance to Ukraine to drag a foreign power to corrupt our elections and allow him to cheat in 2020. We can't allow this to happen. If we don't hold this president accountable and move forward with impeachment, we can have every confidence the president will continue to do this. He's continuing to do it. Rudy Giuliani was in Ukraine last week. This is a crime in progress. And either we're going to do something about it and protect the rights of the American people to decide their own future and elect their own president, or we're going to let some foreign power do it. And you know who has the right to elect the American president? The citizens of this country and no one else. Men and women have died on the battlefield to protect our democracy. The least we can do is show the courage to stand up tonight and do our part to protect our democracy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Mr. Big, no, this is
Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong. For what purpose does Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I'm going to go back to actual language of the amendment, and particularly the removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Numerous points in times during today's debate have they, my friends on the other side of the aisle have held up a pocket constitution, waved it around. I think it's interesting nobody's read from it yet, and I think there's a reason for that. But I'm going to read from the Constitution. And if we want to talk about Article 1, which we're so fond of, then let's go to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 5. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 2 deals with the U.S. House of Representatives. Article 1, Section 3 deals with the Senate. The Senate shall have the sole power to trial impeachments. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6. Judgment in case of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7. The language in this bill is overbroad, gives the U.S. House of Representatives and this impeachment article more power than the Constitution allows. We have heard through the course of this investigation, when we have complained about process, when we have talked about secrecy, when we have not been allowed to use minority rights, that this is more akin to a special counsel. Adam Schiff has referred to himself as a special counsel, or it's more akin to an investigation or a grand jury. Well, right now what we are doing is becoming the judge, jury, and executioner. The Senate has determined that issues of removal and disqualification are divisible from other articles of impeachment. Essentially, what happens in the Senate is there is a 2/3 vote if an impeachment is granted, and then a simple majority in which to say whether they're going to hold from other office. And while the House has the sole power of impeachment, the Senate also provides that the Constitution also provides that the Senate has the sole power to trial impeachment.
I don't want to get in front of Matt.
The Constitution describes the Senate's conviction power, which allows the Senate to remove an official from office, and disqualification of that official from holding future office. The Democrat articles of impeachment state the president should be removed from office and disqualified to hold future office. The House has no constitutional authority to include this language that suggests the president should be removed from office. At best, it's unnecessary, and at worst, it is an overbroad description of what the actual power of this body is. To include the language that the president should be disqualified from office is prejudicial to the constitutionally prescribed process that the Senate will take up. And I agree with my friend from Ohio and others on my side. It really shows the true motives of the Senate. It's circular how this has all gone. It started in 2016. Now we're back to 2020. In the middle, we had, again, collusion, conspiracy, obstruction, quid pro quo, bribery, extortion, all of these other crimes. We have come to the nebulous part of this. There have been a lot of smart lawyers on my friend's side, on the other side of this case. So I can't imagine this is an omission. And what we are truly doing is taking power away from the United States Senate, which is at their sole discretion. You have the right to proceed with this. We know this. And we've seen how this has gone. It's been fast-tracked and railroaded since day one. And you can equate yourself to a grand jury, a special counsel, an investigation, but you have no right as the U.S. House of Representatives to be judge, jury, and executioner. So while you may say taking this language out is ridiculous, I think it's actually constitutional. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been much said about motive this evening from my Democratic colleagues. They seek to opine as to the president's motives rather than looking at his own words reflecting in the transcript. They seek to opine into his motive rather than listening to the direct statements of President Zelensky that he felt no conditionality and no pressure in communications with the administration. But this amendment shows the true motive of the Democrats, because it is not about some cleansing of the office. It is not about some restoration of national security. If it's about national security, They would have been all up in arms when President Obama withheld military aid to the Ukrainians. But they weren't. It's all just a show to demonstrate some attack on the president. 4 facts never change. President Trump and President Zelensky both deny conditionality. The transcript shows no quid pro quo. Ukraine was not aware of any delay in military aid at the time of the call, and the aid was ultimately delivered in the absence of the investigations the Democrats are talking about. Nothing has changed those 4 facts. But I do wonder, if we had had the opportunity to hear witnesses, what more would we have learned beyond that? If we'd have been able to call Chairman Schiff as a witness like we had asked, maybe we would have learned about his office's contact with the whistleblower. Maybe we could have asked Chairman Schiff why he felt it appropriate to go engage in some weird theatrical reperformance of a transcript that never existed. It was just a fake thing that he did in the Intelligence Committee. Maybe we could have asked him why he wasn't fully forthcoming about his office's contact with the whistleblower when he was asked about it on national television. We could have asked Chairman Schiff his reasons for omitting exculpatory evidence in the majority's report, and most certainly we would have wanted to ask Chairman Schiff whether it was his decision or someone else's decision to publish correspondence and communications between the president's personal lawyer. Asked him why he wasn't fully forthcoming about his office's contact with the whistleblower when he was asked about it on national television. We could have asked Chairman Schiff his reasons for omitting exculpatory evidence in the majority's report, and most certainly we would have wanted to ask Chairman Schiff whether it was his decision or someone else's decision to publish correspondence and communications between the president's personal lawyer and others, journalists, and even a member of Congress. We could have also learned a lot probably from the whistleblower. We could have learned about who the multiple sources were that they spoke to and whether or not the information was accurate, whether or not it was reliable and verifiable. We could have asked the whistleblower why the outreach to Chairman Schiff's staff in this particular way, whether or not it was truly a sincere concern or the result of some political bias. We could have asked the whistleblower about potential contacts with presidential campaigns. We could have asked Nellie Orr a lot of questions too. She was on our witness list. We probably would have wanted to know from Nellie Orr, how is it that one of the top people at the Department of Justice can have a spouse that goes and moonlights for people trying to dig up dirt on a presidential campaign and then see that very dirt shuttled into the Department of Justice, injected into the bloodstream of our intelligence community, and then used as an illegitimate basis to go and spy on American citizens. We probably would have asked Nellie Orr which Ukrainian legislators she was talking to dig up dirt on the president. What was on the thumb drive that she gave to her husband? We would have had a lot of questions for Alexandra Chalupa. Alexandra Chalupa was the intermediary between the DNC and elements of the Ukrainian government that were working against President Trump. We could have asked Alexandra Chalupa whose idea at the DNC was it to have a specific operative assigned to the Ukraine to impair our elections. Whose idea was that? Who funded it? Was it some specific donor? Was it some elected official that was out there trying to bring Ukraine into our elections? We could have asked Alexandra Chalupa, who at the Ukrainian embassy were you talking to? What elements of the Ukrainian government were engaged in trying to see President Trump defeated? I mean, we already saw Ukraine engaging in our elections in plain view when you have the ambassador from Ukraine writing op-eds criticizing the president, animating the president's legitimate concern that, hey, maybe we ought to ask a few questions of these folks. Maybe we ought to verify that Zelensky is the real deal that he in fact turned out to be. I don't know that we've learned a great deal at these hearings other than the fact that the Democrats have been hell-bent on impeachment since they first took the majority, that they've been unfair in their process, that they've been unable to evidence accusations against the president with anything other than hearsay and conjecture, but I would have liked to have known a lot more. And that's why the rules of the House allow it. That's why no matter who's in charge, the minority gets to call witnesses and bring forward evidence. Because you know what? It's clear to the American people watching that the president did not do something to justify this impeachment, but I think we could have done a lot more to fulfill the president's promise to drain the swamp if we would have actually followed the rules.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Richmond seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd start by yielding time to my colleague from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you. You know, there's a doctrine where you don't, if you can't argue the facts, you can't argue the law, argue a lot. You know, in the Constitution, it has the very language that's in the article, and I'd just like to read this. Wherefore, William Jefferson Clinton, by such conduct, warrants impeachment and trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. The exact same language that is being complained about this evening with Mr. Trump was put into the articles by the Republicans relative to Mr. Clinton, and I reeled back with thanks.
Thank you to my colleague from California. And I would just remind, because it was brought up by my colleague from Louisiana, that this was some extraordinary language designed to go after Donald Trump. This committee, the Judiciary Committee in the House, when it impeached Judge Thomas Porteous from Louisiana, which my colleague is very aware of, and it went over to the Senate and was voted on unanimously 96-0, had the same exact language in it. There is nothing extraordinary about the language in this. What is extraordinary is the gymnastics and hurdles that my colleagues on the other side are going through to make sure that they just throw a whole bunch of stuff at the wall, hope that they confuse the American people, hope that something sticks. My friend on the other side just mentioned that this president wanted to make sure that this new Ukrainian administration was not corrupt like the last one. Well, he gave the last corrupt administration $550 million. Again, what a judge will tell you when you're on a jury is you get to apply common sense. And if it doesn't make sense, you don't have to believe it. So if you gave $550 million to an administration you knew that was corrupt, what happens between 2018 and 2019 besides you being scared to death of your next political opponent? But what the judge will also tell you is that you do not have to take everything that everybody says as fact. But in this case, let's look at the three witnesses that testified under oath. Vindman, Lieutenant Colonel, Purple Heart. He said it was a meeting in exchange for an investigation into the Bidens. Sondland, Trump supporter, said that it was a quid pro quo. Bill Taylor, West Point, said that it was crazy to withhold military aid for an investigation, all under oath, all with the penalty of perjury. Who do they offer on the other side? President Trump. 14,435 lies to date since he's been president. Not under oath, but we should take his word for it. Then it is so absurd because in a call, we know the president's vocabulary. We know what he does and what he does not say. He may say bigly, he might say great, he might say winning a lot. But in this ordinary conversation, he does not use the words quid pro quo. So when he has the conversation after the whistleblower is known to everybody, he gets a call, first thing out of his mouth, hey, I don't want a quid pro quo. Where did that come from? It came from the fact that you are guilty of the crime that is charged. Just like a kid who just got caught going into the cookie jar with crumbs on his mouth when his mother says, what are you doing? I didn't eat that cookie. That's what we have, a call out of the blue. The first thing he says is, I don't want a quid pro quo, I want them to do the right thing. No, you would not have held up their vital military aid. You have to understand that this is a country that is being occupied by his friend Putin, and he is holding up the vital aid for them to protect their country because he says it's about corruption. But we know from the facts in this case, from the three people who testified under oath, that all this was about was making sure that he gets an investigation into Joe Biden. Why was that important? Because when you panic, you go back to what worked the first time. And an investigation where he got to run around the country saying, lock her up, he figured if he can get another investigation, he can run around the country saying, lock him up, and it might work again. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Chairman. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You didn't give us a lot of witnesses in this committee, and no fact witnesses, but we did get one professor, Professor Turley, who early on in his talk mentioned that he didn't vote for the president, and none of the other witnesses did either. One thing he did say, the evidence that you have against him, that you're bringing these impeachment charges on, is wafer thin evidence. What's not wafer thin is the partisan resolve by the Democrats, at least on this committee, to get rid of this president. And they've been looking for an excuse to impeach this president for a long time, and now they think they've got one, but we obviously know he's not going to be removed from office. But it's embarrassing, and it's a mark, and it's really unfortunate because the country really shouldn't be put through this. But I think one of the things that we ought to do is look at the things that this president has actually accomplished that they're talking about getting rid of. This is a president that's successfully grown this economy. If you look at the savings accounts and 401k accounts of so many Americans and so many retirees, they're up as the stock market is. Now, that's not going to go on forever, but it's certainly something positive that most Americans can be pleased about. There are more Americans now employed than ever before in our nation's history. Manufacturing jobs, which we really used to be hurting in this country and have been in decline for a long time, are now coming back. Manufacturing jobs are including by hundreds of thousands. Unemployment, as I mentioned, 50-year low. 4 million Americans no longer need to rely upon food stamps. That's a positive thing. Retail sales are up. We're finally becoming energy independent. In fact, the U.S. is now a net natural gas exporter. For the first time in 60 years, we're now an exporter of natural gas. Right to try, that I remember the president, I'm sure my Democratic colleagues remember this too, the president was encouraging us to pass a right to try law, which allows people who oftentimes they don't have a lot of chance. They've got a disease that's been considered fatal, and they'd like to try some drug that maybe comes out some years down the road, but they're willing to try it now. Because of this, it's giving some people a hope, and hopefully will save some lives. That was the president's idea. Our military is stronger than it's been in a long, long time, and thank God we're actually increasing the pay for our men and women in uniform, and they deserve even more. There are two great judges, I would argue. Some of my Democratic colleagues would probably disagree with me here, but two great judges on the Supreme Court now. Elections have consequences. They'd have been very, very different had Hillary Clinton been elected last time. Elections have consequences, and there are many circuit court judges that they're filling in the Senate, and thank God for that. The president withdrew us from that awful Iran deal, which essentially allowed money, billions of dollars, to go to terrorists. It's now being used against us by Iran. We've seen the embassy, our U.S. embassy, move to Jerusalem. Thank God for that. We've seen, finally, we're starting to strengthen our southern borders, although we've got a long way to go there. Despite all these things, when the Democrats took over the House earlier this year in January, one of the first things they did, articles of impeachment were introduced earlier this January in the House. And that very same day, one of their members, in a profanity-filled speech, famously said, we're going to impeach the bleep. She didn't bleep it, obviously. And another said, if we don't impeach the president, he might well get reelected. I mean, is that a reason to impeach a president because he might get reelected? Well, it was to them. You know, it really goes back 2 years, inauguration, the hatred for this president when he got elected. We saw it in the streets here in Washington. Now, a lot of people came up here to protest, and that's fine. We also saw a lot of windows broken. We saw one person, say that she was dreaming about blowing up the White House and that sort of thing. So it really did get ugly. The bottom line is here, they've been looking for an excuse for years now to impeach this president. They are wafer thin. We should not be moving forward on something like this. The country deserves a lot better than they're getting in this impeachment process. I'll be glad when we get beyond this, because it's bad for the country, very divisive, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear my colleague from Rhode Island say that this isn't about policy differences. This is about our obligation to protect and defend our Constitution. It's about courage. Well, of course it's about policy differences, because you said nothing on your side when President Obama sent his surrogates out to lie about Benghazi. You said nothing when President Obama's administration entered into a gun-running deal with Mexican cartels and the Fast and Furious program was developed. You said nothing about Democrat leaders. This is about a policy difference, and it's not about courage. I don't question anyone's courage on the other side of the aisle. I question your judgment. I don't question your courage. And I think that the American people are getting tired, and I say that because I have a friend from college, Jim, and Jim sent me a text. And just so you know a little bit about Jim, his dad was a pastor south of the Mason-Dixon line in the 60s and 70s who was a leader in the civil rights movement. Jim didn't vote for Donald Trump. He didn't vote for Mitt Romney. He didn't vote for John McCain. But Jim sent me a text, and he said, would you tell your Democrat colleagues that I'm voting for Donald Trump this next time around? And by the way, he tells me that he believes that your party is overreaching at this point. Overreaching. The last text he sent me was kind of interesting. He said the stock market closed at a record high, they're losing. But I thought about that overreach comment, and I thought about what was the most ludicrous of the ways that this group of Democrats in the House have tried to take out this president. And there are a lot to choose from. My favorite happens to be the 25th Amendment. I thought when y'all came up with the 25th Amendment, it was right at the top. You call in a professor from Yale, and that professor from Yale could have been right out of a movie about the old Soviet Union. She says, testifying in Congress, well, it takes a majority of the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment, but this president might be, he would need an examination, and when asked by a member, could he be detained, could the President of the United States be detained for purposes of a examination, she said yes. Right out of the old Soviet Union. That was my favorite. My second favorite was the emoluments clause, because I had to run to the Constitution to figure out what in the heck you guys were talking about with the emoluments clause. But I guess anybody that is successful and that has worldwide businesses is going to be subject to an emoluments clause argument. Thankfully, you didn't include that in this set of articles. You've had 4 now on the floor of the House, and you think that somehow we're not showing courage when we stand here and tell you you don't have the facts to convict this president on these charges. And you don't. The thing that's going to change is when this moves over to the Senate, you lose the narrative. Because the Republicans in the Senate will call Hunter Biden. They will call the whistleblower. And you better wait and see what the American public does when all of the facts are out. You don't get to hide the facts in the basement anymore. All the facts are going to be coming out. So I asked a few of my friends whether they had any favorites, and I will yield to my friend from Arizona if he'd like to talk about some of his more outrageous scenarios that our friends, the Democrats, have proposed on this president.
I thank my friend for yielding, and you really took, the 25th Amendment really was really right at the top of the heap there. But, I mean, virtually every time the president tweets something, I've heard criticism that he should be impeached for tweeting. In fact, the Harvard law professor who was in here last week wrote a piece that he should be impeached for tweeting in 2017. That was fun. The other one is the bribery issue. That was fun too, because when you had, this is when Professor Carlin tried to explain it, it took her 5 minutes to try to explain what the bribery was, and then we didn't hear any more from our colleagues about what bribery was.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks
Chairman.
recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jeffrey seeks recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
My colleague suggested that we're here because we have policy disagreements with this president. We do have some policy disagreements with this president. We disagree with the fact that you passed as your signature legislative accomplishment in the last Congress a GOP tax scam where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1%. You exploded the deficit and the debt. We disagree with that. We disagree with your policy of separating God's children from their parents and caging those children. That was unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. We disagree with that. We disagree with your effort, which is ongoing, to strip away health care protections from more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions. We disagree with that as well. But we're not here at this moment undertaking this solemn responsibility because we disagree with his policy positions. We'll deal with that next November. We're here because the president pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain, thereby soliciting foreign interference in the 2020 election by withholding $391 million in military aid without justification. Now, the president says that was perfect. Here's what others have had to say about that. Ambassador Sondland, who gave the president $1 million for the inauguration, said it was a quid pro quo. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Iraq war veteran, said it was improper. Dr. Fiona Hill, Trump appointee, what does she say? Political errand. Ambassador Taylor, West Point graduate, appointed by Reagan, Bush, and Trump, Vietnam War hero. He said it was crazy. And John Bolton, a super conservative Trump national security advisor, said it was a drug deal. What would the framers of the Constitution have said? Impeachable. I yield to my colleague from California, Eric Swalwell.
I thank the gentleman. In my colleague's efforts to defend this president, you want him to be someone he's not. You want him to be someone he is telling you he is not. You're trying to defend the call in so many different ways, and he's saying, guys, it was a perfect call. He's not who you want him to be. And let me tell you how selfish his acts were. And Ranking Member Collins, you can deny this as much as you want. People died in Ukraine at the hands of Russia. And Ukraine, since September 2018, when it was voted on by Congress, was counting on our support. 1 year passed, and people died. And you may not want to think about that. It may be hard for you to think about that. But they died when this selfish president withheld the aid for his own personal gain. And I get it. Oh, Obama, he only gave them X, Y, Z. We've proven the record that President Obama gave them not only military capabilities, military training, and medical equipment. So don't tell yourself the Ukrainians didn't die. They died. Ambassador Taylor, he said, these were weapons and assistance that allowed the Ukrainian military to deter further incursions by the Russians against Ukrainian territory. If that further incursion, further aggression were to take place, more Ukrainians would die. So it is a deterrent effect these weapons provided. But you didn't only hurt Ukraine, Mr. President, by doing this. You helped Russia. And to my colleagues who believe we have such an anti-corruption president in the White House, I ask you this: how many times did this anti-corruption president meet with the most corrupt leader in the world, Vladimir Putin? How many times did he talk to him? 16 times between meetings and phone conversations. And how many conditions did the president put on Vladimir Putin to get such an audience with the most powerful person in the world at the highest office? 0 conditions. That's who you're defending. So keep defending him. We will defend the Constitution, our national security, and our elections. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Klein, for what purpose these...
Next November's election. That's what it's all about for them. And it's infuriating to me that they put on this show and waive their constitutions, which they must have just found because, you know, I've been at this a long time and I don't see folks on their side of the aisle waiving the constitutions, much less reading from it very often. But it's good to know that they're actually finally talking about what their real motives are, to use this as a political maneuver for advantage in the 2020 election. And with that, I'd yield to the ranking member.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Swalwell, I'm not sure if the hearing is bad on that end, because undoubtedly it is. I did not say no one died. Undoubtedly, you can have a trouble reading an article that said people died. No one said that. And you can accuse whatever because you're just sitting there just telling untruths because you don't get it because you have a personal agenda, and maybe you're auditioning for the prospect of being an impeachment manager. That's great. But you can't get into this one. Because as someone who sat there and watched people die on the battlefield, I know when people die. I know when they come into the hospital and they've been shot up or they've been hit with IEDs. So to come in here and to take a shot saying, oh, Mr. Collins doesn't think people died, that's a load of hogwash. In fact, it's so wrong to get a cheap shot to say what didn't happen, when you can't even read your own article you put into submission. I mean, maybe we can go by it word by word. Although there is no way to link Markov's or dozens of other deaths directly to lack of aid. Undersecretary Hale said this was prospective, not at the time. I'm not sure what part, and I can maybe draw a picture and put it on a chart for you. That's the most ridiculous comment, and there's been a lot of them here. That is the most amazing lack of honesty and integrity I've seen so far. Looking at your own article, to say that, I had never said no one died. We know people died. Let me explain it to you. Wars, people die. Is that difficult to understand? Maybe that's why you're back here with us tonight. It's not hard to understand. And to say that, again, 2 things, the most amazing things today. Tearing down the Ukrainian President, Mr. Zelensky, and besmirching the folks who died. That's just amazing to me, even for this majority. To sit there and keep repeating the lie after lie after lie. They died. Mr. Hale, Undersecretary of State, said that was prospective money, not current money. People died when there were money released earlier. Are we going to claim that that was because we didn't give them enough money? I don't know. I get it. Y'all got an agenda to push, and the clock is ticking. But to sit there and come back with that one and to accuse me that I said that they didn't know that nobody died? I never said nobody died. Undoubtedly, you don't understand that. Because your own article that you wanted to get in so quickly said there's no way to actually tell what they died of, because even this was an article that was slanted against the position that the president had. So if you want to continue this debate, go right ahead. Because for the men and women out there who've served in the military, who've watched and been overseas, who've watched this, who understand around the world, who are fighting, even in Ukraine and others right now, for you to say that is just wrong. They'll get it, and I'm not yielding to anyone. I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe it's a reading comprehension problem. Maybe we just don't have it. Maybe it's just because we don't have the facts to make the argument. I'll go back to the facts. It always is. We know nothing happened, and we know that you couldn't actually make the case. Otherwise, you would have wrote them in the articles of impeachment. You can't do it. So what do? Today, we've taken the tact of tearing down Mr. Zelensky, just tearing him down, and then also continuing the unfortunate misrepresentation of money and deaths of soldiers fighting for their country. That is the dark stain that we see today. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Mr. Klein's time has now expired.
Chairman.
Ms. Jackson-Lee, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I'm going to take a different perspective than my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Collins. Just remind us of the words of George Washington: the Constitution is a guide which I will never abandon. To the American people who've watched this debate, to the men and women who are wearing a uniform around the nation, I hope that you'll understand that we will never abandon the Constitution. That is why we are here today to discuss the articles of impeachment. When I began my words yesterday, I said, we, the people of the United States, as evidenced by James Madison, promote the general welfare but establish the Constitution for the United States of America. Let me speak very briefly to say that the language the gentleman is trying to strike has already been established, that it was in the constitutional articles or the articles of impeachment in 1998. Let me also say that my good friends are speaking to an audience of one, a person who now is absorbing all the accolades and all the great work that he has done, and I have no quarrel with their representation of their president, but I don't serve a man or a president. Benjamin Franklin, to the throngs of those who are outside the Constitutional Convention, answered the question when they shouted out, Mr. Franklin, what do we have, a monarchy or a republic? And he said, a republic if we can keep it. Today, the majority, the Democrats, are attempting to keep this republic and to maintain that the President of the United States cannot abuse his power and cannot obstruct Congress. Chairman Rodino made it very clear. He made it very clear by stating that the President of the United States at that time in the Nixon proceedings could not design for himself how the impeachment inquiry would work. And then to talk about the President's use of his public office with public funds to, in essence, get a foreign entity to help him with his campaign, besmirching the elections, undermining the integrity of the elections for the American people. I disagree with the President on cutting SNAP for poor people or separating children. I disagree as a Texan for the wall because my fellow Texans are against it. But the real issue is the power imbalance between the President of Ukraine, newly elected president, a president who had run on the Get Corruption Out campaign. Literally, he campaigned, his party was an anti-corruption party. And he comes hat in hand on this conversation because he missed the president at the inauguration. He did not go. He sent Sondland and he sent Perry. Mr. Pence did not go. And so he wanted to say anything that he could to make sure that he would get these dollars. And calling for an investigation on an opponent, it was not beneath him. How do you think that he would admit now publicly that he was willing to do it? But let me show you the atmosphere in which Ukraine lived. Putin reclaims Crimea, right on their border, arrogantly, without in any defense by Ukraine. They lost. Crimea was taken, just like we would have lost Mississippi or Texas or New York or California. And then they lived in the atmosphere of a jetliner explodes over Ukraine, shot down by Russian weapons by separatists supported by Russia. And then in Ukraine, the U.S. trains an army in the West to fight the East, impacting our national security. So let me say to my colleagues, I read the Constitution regularly. My predecessor always said, keep a Constitution in your hand. Barbara Jordan said, we the people. But I'm clear that the imbalance of power between Ukraine and the United States and two heads of states would have caused that president to do almost anything. And as Ambassador Sondland said, he will do anything you desire him to do, and he will call for investigations. And so he was willing to go on CNN and announce those investigations. The president has abused his power. The president has tried to obstruct Congress in trying to create his own way of us doing our impeachment inquiry. I believe we are doing the right thing, and I support the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose? Recognition.
To strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, dare I to state the obvious? I have not heard a new point or an original thought from either side in the last 3 hours. The same talking points have been repeated over and over again ad nauseum by both sides. Repeating a fact over and over doesn't make it true, and denying a fact over and over doesn't make it false. Everybody knows this. Everybody watching knows this. This hearing's been enough of an institutional embarrassment without putting it on an endless loop. So if I could just offer a modest suggestion, if no one has anything new to add, that they resist the temptation to inflict what we've already heard over and over again. And with that, I yield back.
The point is well taken. Who else seeks recognition?
Madam.
Okay, Ms. Roby, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I yield to Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I heard the last speaker from Texas on the other side talk about election interference, talking about campaigning. How about the FBI spying on 4 American citizens associated with the Trump campaign in 2016? And the people running that investigation, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, people running that investigation were the ones who said, we're going to stop Trump. They're the ones who said Trump should lose 100 million to 0. They're the ones who said we have an insurance policy. They're the ones who ran that investigation where they went to the FISA court and lied to the court. We just learned this 2 days ago, lied to the court 17 times. Didn't tell the court the guy who wrote the dossier was, quote, desperate to stop Trump. The dossier they're using to get a warrant to further spy on the Trump campaign. Didn't tell the court the guy who wrote the dossier was working for the Clinton campaign. That's probably a pretty important fact that they get to the court. They didn't do that. Didn't tell the court the guy that wrote the dossier, Christopher Steele, was fired by the FBI because he was out talking to the press. Didn't tell him all that. So we're talking about election interference. How about that fact? And now in 2020, we don't have the FBI spying on people with the Trump campaign yet. We don't have them going to the FISA court and lying. What we have instead, the insurance policy instead now is impeachment. That's what they're doing. That's how they're going to make it a little tougher on the president to win re-election. That's what this is about. And that's why it's so wrong. Let the American people decide. We are 11 months away, less than 11 months away from the next election. Let the American people decide. We already had the FBI try to weigh in 2016 and do all the things that Mr. Horowitz just told us about this week. Now in 2020, the Democrats in Congress are trying to create some kind of insurance policy with this impeachment effort. Let the American people decide. I yield back to the gentlelady from Alabama.
I thank the gentleman. I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There's been some talk about Javelin missiles tonight. I just want to draw attention to some of what the Democrat witnesses have said. I just got to find it on my desk. You know what? Let's talk about the law instead. I've heard it be said tonight that when the fact's not on your side and when the law isn't on your side, just argue for a long time. The facts are on our side, and so is the law. If you look at the legal definition again, it's very clear that the Democrats cannot make out a prima facie case. It's interesting to note, too, that the Democrats have become originalist all of a sudden. So let's just go back to the statute. The federal bribery statute contains the following elements. Whoever, being a public official, corruptly demands or seeks personally anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. So we can take any one of those elements and deconstruct it. Let's just start at official act, because we haven't hit that yet tonight. Official act. A meeting in the White House is not a quote-unquote official act under the Supreme Court's McDonald precedent. Setting up a meeting, talking to another official, or organizing an event without more does not fit the definition of an official act. So right there, under Supreme Court precedent, you don't have an official act. We can also look at the element, anything of value. The Department of Justice Criminal Division, the Public Integrity Section, opined in September that something as nebulous as an investigation is not of sufficient concrete value to constitute something of value under the federal campaign finance laws. Presumably, the same would be true under the bribery statute. So again, if we're arguing the law, I'll sit here and argue it all night because the law is on our side. You cannot make out a prima facie case. Again, I was a district judge in Pennsylvania. I decided cases at preliminary hearing level. I would have dismissed this every single time it came before me because there are not the elements needed to support a prima facie case. I only have 30 seconds left, so if someone would yield me more time, I'd appreciate it. But let me just go back into corruptly. The president did not have corrupt intent. Again, the Democrats are using a parody version of Chairman Schiff when he was talking about the president when he said, quote unquote, make up dirt about my opponent. The president didn't actually say that. That was a parody of Chairman Schiff, and unfortunately, it's being used to support this element. If anybody has more time, I'd appreciate it if it would be yielded to me. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Biggs, Arizona.
Mr. Biggs?
He's already had.
Mr. Biggs is...
It's on this side.
I have not already gone.
He's already spoken.
You are incorrect, sir.
On this amendment.
Did you recognize me?
No, I'm told you have already spoken on this.
That would be an error, sir.
Sorry?
Not on the Jordan?
He's spoken on the amendment.
No, you have spoken on the amendment already. Someone may yield you time.
No, not on Jordan. Not on
On
Jordan.
this amendment, that's what our records say. I don't think so. That's not what our records say. Does anyone else seek recognition?
The two people who haven't spoken are Stubbe and Ratcliffe.
No one else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Mr. Buck yielded time to me.
Mr. Ratcliffe is recognized. Does Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yield to my friend from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe. Thank you so much. I guess this means we're not doing the minority hearing day. Is that what happened? I would just say that James Madison, we've heard people intone James Madison. He said at the convention of 1787, impeachment was for, quote, removal of an officer who had rendered himself justly criminal in the eyes of the majority of the people, close quote. Majority of the people. That you don't have that. What you have here is a slop bucket that you're calling your articles of impeachment. So what we've heard over the last 2 days is basically every grievance that Democrats have against this president. You've stuck the ladle in that slop bucket and you try to throw it out there, and you've tried to pigeonhole that grievance into one of two things, either the obstruction of Congress or abuse of power. That's the problem that you have here, is that you're all over the map because you can't deliver a crime. There's no high crime, there's no misdemeanors, there's no bribery. Remember, Professor Carlin tried to explain bribery, what the bribery might have been. Took her almost full 5 minutes. And after she was done, we didn't hear anybody talking about bribery anymore as an impeachable offense. You talked about quid pro quo, and that was pretty much off the table until tonight it's kind of revved back up again. But the bottom line is this. You don't have a specific charge, so you use the two amorphous, weak areas to go forward. So, I mean, you've been trying different avenues for 3 years now. And I'm reminded that one of my colleagues on the other side said, you want Trump to be something he isn't. But the reality is, that's projection. The reality is you want him to be something he isn't. That's why you're trying to impeach him. That's why you've tried all kinds of theories that have all fallen flat. And the big one was the Mueller impeachment. You really wanted that one. But that didn't work so well. Didn't work so well because there was nothing there. I will say something about President Zelensky and this discussion with the president. He himself, President Zelensky, without instigation in this conversation at all, about Ambassador Voyanovich, after she'd been recalled, said, her attitude towards me was far from the best as she admired the previous president, and she was on his side. This is the anti-corruption crusader you keep talking about. And then you talk about Poroshenko, President Poroshenko, as being corrupt, and I'm not saying he wasn't. But President Zelensky said Voyanovich was on his side. She would not accept me as a new president well enough. So the reason I bring that up is because you've repeatedly said there's nothing contested here. The facts are not contested, but I go back to something that I think is very important. All the inferences you've drawn have been designed to go against this president and paint him in the light least favorable. And that's because you've tried to project him into being something you want him to be. But when you look at the facts and the direct evidence is real clear. Ukraine received the aid, provided nothing in return, and they stated, President Zelensky and the Foreign Minister Yermak said they felt no pressure. There was no pressure there. And even Ambassador Sondland, who you relied on over 600 times in your effort, said, hey, you know what? Nobody in the world told me anything. I just presumed it. You don't have a case. You've never had a case. You've just wanted to have a case. And that's the sadness about it. You're impeaching him because you've wanted to for 3 years. You can't beat him in a re-election. You're not going to beat him in a re-election. So you had to go to impeachment. And that is a tragedy for America. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Nagu seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with much respect to my colleague who quoted James Madison, there's been this description of abuse of power as amorphous by some and by nebulous, I think is a word that one of my colleagues has used in this long debate tonight. And I'd offer you the following quote, which is that liberty may be endangered by the abuse of liberty, but also by the abuse of power. That quote is from James Madison. The part of this debate that has been so frustrating for me, and I think for a lot of Americans who are watching tonight, is the diminishment of the public servants, the patriots, who stepped forward and provided the evidence that demonstrates that this president abused his power. People like Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who who served this country bravely overseas. People like Ambassador Bill Taylor, a West Point graduate, a Vietnam veteran. People like Dr. Fiona Hill, people like Laura Cooper. Official after official after official from the Trump administration. These individuals serve in the president's administration. Ambassador Taylor was not appointed by President Obama. He was appointed by President Trump. So I would hope that my colleagues, as we proceed with the solemn duty that this committee is charged with, that we respect the people who came forward, who have served under Republican and Democratic administrations, to tell the truth under oath, and to help this committee as it seeks to hold this administration accountable. And with that, I'd yield to Ms. Lofgren from California.
I thank you. I was just listening to this debate, and, you know, most of us here lawyers, but the idea that the founding fathers in 1789 would be considering the U.S. Code precedent and the McConnell case precedent and the Honest Services Supreme Court case as precedent in 1789 is simply ridiculous. Mr. Neguse has pointed out what the founding fathers had in mind with the impeachment clause, and we know that high crimes and misdemeanors is essentially actions that the president uses with the extraordinary power that he's been given under the Constitution to subvert the constitutional order, to prevent the constitutional system from working. And that is the concern that we have here, not only that the president has done that, but that he is not contrite, he's not correcting his behavior, he's continuing to do it. He's presenting an ongoing threat that he will continue to subvert the constitutional order. So I thank Mr. Neguse for yielding to me on the idea that these court cases would have been precedent in 1789. I yield back with
Mr. Neguse.
Mr. Chair?
With that, Mr. Chair, I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Cicilline from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. I just want to remind my colleagues, we have introduced into the record a letter from 500 legal scholars that really reinforce the point Mr. Neguse just made, and I'll read from it. Impeachment is an especially essential remedy for conduct that corrupts elections. The primary check on president's power is political. If a president behaves poorly, voters can punish him or at his party at the polls. But a president who corrupts the system of elections seeks to place himself beyond the reach of this political check. At the Constitutional Convention, George Mason described impeachable offenses as attempts to subvert the Constitution. Corrupting elections subverts the process by which the Constitution makes the president democratically accountable. Put simply, if a president cheats in his efforts at re-election, trusting the democratic process to serve as a check through that election is no remedy at all. This is what impeachment is for. I ask my Republican colleagues, how many of you would allow or solicit a foreign power to help in your re-elections? Please raise your hands. Not one of you, because you know it would violate the Constitution. And you know it would corrupt the right of the American people to decide who that will represent them in the Congress of the United States. You know, I was mayor of Providence. It would be like if I got a federal grant of $1 million to fight gang violence.
Gentlemen.
My police chief called me and said, where's that money? And I said, you know what, chief, before I send it over, do me a favor. Announce an investigation of my political rival. I'd be arrested on the spot. That's what we're talking about.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose is the gentleman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
No, you've already spoken on this amendment.
Oh, I apologize. I thought it was the last one.
Question is now on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is... A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? No. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond?
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings?
No.
Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. McCarcel-Powell?
No.
Ms. McCarcel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes yes. Mr. Radcliffe? Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby? Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein?
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Are there any members of the committee who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now stand in recess for half an hour.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for watching Fox News Now. Pilar Arias here with you. They have recessed for what they've said is 30 minutes, but this has been a marathon. Markup Day 2 impeachment hearing. We are still expecting a vote here tonight, folks, and a full House vote on the impeachment next week. So, like I said, marathon. This has been going on for hours. Since 7 a.m. Arizona time. They took a break earlier today. As you can tell by our total stream time, we've been streaming for more than 12 hours already. No end in sight, it appears, but you're watching it all unfold live, the House Judiciary Committee right here on Fox News Now. Please like, share, subscribe, let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. It's currently 9 p.m. Eastern time. So like I said, they've taken one break earlier today. Pretty much, you know, the hearing convened at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and here it is 9 p.m. Eastern time. So a very busy day for all these congressmen and women there on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much for trusting Fox News Now for all your live, raw, unedited coverage. We've been doing the best we can to keep up with all the different camera angles and the audio. So thanks for your patience and understanding. Really appreciate it. And big thank you to all of you thanking us for the coverage. Again, Fox News Now. We are based in Phoenix, Arizona, but we don't just cover Valley News, Arizona News, West Coast News, East Coast News. We cover everything and anything we can, worldwide news, wherever we can get it. If there's a camera there, we are allowed to take it. We certainly can. Again, hope you all are having a fabulous Thursday evening. Feel free to check in wherever you are watching from. Normally, I say if any news breaks across the country, we'll have you covered, but I'm pretty sure we're dedicated to this hearing tonight. Unfortunately, a little note, housekeeping note, once we get to a 13-hour stream, what YouTube does, they only archive 12 hours of a stream at a time. So once we get to a longer than 12-hour stream, like we are currently doing, they only archive 12 hours. So what we do is we technically lose the first hour of coverage. Now, Mike Pace did launch this morning an hour before these hearings started in order to gain viewership. It's kind of what we do to let people know, hey, we're live, we're covering something, and then people join in. So like I said, the first hour of the stream today was kind of just like the preparations of this hearing getting underway. This hearing itself got underway at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So essentially what I'm trying to say is once we get to the 13-hour mark for the stream, I need to make an editorial decision